Despite the challenges, I am passionate about this work. With a full-time job, I recently completed my master's degree in social work so that I can work more effectively with my clients. While I further my education, I am concerned that this field will not be able to sustain without a wage increase, as I accumulated over $50,000 in student loan debt. City contracts set the salaries for myself and my colleagues, and we need the city to step up and provide human service workers with the 6.5% COLA to match inflation and allow us to support ourselves as we support New Yorkers in need. While we are in desperate need of a COLA to hire staff, the PEG to DSS is being passed down to providers. This will require DHS-funded programs like the Safe Haven I work at to cut 2.5% from our budget by eliminating vacant positions entirely. Eliminating positions will permanently increase the workload for already overburdened staff as myself. This is not my first time testifying on this topic before the council. I continue to do so because, with all due respect, it does not seem that the council is hearing the message. I implore the committee to include $200 million for a 6.5% COLA in the final fiscal year 2024 budget as a step towards human service workers like me being justly paid for our work.
Time expired.
And I also would like to add that I am one of those who came through the Fortune Society, and I became an asset to the community instead of a liability. Please fund programs that allow places like the Fortune Society to operate and produce productive persons inside of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Nicole McVinwa.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole McVinwa, and I am the Director of Policy at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider serving single adults through a full continuum of services. We hold city contracts with DHS, DOHMH, and HRA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the need for increased wages for the human services workforce and the dangerous proposed cuts to DHS and HRA contracted programs. The human services sector is at risk of no longer being able to provide the essential services that city government and New Yorkers rely on due to underinvestment and staffing shortages. Our contracts pay poverty-level wages to our workforce, composed primarily of people of color and women. At our organization, we have a 28% staff vacancy rate, high rates of staff turnover, creating huge administrative costs, overburdened staff facing burnout, some of who you are hearing from today, staff relying on SNAP and working multiple jobs to make ends meet, and we have staff facing homelessness and residing in shelters themselves. This is simply unacceptable. The lack of a cost of living adjustment for human services workers in the mayor's executive budget means this budget does not fully represent a commitment to essential services and working New Yorkers. While the sector struggles, there is a proposed cut to funding to DHS and HRA contracted programs by 2.5% through provider flexible funding. We cannot absorb this cut. DSS recommends eliminating vacant positions, but positions are not vacant because they are not needed, but because our contracts do not pay enough to be competitive. Those who will suffer most are the New Yorkers who rely on our services. We implore you to fund a full 6.5% COLA on human services contracts at an estimated $200 million to support our essential workforce, and urge the council not to adopt 6.5% provider flexible funding peg to DHS and HRA contracts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Teal Nzunza.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Teal Nzunza. I'm the Program Director of the Economic Empowerment Program at the Urban Resource Institute. URI is the largest provider of shelter services in our nation, and for almost 40 years, we have been committed to helping those most impacted by domestic violence and homelessness. As an economic justice advocate who has been advocating for economic equity for survivors of domestic violence in the city for over a decade, living wages are not only crucial for survivors, but also essential for human services workers. The wages of human services workers are and have been woefully and embarrassingly inadequate. Proposed budget cuts only worsen this problem, leaving us with the burden of supplying higher level of services while struggling to make ends meet. According to MIT's living wage calculator, the living wage for one person with one child in New York City is $93,426. Our human services salaries are significantly lower than that. We call on you in this committee to prioritize our human services workers and invest in critical social service agencies who support the most vulnerable members of our city. We must ensure fair compensation for human services workers by including a 6.5% COLA in the upcoming budget. The lack of a COLA in the mayor's executive budget means that this budget does not fully represent a commitment to essential services and working New Yorkers. Human services workers worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic and put their lives on the line to continue to provide critical services for our communities and to keep them safe and functioning. And in return, the city gives them poverty wages that do not account for inflation. As a result, many of our human services workers need the same programs they provide, including SNAP and housing shelters. New York City would not be
Time
the same
expired.
without human services workers. Please support a 6.5% cost of living adjustment with an estimated $200 million increase in the final budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Natalie Interiano.
Time starts now.
Natalie Interiano.
That an entrance like this again? See if the door's open tonight.
Right. Hello, thank you so much. Okay, perfect. My name is Natalie Interiano, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Care for the Homeless, an organization that provides medical and behavioral health services exclusively to people experiencing homelessness in New York City. We operate 26 federally qualified community health centers in all 5 boroughs. We also operate 3 transitional housing residences, one shelter located in the Bronx, one in Midtown Manhattan, and a safe haven in the Bronx, with a few programs in the pipeline. Thank you to Chair and the committee for allowing us the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today to urge the Council and Administration to reject the proposed 2.5% cut to DHS and HIA contracted programs, and instead include the COLA of 6.5% for homeless service staff in the city's FY24 budget. At a time when homelessness is rising, we must invest in the services needed to provide integral support to those most in need. We need to ensure that the infrastructure tasked with the response is strong and able to provide not only basic services, but also specialized supportive services to help stabilize folks. The reality for Care for the Homeless is that the currently proposed cut will likely affect our case management and social services because the operational staff are necessary to keep our doors open. It is difficult to overstate the importance of our case management staff, who play an important role in providing direct services to support our residents and accessing important resources to achieve the stability of permanent housing, which is the ultimate goal. In our programs, we have encountered difficulty hiring housing specialists, and with the proposed cuts, that could be the positions that are eliminated. Without housing specialists or direct service staff, we relegate our residents to languish in shelter for much longer than necessary. We must treat budgets as blueprints for the future, and instead of embracing short-sighted approaches, we need to think of how to grow the capacity of homeless service organizations to achieve what they have been tasked to do, which is to provide a transitional, stable place to reside and help guide our consumers through the myriad of supportive services with the goal of permanent, stable housing. At the same time, there's a great need to bolster the workforce who provide these important services. Our resources are stretched thin with high vacancies and turnover, which further complicates the work of our remaining staff. Cuts to the budget means higher caseloads, which pushes the capacity of our staff and leads to burnout, which is a significant issue in our sector.
Time expired.
So essentially, what we're asking for is now is not the time to reduce homelessness and eviction prevention services when our city needs it the most. So we urge the City Council to not only not adopt the PEG, but also to include a 6.5% COLA for homeless services staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We'll now call up the next in-person panel from University Student Senate. Aaron Grama, Boris Onkanyaba, Enrique Oropeza, Jonathan Hanan, Joseph Hernandez, Zaire Ali, and Miguel Arias. Thank you. You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salima Tudumbuya, and I am a student at the New York City College of Technology. I am also the chairperson of the CUNY University Student Senate, where I represent all the about 260,000 students, and I am the CUNY Student Trustee. Have you ever heard about the City University of New York? It's a place where the City University is a place where we find the backbone of New York City. It is a structure that was created to create and maintain a better New York City, to train people who were not expected to succeed due to housing problems, financial issues, food insecurity, and others. CUNY is where you go when you want to prove them wrong, because CUNY helps you jump the economic and social ladder. This is what I would like to respond to anyone who asks me about CUNY. CUNY operates under shared governance, which is simply explained as the combination of voices from students, faculty, and administration to participate in any decision that would affect the university. That's a choice from CUNY, but that's also a statement of the city's willingness to understand the value that we all bring as a collective to the table. Shared governance has allowed us, the students, to have a very clear idea and understanding of the mechanism of our university and all the factors that affect how it runs. Furthermore, we have very obviously the understanding of what we need. My peers and myself value this engine and work very hard to make sure it functions, because we understand that it was built for us to grow and to give back to this wonderful city. I am telling you all of this to let you know that students know what they're talking about. Students have a voice, and every time we speak with power and with conviction, rooted in the knowledge of what CUNY is and what New York City is about. Budget cuts to CUNY may seem to some of you like a necessary wrong, but today we are here to tell you that it's an unnecessary burden which will not only harm the university but harm the whole city of New York. Investing in CUNY's infrastructures for food security, student housing, and ensure that students see no tuition increases for in-state students and out-of-state students is what we are here for. That will be a promise that CUNY shouldn't only survive, but also live. It is a promise to New York City and every single person who chose to live here that things will be okay. You will hear from my peers from different campuses who will tell you specifically how underestimating the impact of PEGs on CUNY would affect their student experience.
My name is Jonathan Hannon, and I'm a PhD student at the CUNY Graduate Center and an adjunct lecturer at John Jay, as well as co-chair for business of the CUNY Graduate Center's Doctoral and Graduate Students Council and a representative with the University Student Senate. I testified back in November 2021 at the hearing regarding adjunct wages at CUNY in the context of the New Deal for CUNY and the establishing of new full-time lecturer line positions. In the year and a half since then, it appears that not much has changed in terms of adjunct precarity. We're still employed on a semester-to-semester basis, and we have no protection of our next semester's appointment. Our graduate student workers are paid less than the prevailing wage in New York City and are barely paid enough to live, let alone to thrive. $27,000 a year is not enough, and it appears that the governor doesn't want to assist us in the slightest. To compare, New York University graduate student stipends are between $38,000 and $46,000 $100,000 per year, with the cost of food and rent exponentially increasing and the MTA once again proposing fare hikes. Our already low stipends are proportionately worth less every year. Meanwhile, our college presidents and chancellery receive salaries of upwards of $400,000 per year, and our chancellor makes almost $800,000 per year, almost twice the salary of the President of the United States. And yet, whenever high-ranking positions at CUNY are opened, it is typically not our own students who are hired. Full-time positions, whether they be lecturer lines or executive positions, are opened, but more often than not, these are given to outside hires. CUNY prefers to take candidates from what they deem more elite institutions and leave its own alumni, students, and adjuncts behind. As I said last time I testified, we need to support our own. We need to ensure that our community is taken care of, rather than giving our resources to people who do not know what CUNY stands for. We call upon you, our elected officials, to hold CUNY accountable for these egregious hiring practices and have them put their money where their mouth is. In conclusion, CUNY needs to benefit its own community. We discuss this problem year after year, and yet CUNY never does anything about it. We need jobs brought back to our own community. We need job security for our graduate students. We need opportunities available for our students who are currently pursuing degrees, and we need CUNY to do better.
Hang on a sec. Can we get quiet in here, please? Riffraff.
Should I go? Okay. Good afternoon, Council Chairperson Justin L. Brannon, council members that are here still right now, Gail Brewer, Nurse, and Crystal Hudson, as well as Natasha Williams. My name is Boris Onyekaba. I'm a current student of Medgar Evers College, Day Vice President at Medgar Student Government, as well as the United Student Senate Vice Chair for evening and part-time students. Right now, currently, New York City is the most expensive place in the world to live in. I have often been rebuffed that CUNY is a commuter school, stalling the use of CUNY housing options, despite knowing that our target audience since the end of the pandemic have been returning students, I myself being one of them. These evening and part-time students who have already faced or currently face strained lives set around family and work, amongst plenty of other circumstances, have also chosen to pursue and finish their degrees. Currently, our student body range from 16 years old up to 70 years old, one of whom is graduating this spring at Medgar Evers College. How do we expect these students to make a choice between school and keeping a roof over their heads, especially when there are sustainable housing opportunities to keep NYC's future workforce here? I believe one of the ways to target such profound issues is to look at it from a long-term development plan in which CUNY can replicate some of the current CUNY housing plans located in already existing locations around New York City and working to get a more centralized location in Brooklyn. Currently, the Transition Academy, a department established at Medgar Evers College, works to support students experiencing homelessness, issues of housing, food insecurity. However, housing opportunities are limited and often go to emergencies first. Which brings me to the idea of replicating the Roth IRA 5-year rule among programs such as Housing Connect to keep students in the city after they graduate. And for those who do not know about the Roth IRA 5-year rules, which says you cannot withdraw earnings tax-free until it's been at least 5 years since your first contribution to a Roth IRA account. These rule applies for people from 59 and a half years old to 105, while the Housing Connect is a public website that allows users to enter a lottery system that often takes several years between a person can receive a pick towards a rented apartment that gears 5% preference towards NYC employees. To combine these ideas, it would be possible for CUNY to receive housing funds garnered to current students and future workforce of NYC to live nearby without living away from the city. These could come in housing vouchers in which CUNY colleges can utilize by using similar time limits that Roth IRAs state to allow students to pay for subsidized rent prices till they graduate from college, and providing applications for students who aren't in an emergency for housing till after they graduate as well, and reaching out to Housing Connect and several apartment complexes that could give a percentage preference to current and recently graduated students. The objective is to give CUNY a practical goal that at least appeals to the place like Brooklyn housing market, which currently does not have a location for CUNY students that could offer incentives towards public and private housings and backing from council members whom constituents in various areas would be interested in this plan.
Just gonna ask you to wrap it up.
Yes. Offering applications, basically, this is by no means a perfect solution to an ongoing crisis. I only wish to continue a process that can yield sustainable results to current and future generations of great New York City. And I would also like to add that many of our representatives have been here for pretty much the entire day, and I've also heard from them that this has been an ongoing situation when they're the last to speak, even if they registered early. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but as students coming back, we are sacrificing our whole day to come here. And it does not look good if I go back to my students to do the same thing.
Thank you.
That's on? Oh, it is. Hey, everybody. My name is Miguel Arias from the City College of New York. I'm doing political science and legal studies over there. I'm a Latino student. But let me say that one more time. I am a Latino student in the CUNY, in the City College, pursuing a degree. Most of my family told me I shouldn't do it. Most of my family told me I won't do it, I won't make it. Not because they don't believe that I want to make it, but because the system doesn't believe that people that are like me and people who come from my backgrounds can make a difference in these systems. Let me give you an example of that. When I came to City College, I did so with a few of my peers. Two of them are my super best friends. These two did not know each other, but they knew me. But somehow they wanted to pursue a career in the same area, so computer science and computer engineering. I was left perplexed when both of them told me they had decided to drop college. Drop college? What? Since they told me this, I went through all the stages of grief. I was angry that they both dropped. I was depressed so much that I didn't want to ask them what they dropped. When I accepted the reality of things, I asked them, and they both described that the lack of funding and care for students in CUNY was the real criminal that stole their dreams of having an education. This criminal of higher education hides behind the lack of academic advisors that our students get, which in my campus translates to having 4 to 6 advisors for 4,000 students in the social science department. 4 to 6 advisors for 4,000 students. How is that even fair? This criminal hides in higher education behind food insecurity, which in my campus translates to students doing the personal fundraisings to fill our pantries. This criminal of higher education hides behind overpriced books that our students need to buy, regardless if they are the 14th or the 27th edition of the same book. This criminal attack those that have no privilege. I was a little bit privileged. You know why? Because I come from a low-income family. And in City College, we have a department called the SIG department, which is similar to other programs like ASAP or ACE, which offers personal academic advisors, help to pay for books, tutoring network, professional preparation for the students, and even jobs at the same departments by the students and for the students. It's programs like this that SIG, ASAP, ACE that we need to continue funding and increase funding for. They help students like me to continue, and they prevent students like my friends from dropping. Because my friends did not want to drop college because they just wanted to. No, they dropped college because the system forced them to. They didn't have the same sources as I did. Now, when you get out of this room and you see your fellow council members, let them know what happened to my friends. Let them know the benefits that I have to speak with you today. Let them know. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jaquan Brown. I currently attend the University of City College of New York. I am a newly elected senator of the undergraduate student government. An issue I want to address at City College is that the science and math department issues student faces are always addressed and actions are made to fix these issues very often. Although this is a great benefit for the math and science students, I question, what about the students who love printing, painting, sculpting, photography, drawing? What about the students who want to be studio engineers, studio assistants, musicians, CEOs? Do the music and art issues in these two departments not matter? It's unfair for the students who seek a career in art or music because the current issues happening in the music and art departments are going unsolved, simply because no actions are being taken and administration continues to ignore these issues. Administration wants all students to be well-rounded, but how can that be accomplished if art and music students are struggling, stressed out about failing, and confused about the course material because of lack of support from professors? Science and math aren't the only departments taught at City College. Art and music are departments as well, and deserves more attention. Our musicians and artistic individuals shouldn't have to deal with explaining issues occurring in their department, but these issues are ignored. These issues deserve to be solved. Our music and art students shouldn't dislike taking music and art courses that will improve their current skills to transform them into even better creative individuals. They should be enjoying their education experience, not dislike it. During my freshman year as a music major, I've dealt with these tremendous issues in music courses, and I voiced my frustrations to the chairman, but there were no actions being taken. Other music majors voiced complaints as well as I did. They told me about it, but nothing was ever done to solve their issues. A student I mentor has reported to the art department he was mistreated by his art professor due to the fact the professor was unhelpful, wouldn't give him full credit for his assignment, and sent him to places to take photos that require consent. Ultimately, the student I mentored finished the course by failure, as well as the music majors since they dropped their music courses and changed their music majors. To me, that's infuriating and that's frustrating because it's unfair that at our university, there's so many courses from math, science, English, and there's tutoring for these majors and departments, but nothing for art and music. We deserve tutoring services provided for me, other majors, and other students that are taking these courses. Let's all together, City Council, provide for our music and art majors. Let's plant the seeds so they can prosper and blossom like flowers and be able to finish their semester successfully without being stressed out, wanting to flip over a desk or knock a teacher out. Let's take action, let's make it better for them in their journey, and let's make change. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions from Councilmember Joseph.
Good afternoon, all. A couple of questions. It's clear that the proposed cuts to CUNY, in simpler terms as a student, how will this impact you on campus throughout your educational journey?
So the cuts are going to affect my entire way of looking at the New York City structure because I'm not the only one that will suffer from this. There are CUNY people in every part of New York City. I know people, and I'm sure y'all do, and have known people as well that do this. We had earlier panels come in saying even the nurses are feeling the drawbacks because they're getting the trained individuals that are coming through the CUNY system and have no resources because they don't have classes or any other things like that. Personally, I see the turnover rates and they're not only happening in government official offices, they're happening in student government offices as well. People are just doing so much and just don't have the time to do everything. And this will continue to be the case. And I'm not sure how far down it goes in terms of students below us in middle school and high school.
Will you also see overcrowding in the classes as well?
Yes. Earlier, there were, I believe, in the pandemic time, because it was such a, unprecedented thing. There was 1 to, I believe, 40 is one my professors mentioned. Now it's a little bit down to like 1 to 125, but even then, students are just not even signing up to still be in it. They do not see the worth anymore. They do not see the point. And the more people you lose in education is bad for the entire state, the city, everyone, because no one wants to learn anything. It's not worth it.
In the area of cuts, let me give you an example. Like here, City College and every other CUNY colleges, we have the tech fee, which I believe is also going to get a cut from the federal government. And most of the time, the tech fee money, although most of the students pay for it, there's always some left over for initiatives that the students themselves can propose for new technology advancement in their campuses. For example, in my campus, for the tech fee money, we can use it for stuff such as getting computers that the students can loan if they don't have a device or on that area. This year we saw a tremendous cut, and we will have less money for initiatives, meaning that students will have less impact on how the resources are distributed to them. So having this cut at the end of the day will, like I said, take away from the students who want to learn.
Thank you. Can you speak to some of the great programs in CUNY that you know are the students can participate and the programs you think that should be expanded more for students?
Sorry, like I was talking in my early introduction, SEEK I think is very important. My friends, they didn't have SEEK. But when I was in the pandemic, I was also in the same predicament as them. I was about to drop. Why? Because of the condition of being online, not having somebody to be in my shoulder. But then in my program, which is the SEEK department, I had my personal advisor, and I scheduled a one-to-one meeting with her, and I told her, hey, look, this is what I am. I don't feel like I'm gonna go far. And then she said, no. And then she advised me on how to follow up. Even though that I might be doing bad on classes, she told me, it's okay, continue, let's reinforce this and this and that. And we work together on these areas. And I think not having a program like SEEK that has advisors, that have tutors, that have help for books, it will inevitably leave students thinking that they have no help when they go to college. They have no support when they go to college. But if we found this program, we found SEEK, we found ASAP, we found ACE, we at the end of the day are making an impact in the students themselves, because these resources go to the students themselves. Thank you. Anybody?
Thank you. Earlier you talked about mental health. As a student who attend CUNY, what are the student ratios? Can you share some information about the mental health support you're provided on campus, and what's the student ratio?
I can say that the ratio is really low from mental student counselor to student. I can talk about my personal experience. Before I started pursuing my architecture degree at City Tech, I was a student at the Borough of Manhattan Community College, where I did a lot of extracurricular activities, including mentoring. So every semester I had a cohort of about 4 to 6 students who were under my responsibility. And I can tell you that was even before the pandemic. The ratios were terrible. These students came from all over the world. A lot of them also came from New York City, and they needed help. They needed someone to talk to, and it was almost impossible to find someone who had the cultural competency to assist them, and just someone who was just available, because making an appointment was impossible. Today, I go to City Tech, and we have our role in USS, and there is a countless number of students that we lost because of mental health issues. Students who want to be civically engaged, students who want to serve others, but there's no way they can serve others when there's no one to serve them, and that's where mental health comes in. The support is really low. I know CUNY is trying hard, but there is still a lot of work to do to remedy that, because it's hard for people to find the resources. There are, yes, an online platform, phone numbers. Sometimes you call the phone numbers and no one picks up. That's the thing. A lot of these things are not active, and sometimes we're told it's about staffing. How do we remedy all of that? We believe it's by getting more funding for all of these resources so that we can have more people and our students can be assisted when they need help.
At my college, the Graduate Center, before the pandemic, there were a lot of students who were looking for mental health counseling. I myself was one of them. So when I went to the counseling center and I asked them if they had any resources available or if they had any counselors available, all they told me was, we can give you a list of providers who accept your insurance. Go find a therapist outside because we don't have staffing for that right now. So
how long was the wait?
How
long is the wait when you do find someone? How long did you have to wait?
Inside the Graduate Center?
Inside and also with the
Inside, they
list?
didn't provide me any option to find someone. All they told me was go find a therapist. And when looking outside, it was the limit due to the student health insurance having a limited number of providers that we can work with. And the wait for that was somewhere around 3 months.
Wow. We hear you. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Williams.
Hello, I just had a quick question about being an adjunct. I know some of the things as a CUNY student myself. I know some of the graduate students talk a lot about not being able to live in New York City and go to school, and I know there isn't a lot of support for PhD students, so if you can talk through how the budget cuts might impact PhD students, graduate students, and a lot of the issues with being adjuncts.
So right now with all the budget cuts, because of all of the reduction in courses due to the lack of enrollment, in addition to the fact that our budget is being cut and so a lot of the full-time faculty need to still be assigned their coursework, there's simply not enough adjunct positions across the university to go around for our graduate students, and the reduction in funding across departments means that there are less fellowships to go to our graduate students overall, which means a lot of our graduate students are going unfunded, and it makes it very difficult for us to continue pursuing a degree, because if we can't get our funding, we can't get a tuition waiver, we can't get health insurance, which means a lot of graduate students are going on leave and trying to find jobs outside of the university, because otherwise we just can't continue in the university without the proper support.
Do you happen to know, it's okay if you don't, do you happen to know like how, what is the word? How long it's taken PhD students to finish because they're leaving, to find work, not able to complete their degrees?
I don't know a single student that's finished within 5 years. All I know is most students take 7, 8, 9 years because CUNY just doesn't have the proper funding, and so we all have to overwork because most universities, the graduate students don't even need to adjunct to teach, and so they can focus on their studies because that's what their fellowships are for. But here at CUNY, our primary fellowships are already for teaching, if that, and if we can't get fellowships through that, then we don't have funding to primarily be graduate students, and so we have to focus on other channels in order to be able to afford to go to graduate school. I myself needed to find a lecturer position in order to be able to teach 5 classes a semester in order that I could receive any funding whatsoever, because the only option was either teach full-time or don't get any funding. So the options were slim, and for 2 years I was unable to focus on my graduate studies because I was teaching full-time.
Thank you for your testimony, and yeah, I'm now 5 years in, so agree.
Councilmember Hudson.
Hi there. First of all, thank you all for coming out and testifying with us or before us. I was just curious to know, because I know at Medgrover specifically the CHAMPS program is on the chopping block. Are there specific cuts at each of your schools, or I should say, are there cuts at your specific institutions that you're aware of that aren't necessarily like the broader CUNY cuts?
So the cuts affect certain schools a little differently. For Medgar Evers, because the senior college, it has, it's supposed to have a little bit more resources, but because it has, I guess, had a consistent lower enrollment year by year, these cuts make it a lot harder because they do not have the staffing already. So for example, I'd call it the procurement office in our college, I believe, has only 2 people working for the entire college. And if you had a comparison of 2% in a school with 4,000 students and 2% at a 10,000 student school, it's going to be very, very drastic, and that's what happens in Medgar Evers. So if you don't get your things in 2 months in advance, you know, you're not going to get any of that until after your term is done. And for student clubs, events like that, we put in a order for shirts, sweaters, all that type of stuff to give away to students, and that was at the end of last semester in the fall. We just got it at the end of this spring semester. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Overall, I can say that for most schools, the biggest hurdle is felt inside of the classroom because a lot of students sometimes want classes during the summer, there's not enough faculty to make that happen. A lot of classes are being cut because we are getting rid of a lot of our faculty members, and we are opting, I think, for the most affordable option, which is not necessarily the option that gives students more quality. So today students are wondering, is it worth it to have an education at CUNY with everything that we're seeing? The second thing is going to be the food part. Today a lot of campuses still do not have a cafeteria. They have to get outside of campus to get some basic food. A lot of campuses only have a vending machine available for them to have food where they can have a snack, or a soda, or some apple juice and whatever to have food. Not talking even about the night class students, because I am a night class student and we had to go to class during Ramadan. I used to go downstairs and students broke their fast with chips and soda, knowing that during Ramadan students fast for like 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. But that's just for a month, counting all the other CUNY students that go through that on a lot of campuses. So the food problem is a big one. The quality of our education is really being attacked, and we believe at USS that even if we go to CUNY, the City University of New York, we still deserve the best education, and that comes with valuing our faculty and make sure we get the best people and we keep them motivated to do their work. Because right now it seems like a lot of them are doing it for the goodness of their heart, but a good education does not come from the goodness of their heart. The city has to invest in that.
Thank you for bringing that up. We spoke earlier about food insecurity and the increased levels specifically among the student population at CUNY institutions. So I just want to reiterate for the record how important it is to ensure that CUNY has all of the funding it needs to provide these support systems, including food. So thank you. Did you want to add something?
I wanted to follow up on food services, that at the CUNY Grad Center right now, we don't have food services, and there's supposed to be a proposal for food services going over the summer, but that keeps getting delayed over and over again. That we were supposed to have a meeting earlier this week, but that got canceled, and so it's looking like we're not going to have the food services set up for the fall semester in time for anything to move forward, even though that was the plan. So we might go another semester without food services.
Thank you.
Real quick, I just have a crazy idea. You know, when I was hearing the high school students also giving a speech about food in the cafeterias, it reminded me, it's interesting. The message that we send to the students is that, yes, in high school you will get food for free. Yeah, the free food, yes, you can get it. But once you graduate, no. Good luck with getting food. Good luck finding something to eat whenever you go to campus. As long as you have something in your pocket to buy something, you should be good to go. But how come we get them from our high schools and then we bring them to college and then we don't support having food security? When I was introducing my speech, I mentioned one of the students in our campus. You know what she did? She did fundraising. She got about $3,000, and we were able to fill our pantries a bit more, you know? But we don't have a staff now to get it open all the time. Now, think about it. It's crazy, no? We tell, yes. Don't we high school? We don't need to take care of your food needs anymore. Last time I checked, to survive, I need food. Isn't that the case? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, we'll now call up the next remote panel. Aliyah Malik, Nadia Narcisse, Sabrina Bennett, Angela Sims, and Edwina Archer, beginning with Aliyah Malik. Say again? No, not got it yet.
No, I got it yet.
Good afternoon, Chair Brandon. My name is Aliyah Malik, and I'm a youth food advocate. I attend Queens Preparatory Academy, and I am in 11th grade. I also live in District 29. My school is one of the 4 schools at Springfield Garden campus. There are about 1,650 students in the building. The average lunch participation between September and February of this school year is 20%. One of the reasons why the average lunch participation is low is because of the cafeteria environment as a whole. Every day we have the opportunity to get breakfast and lunch at school, but not a lot of people get this food because of different reasons. For me, the environment doesn't look or feel welcoming. Even when I take breakfast or lunch, I always get to the classroom to eat. Most times I leave home without breakfast because I want to get to school early. Sometimes I just have a food cup before leaving home. Eating breakfast or lunch in my school cafeteria doesn't appeal to me for many reasons. At school, they don't have the options I want. During lunch, there are always long lines in the cafeteria because they aren't grab and go, and most times we only have one server, which makes the line go slower. And not a lot of people have the patience to wait in the line. Most times I go hungry since I only have one period left before I go home. We all know you want the best for us and you want school to feel like home, but in order for school to feel like home, we need to make the space where we eat look welcome and will make students want to have breakfast or lunch. We would like for you to support all of our New York City middle and high school by making it possible for us to enhance our cafeterias because it would be unfair for some cafeterias in our middle and high school to be enhanced, not all. By doing this, there would be more participation in school food as a whole throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Nadia Narcisse.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Naya Narcisse. I attend Tauntonville High School and I'm a senior. We are very thankful and excited for the $50 million currently included in the mayor's executive budget for schools across New York City. This amount of money will cover some schools, but we need $200 million to see equitable updates in full effect for all schools. I learned that enhancing the cafeteria mimics the style of a buffet, where students can pick out which foods they do want and lessens the amount of food waste that goes on when students are just handed a meal. Enhancing cafeterias will promote food that isn't just food, but food that's enjoyable, food that's fueling. This funding is necessary to help students thrive in the classroom, in sports, and on tests. With this enhancement, students will feel more motivated to go to school and learn. As a freshman, if I saw this implementation, I would have loved school lunch even more and been more excited for it. It would be something I would have looked forward to in a new school. As a senior, I hope to leave knowing that generations of incoming freshmen and students who will come back in September will have something to look forward to and be happy while eating in the lunchroom. As youth advocates, we are here again with new and old members to promote an issue we're also equally passionate about. We ask you to continue to support this initiative and continue to push for the $200 million for the enhancement of the cafeterias. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Sabrina Bennett.
Time will begin.
Good day, esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Sabrina Bennett. Today, I am representing PMA, which stands for Pray March Act. PMA is an organization mobilizing the church for justice in our beloved New York City. We focus on the criminal legal system, housing, and education. My focus will be on education, specifically special education. I have been an active parent leader in my children's school for over 12 years, and I've witnessed special education issues daily within their various schools. I currently have an 8th grader in special education, and I see her frustrations and her peers' frustrations. Each year, we lose more and more teachers, specifically special ed teachers, and we are left with general education teachers stepping in to fill those voids. The students' academic and emotional needs are not being met because of this. It's not fair to the teachers, and most importantly, it's not fair to those students who deserve qualified teachers that are trained and specialized in the field of special education. Some students are led to believe that they are incapable of learning, that something is wrong with them, or that they don't belong with other students. Ignacio Estrada said, if a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should teach the way they learn. Although this is true for all students, it is even more true for our special education students. There needs to be clear information and support for families and students concerning individual educational plans, IEPs, and special education assessments. I tell my daughter every day that she is one of a kind, than capable of learning, and I apologize. She is more than capable of learning. She just learns at a different pace and way than some of her peers. Most importantly, I tell her that her teachers are special people. They know that the job is long hours, less pay, and lots of headaches, yet they choose to do it every day. I implore the City Council to ensure robust funding for the Department of Education to meet the needs of our special education population. Invest in recruiting, training, and maintaining qualified special education teachers. Invest in all
Time
students,
has expired.
the most valuable, vulnerable learners. Thank you for listening to me talk about something near and dear to me. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Angela Sims.
Your time has begun.
Warmest greetings, City Council members. My name is Dr. Angela Sims. I'm a sociology and urban studies professor at Barnard College, Columbia University. My research focuses on racial inequities between metropolitan area jurisdictions. I live in Harlem and am a member of Pray March Act, a coalition of Christian churches and individuals doing justice to bring shalom in New York City. I come before you to advocate for more social services spending in New York City public schools. According to page 14 of the proposed budget, the social services allocation for fiscal year 2024 is a mere $3.7 million out of a school budget of over $30 billion. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this $3.7 million proposed allotment holds constant the allocation from last year, and the fiscal year 2022 budget was a decrease in spending from year 2021. This number is frighteningly low, given how not only inflation, but also the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted students and their families. How will students receive adequate social and emotional resources from their schools if there is not significant investment? According to Harvard University's Center on the Developing Child, there are 3 principles that improve outcomes for children and families. 1, reduce sources of stress. 2, supportive and responsive relationships. And 3, strengthening core skills. Each of these principles requires significant investment in social services. I request that the allotment for social services be robustly increased, at least tripled, that more money be apportioned for therapists, and that more money be apportioned for therapists, social workers, guidance counselors, and librarians. If the council devotes sufficient resources to social services in schools, this money will enable students to learn and retain more scholastic material, matriculate from New York City public schools at higher rates, and ultimately will increase the likelihood that children in New York City public schools mature into healthy adults equipped to thrive and contribute to their families, workplaces, and neighborhoods. And these resources are particularly important for Black and Latinx students because their parents or other caregivers are more likely than their white counterparts to face the
time has expired.
of racial discrimination, which causes Black and Latinx homes to have less adequate material and social resources, excuse me. So I very much encourage you to increase the public school social services budget. Thank you.
I just want to give a shout out to MS 297 and PS 3 from Councilmember Botcher's district. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Edwina Archer.
Your time will begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Edwina Archer. I am a born and raised resident in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and a member of Pre-March Act, an organization led by both the humane and religious duty to address inequalities in New York City. Today, I'm here to speak on the improvements necessary to honor the quality of life of those who live in NYCHA public housing. In 2019, it is known that NYCHA settled legal action concerning its inability to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing. There are 6 key areas that need to be addressed in a 5-year plan, which are lead-based paint, mold, pest and waste management, elevators, heat, and inspections. These areas are all problems structurally in public housing that greatly affect the health and circumstances of the population that lives there. A personal story that sticks with me is my sister's. She works as a DOE speech therapist for elementary students, which sometimes requires visiting children that are in need of therapy. One of her cases lives on the 14th floor of a NYCHA building where the elevator has not been functioning. And it is not recommended that my sister take the stairs since it is usually unsanitary and there are loiterers and homeless persons there. This structural deficiency of a broken elevator neglected that child's learning and could be risking his and others people's lives if there were ever an urgent emergency. NYCHA needs about $47 billion to bring all housing units up to a good state of repair over the next 5 years. The 5-year capital program totals about $8 billion, a fraction of what's needed. According to the report on the fiscal 2024 preliminary plan, the state would need to provide about $600 million more annually. We must work with local, state, and federal governments to ensure NYCHA is fully funded in order to honor the dignity of public housing residents and create homes and communities where hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers can thrive. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now call up our next in-person panel: Alex Parks, Alexis Brody, Larry Wood, Ruben Argueta, Lisa Lester, Robin Delacruz, Kimberly Blair, Janae Billy, and Scott Daly. Thank you. You may begin, sir. Go left.
Test. I say just, you say pay. Just. Sorry, feeling a little punchy. It's been a long time since my oatmeal this morning. I want to thank Councilmember Chair Brennan, the council members here today for this opportunity. My name is Larry Wood. I work as Director of Advocacy at Goddard Riverside, a settlement house in Upper Manhattan. Goddard and our sister organization, the Stanley Isaac Center, employ over 700 human service staff who work to feed homebound seniors, create pathways for youth, engage chronically street homeless individuals for aid, and much more. As an agency, we strongly urge the council to include a 6.5% COLA for all human service staff. Further, we are particularly concerned that the mayor's proposed executive budget would make cuts to these essential services. Specifically, the executive budget proposes pegs to DFTR and DYCD and cuts to DHS contracts described as provider flexible funding. As you heard from other providers, it's really flexible cuts. The peg for DFTR and DYCD is justified by a purported decreased enrollment in services. This reason is outdated. There is no logic in determining future funding for programs based on enrollment numbers from the pandemic era. Goddard and Isaac operates programming in these areas, including 4 older adult centers. At the Stanley Isaac Center on the Upper East Side, we serve 6,084 older adults, nearly 4 times as many as the same period in fiscal year 22. Our center on the Upper West Side seats over 125 people a day for lunch. In our Lincoln Square Center, attendance has increased 14% since 2022. The numbers indicate a return to pre-pandemic levels in senior centers, and they do not justify cuts. For homeless services, which I'm particularly upset about, the administration claims that they are not instating pegs for DHS, but worse, they're actually passing the cut onto the nonprofits that provide the services. To meet the target peg, programs serving the homeless would have to cut 2.5% in exchange for salary flexibility. But our homeless service programs operate on such a thin margin, there is no excess funding to move around in these contracts. The administration has suggested we cut open staff lines to raise the pay for the remaining staff. Our outreach workers, who you're going to hear from in a minute, are looking at dangerously high caseloads of 39 clients per worker compared to the best practices caseload of at most 20 to 25 clients. They're already stretched very thin, and it makes it very hard to build a relationship and trust with the chronically unhoused New Yorkers we're trying to engage. There is no way to consolidate funding without adding to really high caseloads. Tomorrow, scores of nonprofits are organizing a day without human services. We're closing programs down. We're not going to be putting clients at risk, but tomorrow outside on Broadway and Murray Street, thousands of human service workers will be down here demanding just pay. And we hope you can give us that 6.5% COLA we desperately need and oppose the cuts that the mayor is proposing. And those flexible cuts are just not going to work. Thank you for this opportunity.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. My name is Alexander Parks, and I'm a housing outreach specialist for Goddard Riverside's Homeless Outreach Program, which provides housing outreach services for those experiencing homelessness in Manhattan, New York City. Thank you for letting me testify today. I'm here today to urge the Council and Administration to not approve the proposed 2.5% provider flexible funding cut to DHS and HRA contracted programs, and instead include a COLA of 6.5% increase for homeless services staff in the city's FY24 budget. The provider flexible funding plan is anything but. It is a cut in the budget for the vital human services that is already strained to a great extent. Our current budget can just barely meet the needs of the most vulnerable and housing insecure New Yorkers, and a further cut to our budget would undoubtedly leave more of the same New Yorkers without the care and housing that they need. While DSS recommends eliminating vacant positions as a way to meet this cut, it would result in unsustainably high caseloads for remaining program staff, which would negatively impact our clients. Building trust with clients takes time and skill due to their past experiences with trauma, and with the high vacancies and turnover, it becomes impossible to make this connection with the client. Higher caseloads per worker translates to less time to build a relationship with the client, potential lapses in the client's treatment plan of care, and overall prolonging the amount of time to successfully house our houseless population. It also leads to higher worker burnout, which can create a revolving door of staff and in turn lead to distrust in our services amongst the population that we serve. I have not come across one person who has disagreed about the importance of homeless outreach services, yet here I am advocating for the COLA due to my concerns with the rising costs of living in the city. I am currently working a second job and was previously working a third job to help make my financial ends meet. This was proven to be unsustainable as I literally worked myself into sickness doing this. My wage is a government-mandated poverty wage, and the city needs to value my work. We urge the Council to reject the provider flexible funding PEG, which will harm services for our clients, and instead include a 6.5% COLA for homeless services staff. I do this work because it is the first time in my occupational life that I have felt fulfilled with what I do. I put in my utmost effort because it is my passion to see people's lives change for the better and assist in that process. Approving a COLA instead of the cut will attract more like-minded and compassionate workers, which in turn will ensure the efficiency of our programs that serve New Yorkers who are the most in need. Thank you for letting me testify today.
Hi, my name is Alexis Brode, and I'm the medical liaison for the nonprofit Goddard Riverside's Homeless Outreach Program, which provides housing outreach services for unhoused New Yorkers. Thank you, members of the council, for allowing me to testify today. I'm here to urge the council and administration to not approve the proposed 2.5% provider flexible funding cut to DHS and HRA programs and include a COLA of 6.5% for the homeless services staff in the city's budget. The mayor's proposed provider flexible funding is and should be called a cut to crucial human services that unhoused New Yorkers rely on to survive in the streets. We already know that there's an extremely high need for our services within this community, and unfortunately, even our current budgets don't meet those demands. Cutting our budget even further will leave more people without the treatment and the housing they need, and thus more New Yorkers sleeping on the street unsheltered. If anything, we need more financial support from our elected officials, which is why we're also here to advocate for the COLA for homeless services staff. My coworkers are among the most empathetic and hardworking individuals I know, but many of them, like my colleague, need second jobs to meet ends meet and end up burning out and searching for other jobs that don't force them to live paycheck to paycheck. Having inconsistent staff creates a massive gap in services because it hinders rapport building with clients, generates more distrust in services, and ultimately creates barriers for people seeking housing. Staff vacancies also cause higher caseloads for providers like myself, meaning less time to spend with each of my clients, less time to work on housing goals and treatment, less time to engage new individuals that would benefit from our services, and again, more New Yorkers on the street. Our caseloads often exceed 40 clients per one case manager due to staff shortages, because as we'll never ever turn anyone away that needs our help, this is still an outlandish amount of individuals for just one case manager to be responsible for. Between getting all my clients to the HRA office, to get food stamps, to their housing interviews for apartments, to the plethora of other services they urgently need, we really don't have time to convince people for this COLA. I care deeply about the well-being of my clients, and supporting this population is one of the most impactful and rewarding experiences, but it's not sustainable for anyone living on city contracted wages that barely cover the cost of living. I urge the council to prioritize homeless services by rejecting the provider flexible funding and approving the COLA to make sure that our programs can continue to keep experienced and compassionate staff to help our fellow New Yorkers. Thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you.
Justice in the human service field. My name is Ruben Argueta. I am a proud DACA recipient and a social worker for Goddard Riverside, a nonprofit settlement house that provides a wide array of human services. I am here alongside my colleagues and members of the community to protest the proposed budget cuts to human services, especially those to DAFTA, the Department for the Aging. We asked instead to include a COLA increase of 6.5% for all human service staff in the city's fiscal year 24 budget. As a social worker, I help older adults address their needs by providing them support to accomplish their goals. It is an intricate work that requires knowledge of systems governing the lives of the underprivileged. Goddard's intervention provides more than a transaction. It builds a rapport with the members of the center and creates a place they can call their own. Goddard cultivates knowledge and promotes inclusivity, an organization as alive as the willful spirit of the individuals who we humbly champion. We provide essential services that during the COVID-19 pandemic kept the city together, despite the flaws we discover in the safety net of benefits. We are the link that connects constituents to the greater community. Goddard and other nonprofits alike partner in providing comprehensive mental health and social services. The proposed budgets will hinder our ability to help those in need. The underfunding of social services deters quality talent from our ranks. Those already employed suffer from burnout due to the demanding nature of the job and the low salary that doesn't justify such a commitment or take into account the delicate nature of our work. Employees don't have a choice but to abandon their posts, upheave their lives, and move somewhere where they feel valued and respected, somewhere that pays a living wage. We can do better together for the people who need our help, for our fellow employees who confront injustice on a day-to-day basis. We deserve to do better for ourselves, so that with our hands we engineer a model society for the world to admire. It is within our power to help those around us. It is within our power, with the help of those around us, to make a difference today as we consider these critical issues impacting the lives of New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Chair Brannon and committee members. My name is Kimberly Blair, and I'm testifying on behalf of the National Alliance on Mental Illness of New York City, or NAMI-NYC, which is the only nonprofit providing direct and extensive support services to family members caring for New Yorkers living with serious mental illness, or SMI. Our org is grateful to see landmark commitments made in the Council's recent mental health roadmap, including the need to invest in support services for families impacted by mental illness. We are here today, though, to ensure that this upcoming budget supports and reinforces many of those commitments set forth by the City Council. Families are the thread across a fractured system and the first line of care for loved ones living with SMI, such as major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia. So when given the proper tools and adequate support, families can intervene and improve mental health outcomes for peers. Academic research of family interventions broadly, and specifically our evidence-based programs, support these claims and all point to the same results. When a family member is involved, emergency room visits and psychiatric hospitalizations decrease, and there is engagement with community-based mental health care services. To reiterate, NAMI NYC is the only nonprofit offering these family support services in New York City. For this reason, our organization is asking the city to make a $250,000 investment in our one-of-a-kind family support programs, all available free of charge to anyone who needs them, including myself, who I am a peer. In addition to this, our written testimony delves into the need for better preventive services, community-based care, and crisis services. There, we also explain the urgency that our city make no further investments towards the premature expansion of the Be Heard program unless the model is revised to meet the requirements outlined by our mental health community in its CCIT proposal. Thank you for your consideration, and we will submit the rest as written.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Janae Billy, and I am here in dual hats, actually supporting Power Play NYC and the Sports Training and Role Models of Success Citywide Girls Initiative, aka STAR CGI. Power Play's mission is to advance the lives of girls through sports, helping them grow physically, emotionally, and academically stronger. We create a continuum of opportunities for girls ages 8 through 18 and utilize structured sports activities to foster critical social-emotional learning skills girls need to succeed in school and life. We build their confidence and resilience, as well as create safe spaces where they can learn from each other and from strong female role models. This has been crucial in helping our girls thrive as they recover from the pandemic. Power Play partners with schools and community-based organizations to conduct sports-based after-school and summer programming emphasizing social-emotional skills, health and wellness, leadership, and college and career readiness. We also serve young people in all 5 boroughs. Power Play also serves as a lead agency for STAR CGI, a collaboration of 10 leading nonprofits across all 5 boroughs and in all 51 city council districts that serve under multiple pillars. We are based in the sports, the arts, leadership, literacy, and the advocacy space. Our organizations, we come together and we advocate for over 500,000 girls and gender-expansive youth from systemically underserved communities, supporting their growth emotionally, academically, and physically. Here's STAR CGI by the numbers. We are 10 partner organizations. We will be celebrating our 10-year anniversary next year, led by 10 strong, fierce women leaders. Over the course of our coalition, we have raised $12 million, and like I said, we have served over 500,000 girls and gender-expansive youth. We respectfully seek the support of the Council for the restoration of the $1.5 million funded in FY24, of which Power Play receives $550,000. I will submit my written testimony that will further delve into it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chair Brennan and members of the Council, for allowing New York Junior Tennis and Learning, legally incorporated as NYJTL, to testify today. For over 50 years, NYJTL, with the Council as a partner, has been a driving force in New York City for the youth to play tennis in communities, reaching over 85,000 children annually. Last year, we were in all 5 boroughs throughout the city. Currently, we are funded under the Council's Physical Education and Fitness Initiative. NYJTL provides, as I said, tennis. We also have educational programs, and we do character development for all the youth throughout the city of New York. Our programs, because of the Council, are free citywide to anybody who wants them. We are extremely grateful to the Council for its support throughout the years for both our mission and our programming. This year, we are seeking $1 million in citywide funding, an increase of $200,000. If allocated, it would be our first increase in over 15 years. During these past 15 years ago, minimum wage was $7.25. Costs have doubled, costs have tripled. $1 today buys 73 cents of what it did back then. Given the years of rising costs, as well as the impact of inflation and a pandemic on the economy, it's been becoming increasingly challenging for us to continue to provide our programming. It is our belief that talent is universal, but opportunity is not. That is why the funding is so vital for what we do. The overwhelming majority of our young people served by our free tenants throughout the city are Black, Latino, and Asian. Please, in our written testimony, which I've submitted, we have a pie chart which will break it down and it'll show you the even breakdown of how it goes. One last comment I'd like to make, that during the pandemic, we served the youth of the city. We came out with programming during the summer of 2020. That year, we brought the kids out for the physical education. We now need the help of the City Council and continued funding in fiscal year 2024. The budget is crucial to our vision. With your support, we can continue to change the lives of thousands of kids throughout the city. Thank you all for your time and your patience.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Just pay.
Thank you. We'll now call the next remote panel. Kevin Jones, Tanya Douglas, Sarah Jackson, Andrew Diskin, Sean Deborah Carica, Lisa Jones, and Pete Graves. We'll begin with Kevin Jones.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and members of the City Council Committee on Finance. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Kevin Jones. I'm the Associate State Director for Advocacy at AARP New York, which represents 750,000 members across the 5 boroughs. The city is not prioritizing the basic needs of our ultra adults, and which is New York's fastest growing demographic. New York City's 65 and over population skyrocketed by 36% over the past decade, and 18% of older adults are living in poverty. In spite of this, the mayor is proposing drastic cuts to New York City aging and critical aging services. New York City aging receives less than 1% of the city budget, and the mayor's proposal would cut that even further. There are a lot of competing demands for city funding, but the budget should never be balanced on the backs of our older adult population. We must provide equitable funding to meet the demand for essential aging services. First and foremost, the city must provide funding to combat hunger and food insecurity. The mayor is proposing more than $12 million in cuts to home-delivered meals and older adult care center meal programs at a time when older adults face increased food prices and considerable cuts to SNAP, all while 1 in 10 New Yorkers are experiencing food insecurity. The city must increase food program funding for community-based older adult centers and home-delivered meals to ensure that our older adults are not going hungry. Next, we must increase investment in community-based care and in nonprofits that provide these essential services. The city must fund New York City Aging's home care program and restore funding to clear the case management and home care wait lists. And of course, we won't meet the demands with existing nonprofit worker shortages. It's not unusual for organizations to have 20% or even 50% staffing shortages in programs. That's why we're calling on the city to provide human service workers with a 6.5% cost of living adjustment increase. Older New Yorkers built this city and made it great, and without real investment, we'll leave our older adults behind. The 1.8 million older adults living in New York City deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Tanya Douglas.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Tanya Douglas, and I am the director of the Veterans Justice Project at the Manhattan Program of Legal Services. Legal Services NYC, as many people know, is the largest provider of free civil legal services. Our Veterans Justice Project has been around for almost a decade, and what we do is provide holistic services to veterans, nearly 100,000 people a year. And we help them in a variety of civil matters, such as housing to maintain stability, help them with income maintenance, whether it's getting VA benefits, Social Security benefits, and a variety of other family and consumer law matters. We appreciate this invitation to testify about the need for increased veteran funding. The COVID pandemic has impacted the veterans community in ways that are unspeakable. Many veterans are part of a self-sufficiency community, and they're not used to asking for help. Our Veterans Justice Project at Legal Services allows low-income veterans to get culturally competent services, so people who are aware of what it means to work with veterans and their families so that they can get critical services and maintain their home. With funding from the City Council, we were able to help several hundred veterans, and I must say the couple of hundred veterans that we helped are much more than just the 200 veterans or so, because each veteran has a family. So we maintain their housing, maintain their income, and help them with a variety of other matters. So we are asking that the funding be maintained, if not increased. Our veterans have sacrificed for us in ways that are untold and often don't ask for anything. So what we are able to provide is a one-stop shopping where they can contact us for any variety of civil legal matters. And we work with veterans who are diverse, whether it's gender or race. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Sarah Jackson.
Your time has begun.
Sarah Jackson. Okay, we'll move on to Andrew Diskin.
Good evening, Chair Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Andrew Diskin. I am a caseworker at Urban Pathways, a New York City-based nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider. I've been working in the human service sector for 5 years, though for most of my career, I've worked in the business sector in New York City. Truthfully, I've made significantly more money in the business world than I do make now. But in that era of my life, I was unfulfilled and misusing substances and alcohol to cope with the discontent. My life changed in 2012 as I became a sober man. I now have more purpose and more clarity in my life. As a case manager, I'm advocating for people who can't always advocate for themselves. Many of my clients struggle with substance use disorder, just like I used to. Now, when I wake up on Saturday morning, I think about the positive impact I have had on someone else's life from the week prior. The problem is that human service workers are not sufficiently valued for the work we do every day. I see how insufficient wages drive turnovers and vacancies in my own program and across the sector. It often takes 3 to 6 months or longer to build a therapeutic relationship and trust with a client. So what happens when a client has 5 or more case managers in 1 year? It's a huge barrier for success, and the client's service suffers. Urban Pathways, like so many other nonprofits, is funded by city contracts, and these contracts set the salaries for human service workers. A 6.5% COLA would raise the salaries of contracted human service workers to better align with inflation and allow us to support ourselves as we support New Yorkers in your districts. I implore the committee to include $200 million or 6.5% COLA in the final fiscal 2024 budget as a step towards human service workers like myself being justly paid for our work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and your continued support of the human service sector.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Sean Deborah Karika.
Time will begin.
Sean, your audio is not coming through. Yeah, you're off mute, but we still can't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay, while we deal with difficulties, we'll move on to Lisa Jones.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Jones, and I work as a case manager at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider. I've been working in the human service sector for around 7 years. I work with the clients in supportive housing who are formerly homeless and live with a serious mental illness. I am proud of the work I do to help people make strides in getting their lives back on track. But even before that, I dedicated much of my time to help others. For me, social work is a calling. I finished my bachelor's in social work in 2020, and now I would like to pursue a master's in social work to continue elevating my skills and better serving my clients. The problem is that human service workers are not sufficiently valued for the work we do every day. Prior to working at Urban Pathways, I was working as a case manager and a direct specialist provider in a shelter. But for over a year, even while I was working at a shelter, I could not afford an apartment. And so I was living in a shelter myself. In fact, it was only last month that I was able to move into my apartment with the help of city staff. But while I'm excited that I was able to get my own apartment, I'm worried about keeping my apartment with the increased cost of living. Prices keep rising and wages aren't rising at the same rate. It's ironic. Every day, I work with people who have experienced homelessness and are trying to get back on their feet. But at the same time, I have to worry about being knocked off mine. Nonprofit, like so many, is funded by city contracts, and these contracts set salaries for myself and my colleagues. A 6.5% COLA would raise the salaries of city contracted human service workers to begin to better align with inflation and allow us to better support ourselves as we support New Yorkers in your districts. I employ the committee to include $200 million.
Your time has expired.
Or a 6% COLA in the final fiscal year of 2024 budget as a step towards human service workers like me being justly paid for our work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support of the human service sector.
Thank you. We'll try Sean Deborah Karika again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and members of the committee. My name is Deborah Karika, and I'm an administrative assistant working at Urban Pathways. As a human services worker, I provide essential services by working with clients in a supportive housing. Many of those I work with are formerly homeless and or have serious mental illness. I am proud of the work that I do every day to help people make strides in getting their lives back on track. I've been working in the human services sector for several years. The job we do is hard and important. The people we serve often deal with difficulties that we may or may not know, which may reflect in behaviors that are challenging to deal with. Regardless, they are all human beings just like you and me, and there is a need to be compassionate and lead with empathy. But this work is not easy. A high turnover rate and a high vacancy rate due to insufficient wages makes this work harder. That has an impact on the equality of the services that we can provide our clients. My nonprofit, like so many, is funded by city contracts, and those contracts have set the salaries for myself and my colleagues. A 6.5% COLA would raise the salaries of city contracted human services workers to better align with inflation and allow us to better support ourselves as we support New Yorkers in our districts. Why does the government undervalue human service workers? While deemed essential during the pandemic, the city continues to leave us behind. In a field that is overwhelmingly staffed by women and people of color, we make on an average $20,000 less than a public sector employee. This exacerbates racial inequity and gender pay disparities. I implore the committee to include a 6.5% COLA in the final fiscal year 2024 budget as a step towards human services workers like me being justly paid for our work. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support of the human services sector.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Pete Graves.
Hello, Chairman Brannon and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Pete Graves, and I'm a human services worker here in New York City, working at University Settlement, where I'm the education supervisor at the Adult Literacy Program. As a human services worker, I, along with my colleagues, provide essential services in our community and support a growing immigrant population as they look to better their own lives and the lives of their families here in New York City. Our adult literacy program helps people find jobs, better their English language skills, connect to services and programs all over the city, and much more. Even though human services providers help connect New Yorkers to life-saving resources, employees at human services agencies receive low wages that barely cover the cost of living. Our work is necessary to New York's economy and safety, and we deserve to be paid fairly under city contracts. A 6.5% cost of living adjustment would raise the wages of city contracted human services workers to better align with inflation and allow us to better support ourselves as we support New Yorkers in your districts. Because of low wages, it is difficult for community-based organizations to attract and retain qualified employees. Many potential employees refuse offers, and people who do accept offers are often forced to look for new jobs outside of our organization shortly after they start because they cannot afford to provide for themselves and their families with wages as they stand today. Considering the New York City Rent Guidelines Board has tentatively approved a 7% rent hike for 2-year leases, it's no real surprise people need to look for work that pays better. Some employees, because they are driven by our mission, will take on second jobs just to try to stay with us, which they should not have to do. But in the end, inevitably, against rising costs and rents, many of these employees will seek employment elsewhere out of necessity. Along with those employees goes a wealth of experience and institutional knowledge. It's demoralizing to see good, qualified people leave again and again because they simply cannot afford to stay. It's not good for employees, and it's certainly not good for the communities we serve. A COLA is vital to retaining these employees so that we can serve our communities as best as we possibly can. Please support government contracted human services workers by ensuring that human services 6.5% COLA is included in the upcoming budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now bring up the next in-person panel from Chinese American Planning Council, Faris Al-Bakidi, Jeff Lau, Mary Cheng, Nicholas Lombardo, Robert Calabretta, Catherine Chambers, Vanita Yogeshwar, and Walter Logan.
Appreciate you guys sticking it out.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Justin Brannon and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mary Cheng, CPC's Director of Childhood Development Services. I am a proud result of CPC service, and I have been working with CPC now for 21 years this year. Ugh. long time. So I understand firsthand how CPC's FCC, early childhood, school-age centers, and Promise NYC are critical safety nets for nearly 2,000 children of working class, AAPI, and immigrant families throughout New York City. Today, I am testifying on the detrimental impact that Mayor Adams' proposed budget cut of $1 billion to the DOE and $38 million cut to DYCD would have on our community and our city. CPC's program, like many across New York City, are contracted providers by the city to support DOE and funding, and we are concerned about any significant cut to the DOE that will land on our doorstep as community providers. There is currently a growing mental health epidemic. According to the Centers of Disease and Prevention, CDC, stated that over the last 10 years leading up to the pandemic, feelings of persistent sadness and hopelessness, as well as suicidal thoughts and behaviors increased by about 40% among young people. The COVID-19 pandemic has been detrimental to the children's mental health, which affects their academic performance and long-term development. The disruption of any in-person learning and prolonged isolation has increased the students' stress and anxiety. Fourth graders in CPC's program are asking questions like, what if it stays like this forever? What if my parents die? What if we don't have any money? Why? Why do I need to? Why? Since nothing will change. And they break down in tears from sadness and hopelessness weigh heavily on the minds of the students, leaving them unmotivated and unable to focus in the classroom. Additionally, students carry their family's pain and loss while managing their own developmental changes and hormonal and physical changes. How do they manage these complex emotions that they are feeling? What outlets do they have? What programs in the city can support them? We combat this by investing more, not cutting, DYCD enrichment programs, summarizing Birth to 5 programs, and Promise NYC. These programs are our city's safety nets to ensuring we invest in all our children and to support in the healing that our community, for our community's well-being. The system that we've recently testified is imperfect, and we face administrative and operational issues. These challenges are hard and have led to operational issues that have system-wide impacts. And in recent months, we've been working with the DOE and city partners to move the needle towards repayments and enrollments. A cut this significant of 1.32 would ultimately gut the works and cause irreparable harm to an already depleted and struggling system. So we are asking for the city to not cut, but restore and invest more, not less, to fix the system, especially ultimately to support the true heart of the programs, our staff. Our staff who are contracted to serve the city of New York under the same capacity as DOE, educate them in the same curriculum, credentials, assessments, and requirements, and additionally our staff who must be culturally and linguistically competent to best reflect our community. We are hoping that you will ensure, and we call for the committee to ensure adequate investments towards DYCD, Birth to 5 contracts, and Promise NYC for all our children's mental well-being, and additionally support equitable investments toward pay parity and the Just Pay campaign. Thank you for your time.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Chair Brennan and the Committee on Finance for this opportunity to testify. Before I begin, I do want to just shout out my colleagues who weren't able to stay. They did have to take care of some programmatic responsibilities, but I did want to, as Chinese American Planning Council, as you know, we are the largest Asian American social services organization in the country. Last year, we served about 280,000 people at 35 sites throughout the city. And I definitely want to just shout out the programs that we wanted to also lift up today, which included funding senior services at $6.7 million to ensure aging populations can live a dignified life. I would like to shout out the program Project Reach, which does great work in ensuring that we take care of our homeless and LGBTQ youth throughout the city. I want to say that we also stand in solidarity with our colleagues who are asking for a 6.5% increase in COLA for all social service workers, nonprofit workers. And I'll begin with my testimony. My name is Jeff Lau. I'm the Program Director of the Adult Literacy Program at the Chinese American Planning Council, and today I'm here to urge the city to keep our programs whole without cuts. Adult literacy programs do provide critically needed services to immigrants across the city. Our adult literacy program provides free ESL classes and citizenship test prep classes. We build to strengthen communities and serve as a conduit for learning about other critically needed services such as childcare, senior care, legal services, insurance, housing, college access, food assistance, workforce programs, and more. At a time when immigrant services are needed more than ever, we are faced with extreme cuts by the executive budget at a time when vulnerable communities are just rebuilding out of COVID-19, when thousands of asylum seekers are coming to the city, looking at the city as a sanctuary for a better life, and when our communities our community members are learning to defend against rising hate crimes, we honestly can't afford the cuts that were proposed at the executive budget. I'll cut it a little short, sorry. We call on the city to increase the per student investment from $950 to $2,700 to be consistent with the New York City Coalition for Adult Literacy's response to the DYCD literacy concept paper. We also call on the city to restore the $4.4 million City Council discretionary adult literacy initiative, and we also would like the city to continue the pilot initiative with $5 million under a new title of the Adult Literacy Program Enhancement. CPC was a recipient of the pilot initiative, and it has shown great results to show that if you even partially fully fund an adult literacy program, you can do really great work. And we would like to see that continue. We believe our communities are strongest when all of our voices are heard and represented, and supporting adult literacy classes is critical to continue this effort. I thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Brennan and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Faris Abokati, and I'm here today representing the Chinese American Planning Council, CPC. Like my colleague Mary, I am also a product of CPC as I began my journey with the company back in my senior year of high school. I'm here to testify against the proposed budget cuts that would have detrimental effects on the well-being and livelihoods of the AAPI community and other underserved communities in our city. It is crucial to recognize the importance of maintaining and supporting the programs and services that are lifelines for our communities. I am currently a family development coach at working under the Neighborhood Development Area Program funded by DYCD and work closely with high school students on a daily basis. We provide academic, college, career, and life skills workshops that would enrich and empower them for a lifetime. So I want to tell you about one of my participants who I worked closely with the past year. She saw us tabling in the cafeteria of New Utrecht High School, where I'm based at, and she decided to, after hearing about the program, she decided to give the program a shot. Before she joined the program, she didn't believe that she could apply and even get into college. It wasn't an option for her. But after working closely with her by providing her the resources that she needs, assistance with college applications, assistance with filling out her financial aid, and one-on-one counseling, and also from the funding that we have with DYCD for the NDA program, we were able to take her to college tours of different SUNYs and CUNY colleges. And I'm happy to say that she has been admitted to go to one of the great schools located in New York City, SUNY FIT, Fashion Institute of Technology, which was her dream school. It was her top choice. So I'm very happy and proud of that accomplishment, for her. And even after, she's a senior now, she's going to attend next fall, and she reached out to me and my team thanking us, saying that, hey, even if after I've graduated and I'm not a part of CPC, can I come back and speak to the other students and be a part of the events? And of course, that we welcome her to do that, because what we give into the community comes back around and it paves the way for future participants in our program, right? So what you invest in the community will come back and bless, future participants. Also, the time went up, but I do want to do my quick asks. For the FY24 budget, I believe the city must reverse a $38.8 million PEG for DYCD contracted programming, support a prevailing wage schedule for human services workers that through the passing of Introduction 510 Stevens, include a 6.5% COLA for human services workers and including workers paid through all DYCE contracted programs. And also, just a quick shout out, I didn't speak about Compass directly, but Compass is also a great school that's, a great program run by DYCD that we, CPC, worked closely with. We need to increase the cost per participant rate to set a wage floor of $21 per hour for workers so that providers can offer a more competitive wage to combat recruitment challenges. These are very important, these asks are very important for us to be able to succeed in our programming and providing to the community. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, CPC. Love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
The union. You got it, you want me to do it? I got it. Okay. Next, we'll hear from New York City Council ALE, Dan Krupp, Matt Malloy, Venori, Ron Waweri. I know I pronounced that incorrectly. Please forgive me. You may begin.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Brannon, Council Members Nurse, Stevens, Wan, Osei, Hudson, Krishnan. Good evening. Pleasure to be here. My name is Dan Krupp, and I'm the president of the Association of Legislative Employees, or ALE, which is the staff union at the New York City Council. ALE is proud to be the largest union of legislative workers in the country. In my day-to-day role as a council financial analyst, I'm behind the scenes of a hearing, not testifying. But today is different. I'm here as the leader of our union, which is some 400 New Yorkers strong, and our bargaining committee. It's been over 1 year since ALE first sat down with management to negotiate. We said we wanted to work with the council to write a fair first contract, worthy of the staff who dedicate our livelihoods to public service and our communities. Staff have been deliberate in building our proposals. Our union, formed in 2019 and recognized in 2021, democratically decided on every one of them with an extensive survey, outreach process, and membership engagement. Collectively, we called on the council to lead from the front and become a living wage employer. The City Council is an institution that prides itself on progressive values. What better way to put progressive values into action than by paying your own staff fairly? Currently, it's not uncommon for full-time staff to earn in the $30,000 to $40,000 range. 45% of council member aides earn under 45% of council member aides make under $55,000, which is the median salary. While living wages in New York City vary from $93,426 for a single parent to $134,000 if you consider what it takes to afford the average New York apartment, staff decided to aim for $75,000 as a reasonable wage floor, given that we'd never have one before. However, council management has responded to our salary proposal with a floor of $44,000. Such low wages as these, plus long unpaid overtime hours, which Vinery will talk about more, would continue to drive systemic turnover. In her State of the City address, the speaker called for creating living wage jobs through collaboration between the city and the state. We believe the council can also create decent paying jobs. Like the city's budget, the council's budget is too a statement of values. In 2022, there were 40 executives at the council who earned more than you all do as council members. Those 40 council staff executives took home a total of $7.4 million. Based on the union's analysis, our $75,000 wage floor costs less. The fiscal 2024 council budget totals $100 million. We can do this. We can become a living wage employer at the City Council. And ALE is proud to be joined in this fight by 19 unions and labor coalitions that we announced today have our backs, and we have theirs. And that includes the New York City Central Labor Council, which represents over 1.3 million New Yorkers, workers across New York who are standing in solidarity with us and us with them. We believe that respect on the job and a living wage are possible, and hope the council will be a partner towards achieving that vision. Thanks for providing the opportunity to testify, and after you hear from my coworkers, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks so much for your time.
Hi, good evening, Chair Brannon and all the council members here. My name is Vinari Ranawira, and I'm the Vice President of ALE, the Union for New York City Council Staffers. I have been a council member aide for almost 4 years now and have worked in 2 council member offices. I'm here to tell you about how ALE is pushing for a union contract that uplifts council staff. As you know well, council staffers do invaluable work. We support thousands of constituents, many of whom are in dire situations. We actively engage our communities and address their concerns. We help pass critical legislation and allocate our council members' budgets to essential services. Unfortunately, council staffers are also some of the lowest paid public sector workers and don't receive overtime like other city workers do. Over 120 council member aides earn under $55,000 a year. I was personally paid just $45,000 for the first 2 years of my career at the council. Those are poverty wages and don't allow for the workers who serve our city to be able to live in it. Housing, childcare, medical, food, and other costs are skyrocketing, and it is impossible to keep up with them with these low salaries. Staffers often need other jobs to supplement their income just to meet their basic needs. This quickly leads to burnout, and many are forced to leave, preventing retention of institutional knowledge and leading to extraordinary rates of turnover. This also pushes experienced people out of the council to comparable jobs in other city agencies and the private sector, which offer competitive, livable salaries. It's no surprise the state comptroller found that the council had 5.8 times the vacancy rate as the average city agency did between FY2012 and FY2020. And in FY2022, the council had an almost 14% vacancy rate. This is a staffing crisis. With current wages, it will be very hard to fill positions in any permanent way, causing a serious drain on council members' abilities to serve their districts. According to ALE staff survey, people on average work almost 47 hours per week. That's a third more hours than we're paid for, or 600 additional hours a year. If staffers were compensated for the hours they actually worked, they would be paid over $70,000 a year on average. People work at the council because they're passionate about empowering their communities, but that passion can only drive them for so long. They also need a living wage of at least $75,000 a year. They need overtime compensation similar to what thousands of DC 37 workers already receive, and additional pay for providing services in languages other than English. This will allow them to sustainably do the work to keep the city running. The council sets its own budget and has the money to do this, and as council members often say, a budget is a statement of values. The council unfortunately hasn't shown that their staff's time and work is valued. Overwork without overtime, unlivable salaries, and staggering turnover rates set staffers up for failure and end in worse outcomes for constituents. The council should lead from the front in supporting fair pay and labor rights, especially for its own workers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on these issues.
Hello, and thank you very much to Chair Brannon and all the council members. In particular, Chairman Brennan is my council member. Bay Ridge is very proud of you. When I look into the crowd here, I can't help but immediately think of all the staff members who work in your offices, who are so proud to work for you, who we work with every day. Chanel in Krishnan's office, Councilmember Krishnan, excuse me, Andrew in Councilmember Hudson's office, Tony in Councilmember Brannon's office, Arlene in Councilmember Williams' office, Whitney in Councilmember Williams' office, Arlene in Councilmember Osei's, Dom and Councilmember Nurse's. I could go on, but I just, when I look at you, I can't help but think of them. My name is Matthew Malloy. I'm a scheduler in Councilmember Gennaro's office. I am also our union stewards representative to the executive board. In my capacity, I am on the front line of handling grievance issues and workplace issues and a resource for stewards who are in offices. Our workers have advocated clearly that we must bring an end to our at-will employment status. What we are seeking is similar to the protections that the council passed for fast food workers in 2020. And today I'd like to speak briefly about two recent grievances that were reported to the council. Recently, a new staffer, a gay man, disclosed their sexual orientation. They were immediately warned that they should not let their council member find out, as the member does not approve of same-sex relationships. A few days later, the council worker was terminated immediately. After being terminated, the worker reported their complaint to EEO, and all of this is on file. It's not an anonymous report. The staffer is named and the council member is named. That worker made that report on April 4th. It is now the middle of May, and that matter has not been resolved. And as far as we know, that council member has received no formal reprimand. Another staff member was warned in another office that their council member did not approve of the union and was discouraged from joining. Eventually, they became a union member and their office's shop steward. Shortly after, their day-to-day responsibilities began being delegated elsewhere. They created a complaint. That complaint went to OGC. It was considering retaliation based on their union involvement. This complaint was investigated. OGC found no cause. A few weeks later, on May 17th, that union worker was fired. They created the complaint on April 26th. In both of these instances, the stated reason for these firings was your services are no longer needed. We are at-will employees. The council does not have to provide justification for firing a staff member. We've received numerous reports that are similar. Reports of workers being asked to perform political activity while on the job, being asked to come into the office after testing positive for COVID, being asked to retrieve items from an office that's under an active construction site, being stalked and harassed by constituents, and even having their wages being temporarily cut as a form of discipline. If I wanted to emphasize one thing here today, it is that all too often our workers face retaliation for doing the right thing, the thing we are instructed to do, and reporting the activity. And this is the reason why we are advocating so strongly for our at-will status as workers to come to an end and for us to have a clear disciplinary process. And just that overall, it is so important that our council members do not take a hands-off approach to this negotiation. Oftentimes when we canvassed members a few weeks ago, we felt that a lot of folks didn't necessarily know the current state of negotiations. We are happy to talk with folks. We are happy to meet with folks, update you if you're not getting updates, but we need our council members to get involved. This negotiation is going to impact you for the rest of your terms here. It's going to impact your staff. And thank you very much for allowing us here. Thank you again to Chair Brannon, and thank you very much.
Okay, we have questions from council members Nurse, followed by Osei.
Hey, well, first of all, thank you all for coming and testifying here. I don't know if it was easy for you, but we appreciate it. So a couple things. I mean, one, I'm a little embarrassed that $44,000 was the offer that came back, and I'll probably get in trouble. I don't know if I'll get in trouble, but for saying that, but that's embarrassing. And I think many of us would support that. I think we need help being able to pay you all better. You know, we need the package, you know this, we need the package to be bigger so that we can actually pay people to meet the demand of the needs and to keep and retain people. There are a lot of good folks who get better offers and we can't compete. And in terms of these kinds of retaliations, I mean, maybe you could outline or elaborate a little bit more on what seems to not be moving, and if there's better mechanisms for you all to alert people. I didn't know about this, and maybe I'm just not looking in the right direction. I mean, I know there's certain accounts where things are shared, but it would be helpful, I think, if you could elaborate what are some of the bottlenecks and what type of communication that could better alert people to these kinds of issues.
So I think I'll start. As far as the grievances and the retaliation, specifically today, you know, we have all sorts of stuff that folks reach out to us about. And sometimes they just want to talk informally. A lot of times, issues we face in the offices, we internally organize. We try to solve the situation before going through an official process. Everything I've talked about today has been reported in an official capacity to the council, because I felt it was important to speak about things that are on record so we can reflect what the response was. I also chose to use our most recent examples, so 2 things that happened in April. What we're talking about here specifically is really the EEO process. And I think, you know, one of the greatest problems we have is that a lot of times we will get on the back end from them this statement that I read here, which is that their services were no longer needed. And that is really the only legal obligation the council currently has. So in our estimation, while like, yes, there may be some things we can do in the short term in terms of comms, right? Speaking about this publicly, that's obviously very dependent on the impacted worker who usually would like to work somewhere else at the council and maybe might be a little bit nervous about, you know, tweeting about this. They've already been very brave. They've gone on the record with their naming, you know, their council member or their supervisor, whoever it is, and they've gone on record, which is already a very brave step. So I think in our estimation, the number one thing we need is in these negotiations, we need some help getting over the finish line on council workers not being classified as at-will employees and having a very clear disciplinary process with steps that would really just have parity with DC 37, parity with legislation the council recently passed for fast food workers. It's, you know, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. It's something that we can take off the shelf. And as terms of if there's an interest from specific council members and ad hoc organizing in the meantime, when these egregious cases come through, that's certainly something we can talk about. But any sort of public pressure, that's always going to start, just like anything with our union, it's going to start with the impacted member and what they're comfortable with.
Okay, thank you very much. And just let us know what we can do to be helpful. There are those of us who do support organized labor everywhere. It should be, you know, it should be able to exist. So. We don't always try to meddle because we know that it's still emerging. But if there are ways we can help, please let us know.
Councilmember Osei.
Yeah, thank you all for testifying this evening, and you know, to everyone that's here for waiting as long as you've waited to speak to us. I'm in support of the union. I love my staff. Every single person that's been with me since day one is still in my office, so I think they love me too. I will say that it's real. I think they do. I think they do. You know, I think it's really important for us as members, and I know you guys were doing some canvassing last week, to know some of the things that you were talking about, and most especially when it comes to specifics. And I know that anything that's publicized or you know, put out through comms is definitely going to impact that specific worker. But whoever that council member is who's treating their staff like that is a disgusting person. And I think that it's important to highlight, you know, not only, you know, for us and for the union, but I don't think someone should be in government if they're treating people like that in the first place. In addition to that, continue letting us know how we could amplify in certain ways, and I don't know if you can do that through the union steward. So Arlene in my office, I mean, if she's, I don't know, like, I'm still kind of confused at like the amount of communication that I can have with her about, union purpose things. But if you let her know and have her be the middle person and me advocating for something like the things that you were talking about, please let me know how to proceed on that. I think, a lot of us who are, new in managerial roles who are in support of a union don't want to like overstep in some ways and do something wrong. So some more guidance maybe through some of those folks within our office who are part of that union would be helpful. At least in my office, I'll speak for myself. I'm not a union buster.
Councilman, would you like me to reply to that? Yeah,
I said a lot, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Just briefly in response, we appreciate the support, and we do have to say that so many council members, not just this year, but right over the past 4 years, that we've concretely been building ALE as the representative of the majority of the workforce here. We've really appreciated the support of the council members and the collaboration that at times we've been able to have with the Speaker's office. But right now we are at a choice point, and I think the numbers really tell the story. For over 7 months, the Speaker's office had that demand knowing that we were shooting for 75,000, and to come back with 44, I think really tells a story about the gap that's still there. And so we are going to be asking for your support to help move that conversation along. And we were, of course, back in 2021, ultimately, council members voted to give the Speaker the authority to, first of all, at that time, Speaker Johnson, to recognize us, which was successful, obviously. That's why we're here as the union. We really think that the council members are integral to this, because as we know, as you know, this is an institution. And I think that's part of what's so important about this contract, just to add to what Matt was saying. The contract should be strong on both the economics and the non-economics, because we're setting the standard at the City Council, which is an institution of government that will be here for a long time ahead, and it's never had a contract before. It's never had a union in-house. So we have over 30 years of overdue maintenance on living standards, and that's why that starting salary, which is just really one part of an overall economic package that includes some parity with DC 37's pattern on overtime, that includes a multilingual bonus for staff who serve constituents in languages other than English, that includes an experience bonus. We want all of these things to be part of the conversation on the table. And so your support, making sure that we're in conversation with you, that you understand what we're looking for, it really will close that gap that Vinery was talking about in terms of the turnover that hurts this institution. So let's use this budget as a statement of our values, your values actually, as council members. You'll be the ones taking the vote on this budget, none of the staff, you will. So I think the fiscal 2024 budget should be the statement of the council's values towards its staff. So if you think we deserve to live in the communities that we serve, you'll be supporting us, and we'll be there to thank you. So thanks so much for your time.
Okay, we still have questions from Councilmember Stevens, followed by Williams.
Hi, good evening. First, I would like to say thank you guys for being here. And obviously, for me, the treatment of staff is always really important, especially coming from working in service for 20 years and not being unionized and understanding how that sometimes is challenging. But my question is, this is a real logistical question just around thinking about, because I know you guys mentioned like DC 37 and those things, where this job is very different than that, especially like working for a council member. If you guys do something, we get blamed for it or whatever. Like no one cares about those things. So what does that look like really in real time, and really getting a clear explanation of what it looks like if it's not at will and there is a discipline process and all those things. I would love to just hear what that looks like on the record around like what that process would look like. Because to me, that's really important because I come from service and I worked there for so long and now I'm here, the conversation it looks different than it did before. So, talk to me a little bit about that.
I'm happy to start and then pass it over to Matt or Vinery. I think the question of how do you create a grievance policy that's fair for staff is an important one. And this is an area that I would highlight. We're working with council management. We've gotten some counters that, we're working with. What's missing, though, is the piece that I think is really important is progressive discipline, which means that written in the contract is somewhere where if you're tardy the first time, if someone finds out that you're whatever it might be, let's go with tardy for the first time, that you can't suddenly be jumped to being terminated, in which case the union would only have retroactive or reactive recourse to go through a process which takes our limited time, our resources, potentially all the way through to arbitration to restore people's jobs. So what we're looking for is to be proactive, which means real rules of the road. And the council union has always been about creating standards where there are none and making those standards ones that are really robust and fair. And so, if I had to boil everything down that we're talking about, it's about living wages and fair treatment for council staff. And Matt, maybe he's been working a lot on the grievance piece of this as our chief steward. I don't know if you want to add in on that. I'm really conscious of the other testifiers as well.
Yeah, I think just what I would add to your question is obviously we're on record in what we've proposed to the Speaker's Office and OLR, and I'm very confident we can get you that entire document shortly. I was trying to scramble to see if I could get it very quickly, but I think
I'm sure you know where to find me.
Yeah, exactly. But I think as Dan sort of outlined, I think it really is almost essentially a copy and paste of what DC 37 has, and that really just entails a verbal warning, a set amount of time, a written warning, a set amount of time. And it sort of follows a ladder.
I just want to jump in. So is that not happening now? Because maybe that's why I'm baffled.
Sure, right.
Because that's the kind of the thing I'm trying to get at. So those things are not happening currently, and folks are just jumping straight to termination in some instances. And I'm asking this because sincerely, I know how my offices run. I don't know how other folks' offices run, which is why I'm asking the questions.
And I think that hits on a key theme that we have brought to the bargaining table, that we have heard from our members, is that currently, and it's a really unique part of our job as working for elected officials, we like to refer to this as it's almost as if we're all on 51 separate islands. And there's different rules, and there's different expectations, and yes, there are tons of offices who would never just fire someone. They would have some sort of independent process that they've all agreed to, and it works. But there's no such requirement. Quite literally, you have to obviously go through the formal process of engaging with HR, and there's obviously some steps in terms of the paperwork. But we are at-will employees. And if the council member deems that our services are no longer needed, that is justification enough. And, as I, showed in just 2 examples, we have many others, sometimes it's very reasonable to suspect retaliation, whether, for union involvement or on a protected category like sex, sexual orientation, or race. And that's part of the reason why we're emphasizing this so much today. But yes, there are definitely currently offices where people are abruptly terminated and are just, the reason is your services are no longer needed.
Well, thank you guys for showing up here today and leading with courage. Especially, we know, especially when you're the first ones to do sometimes, it's really hard and it's scary, and you guys are leading with courage and leading with knowledge, and so we do appreciate that. And, we look forward to continue to pushing this forward. As you know, this council is a council who does believe in unions, and we want to be supportive and just trying to get to some of the nitty-gritty, but we'll definitely continue this conversation. So thank you.
Yeah, I had similar questions, and also was just interested in the nitty gritty, what are you actually asking for? I think I did see some type of one-pager that kind of listed out the different demands that you guys had, and so I don't even want to comment on them. I would just rather see them because some of the things that I saw and even some of the things that were listed in the testimony. I would love to further explore what those look like because, and this is coming from a person who prior to this, all I've done is work for elected officials, and so I know firsthand how abusive the environment can be and how fluid it is for people to sort of make their own rules, and not a lot of recourse for individuals who are working for elected officials in a political environment. But taking that into consideration, it still is a political environment, and like different types of industries that have certain types of norms, I do think, unfortunately, this environment is abusive to elected officials as well. I'm on the record saying that. And so by extension of us, I'm just interested in how all of that gets taken into consideration given the type of environment. Like I feel like we're on call all the time, and we have to create our own boundaries, and we have to, tell ourselves, turn the phone off. But again, that's like a reflection of what we have to be responsive to, and our offices are also responsive to emergencies. A fire could happen, someone gets shot. I mean, so many different things. So I was just equally interested in the micro nitty-gritty of like, what specifically are you asking for? What makes sense? I think I saw something around predictable scheduling, which I think can happen, but needs to happen with levels of flexibility, because it's not like McDonald's or Macy's where you kind of know it's a set amount of work. You have to be there at a specific time. So I just really interested in the nitty gritty, and also want to thank you all for coming and say firsthand, I know how abusive the environment can be and why it is important to have representation. Thank you. It is abusive.
Thanks, Councilmember Williams. It's very powerful to hear you say, as someone who's worked in politics for many years, that it is an area that unfortunately has a lot of abuse. And that's part of what we put forward as a union, was that we wanted to see not just reactive measures like EEO for a small subset of cases that are about discrimination on a protected category or harassment, but bullying. Bullying is very difficult currently under the existing council policy to substantiate. And we put forward proposals many, many months ago to beef up the ability of the council by establishing an Office of Conflict Resolution, which is a similar proposal to what was put forward out of a working group that the union at Columbia and management there devised, to put proactive measures in place so that you could have, for example, coaching for managers who are not particularly adroit at managing their staff, so that you could have restorative justice for issues that arise in the office, to have some sort of mediation there. Not everything has to be a legal matter between this party said this and this party said that, and only one of them can be right. In fact, that's a very old model of thinking. We wouldn't talk to many of the agencies, for example, doing criminal justice work or work with our youth, and say those are the only options, is that you cast them aside and they're no longer allowed, or they haven't done anything wrong at all. We need proactive ways of getting to grips with the bullying culture in politics, and the council union wants to be a part of moving that conversation forward. It will impact our co-workers in Albany or in Washington, D.C., who are also very admirably, I must say, organizing new unions. Just in terms of very quickly, I mean, we'll definitely get you the one-pager about some of our demands, but on the flexibility piece, I think it's really important. What we took from DC 37's contract and modeled our own overtime proposal on had options for both involuntary overtime, where you raise your hand and say, I'd like to take that backpack giveaway this weekend, or involuntary overtime, where the member says, you have to show up because there was a fire in that building and and one of the tenants needs you now. We have provisions that we put forward. Unfortunately, the response that we got was, there's no circumstance that the council management thought that we would earn paid overtime. That's just very unusual when you look at other city workers, that there's no circumstance where you're mandated to show up on a weekend and a holiday and you don't get a dime, right? So we're willing to talk about, a range of things. What's the budget? What's affordable? What's parity? We're not asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars. We're asking for what other public servants get, so we can tamp down the brain drain that unfortunately has impacted this institution historically for decades, and make this institution all it can be, and really defend and protect and respect the staff who work here, who are unionized workers, just like so many other hundreds of thousands of workers throughout the city and millions throughout the metro area. So we're flexible about some of the means, but some of the principles I think we're still quite far away right now in our negotiations on. We'd like to have your support as we try to get closer.
Thank you. You mentioned DC 37. I remember speaking to one of the presidents of a local, and he talks about how he goes really hard for his members, but then he also says sometimes his members are in the wrong, and he equally will turn to his members and have those type of conversations. And so, again, I have worked for many offices. I have heard lots of horror stories working in Albany, and so I know, again, staff needs protection and should be respected, but how do you also, how will you address things from sort of more of a neutral perspective in terms of looking at all sides? Because I've also heard flip side stories of the opposite happening. So, how would you look into those type of matters, and would you look at those fairly?
Just one comment, and then I'll pass it along. Our proposal for the Office of Conflict Resolution would have independent members as well, but it was rebuffed by management. So I think we're very open to the idea of there being multiple parties helping us move towards a more holistic, more proactive approach to reducing abuse, harassment, and bullying, but we're not really being met at the table on those asks yet.
And I think what I would also add is a few weeks ago, we were able to go to the Central Labor Council offices and have a shop stewards training. And a section of the training regarded on this exact point. Like, listen, it's not as if, immediately upon someone telling you something, it's correct, right? There's always a fact-finding part of that process, and that was something we really, emphasized. I think we really value, evidence, documentation, etc. So I think in that end, currently, even now, where we do not have an arbitration process, we do not have a grievance process, because we need a contract in order to enforce those matters. I would say even right now, ultimately, we do have, a process prior to that, before we maybe, send a complaint to EEO and meet and discuss the matter. I think we always want to make sure that there is some sort of, evidence and something to back up, what the member's talking to us about. So on that end, I think our stewards do a really, really good job of collecting that information and taking the process very seriously, which obviously just gives the union more credibility. I think that's something the union's very aware of, is that if you're going to make a big accusation, you better have, big evidence to go along with it. And I think that's why today, everything I've talked about in terms of our anecdotes, I've made sure that they were examples that are, on file with EEO. These aren't, anonymous complaints, anonymous sources. We can, talk with the EEO office. They have the specific member aid, the specific council member, and all of that is, on file for the record to reflect.
Councilmember Krishnan, followed by Juan.
Well, first, I just want to say to you all, too, thank you so much for having the courage to come forward to testify today in this forum, and much less at this hour, too, and coming forward with very honest accounts and details of all that's been happening and all of your work, too. So it's not easy to do that, and I think we all do appreciate you and your testimony today. I'm particularly appalled by some of the things that I've heard today, in particular the EEO issues and the bullying and other things you've mentioned. So I appreciate you all disclosing these and that they're also documented too, and are things that we can look into further as well. And I would ask you all, we all here, as you can probably see by the questions and comments you've mentioned, are very supportive of your organizing efforts. And I know I've seen you all at 250 Broadway the day you were flyering and lobbying too. And I just ask that you please keep us informed with details as you provided today too, of how things are going, what's happening, how we can be supportive and assist you all in those efforts. In my opinion, this institution should be a model when it comes to worker practices, worker pay, and the work environment that we create. And I appreciate you all helping us, helping this institution get to this place too. But thank you. I think all of us here too. We see the work that you're doing. We see you, and value you, and recognize all of your labor, your sacrifice and efforts. This is by no means easy work, and if it's not easy for us as elected officials, it's even more difficult for you all as the staff every day in our offices with the work that comes in, so unexpectedly at times, long days, long hours, but we're very grateful, and I'd ask that you just keep us posted of ways that we can be supportive of making this institution the model that it should be. Thank you.
Councilmember Wan, and we still have like 200 people that need
Thank
to
you.
testify.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to testify. I just had one question. For the DC 37 jobs that you're comparing to, can you help me understand, are those salary jobs or are they hourly jobs?
They're hourly. They're salaried, sorry. Dan, I think you should take this.
Okay,
'cause
yeah,
you
could
seem
you
to
help
know.
me understand, like, if
Sure,
you
we can-
could
yeah.
name some of those job roles that you're comparing to? I think it's
Sure.
a benchmark that will help dispel some of the misunderstandings where people may think that you're comparing to hourly workers for overtime instead of salaried workers, because I think there's a discrepancy in the both.
There's hundreds of thousands of city workers who are salaried who earn paid overtime.
Can you name some of them?
Certainly both civilian and uniformed roles. So, we were looking at a range of contracts when we were doing our background research. I think the DC 37 master agreement is one of the sources that we used. I also know there were CWA contracts that we looked at, and these are just off the top of my head. So I'm happy to kind of dig into that. But I think the key piece is we know there are other civilian workers who get paid overtime, and there also are civilian workers who get comp time but don't see a phase out at certain income levels, which was also what was pushed back at us. So many of our members would just wind up phasing out of even earning compensatory time, which I don't think is fair. So I think those are a couple of the pieces to help answer your question, but I'm happy to kind of get back. I don't have that.
I think all of that information is helpful, like what the other members were saying, communicating all of this out so that we're more educated on everything you're fighting for, so that way we can be allies to you. And I do agree that it is a problem that you're on an island because there's no standardization of how an office should be run, and there's no standardization of office policy. It's at the preference of a member and their own personal desires of how they want to run their office. So
Absolutely.
thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions. And we're here to raise the standards of this institution and make it practice what it preaches.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chair Brannon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Brannon.
So next we'll hear from our remote panel, Sarah Wilson, Hannah Wade, Matthew Bernardo, Marie Mangoon, and MJ Okma. Is Sarah Wilson there? She can begin. Okay. We'll move on to Hannah Wade.
Time starts now.
Hannah, are you on?
Good evening, Chairman Brannon. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, Chairman Brannon and members of the New York City Council Committee on Finance. I'm Hannah Wade, Director of City Affairs and Public Policy at NYU Langone Health, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Cohen Military Family Center to encourage the Council to fully fund veteran programs in New York City. The Cohen Military Family Center was established just over 10 years ago with the mission to address the mental health challenges of veterans by providing accessible, high-quality, evidence-based treatment to veterans and their family members. The City Council, through the Mental Health Services for Veterans Initiative, has helped the center accomplish this mission with funding since FY 2016, and we urge the Council and the Mayor to do more for our veterans. Veterans and their family members are seeking mental health services at a higher rate than ever before in the last decade of our operations. This sharp increase has resulted in struggles to meet the demand and ultimately a wait list for services, including for our City Council funded traumatic brain injury program. The funding from the Mental Health Services for Veterans Initiative remains the sole source of funding for our center's TBI program, which provides much needed evaluation and rehabilitation services for veterans with traumatic brain injury. We urge the council to further invest in the veteran population by supplementing the Veteran Services budget, continuing support for the Mental Health Services for Veterans Initiative, and by creating a new member-designated initiative to support our veterans in every council district. Thank you again for the council's past funding for the center and the opportunity to testify today.
Marie, you can go ahead. Marie, can you hear us? You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marie Monjon, and I'm the Vice President of Policy with Chicanis, the statewide association representing New York's community health centers. I'm here to testify in strong support of the council's proposal to add $10 million to New York City Care for the inclusion of community health centers in that program. Health centers provide comprehensive primary care and support services to more than 1.2 million New Yorkers at sites all across the city. They're vital access points in medically underserved communities and work hand in glove with community-based organizations and hospitals to address patients' health and social care needs. Rising costs and inflation coupled with workforce shortages are strangling the health center network, where reimbursement rates no longer suffice to meet the rising demand for a wide array of services. Even amidst these pressures, health centers have stepped up to serve the unique needs of their communities. Many of them are partnering closely with the city government to provide medical care and supports to asylum seekers arriving from the Texas-Mexico border. We are providing acute and chronic care management, translation services, behavioral health support, immunizations, and connection to insurance when applicable. However, that work is largely unfunded, and additional resources are needed to support health centers' efforts to provide care to asylees. In 2022, the council passed legislation to expand the New York City Care Initiative to include community health centers in addition to H&H, recognizing the critical role that health centers play in providing care to uninsured New Yorkers. However, the expansion signed into law by the council is yet to be implemented by the executive. This year's executive budget proposal included $100 million for New York City Care, but did not mention the expansion of New York City Care to include health centers, nor did it allocate any funding towards health centers specifically. Again, Chicanis is supportive of the council's efforts to include health centers in the New York City Care program and supports the request for $10 million dedicated to expansion of New York City Care at health centers. Thank you so much for your time today, and I refer you to my written testimony.
Sarah Wilson, are you on? MJ Okma?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Wilson. I'm an impacted advocate. I apologize for my voice. I work at Safety Net Project at Urban Justice Center, Vocal New York, and Shout. Very happy to be able to speak today. There's a few different areas that I want to just make brief comments on and move along as fast for the other people as possible. In regards to housing, city steps, finances are needed for the actual voucher rents as well as the processing, brokers, fees, etc. The cost for shelter versus housing, it costs twice as much to keep a person in shelter than it does to let someone out into their own housing. Home-based staff is really, really needed for the in-community at risk. They cannot handle the caseload that they have. And in-community at risk is turning into shelter street homeless. There's also a bunch of nonprofits that are able to process SNAP applications and 2010Es. I would love to see them be able to be authorized to also do the city SNAP processing. Also in regard to housing, the source of income discrimination unit needs a substantial amount of funding so they can actually hold landlords accountable that are refusing to. As far as affordable housing goes, I myself am formerly homeless, dual diagnosed, disabled, SSD, and I'm told I'm too poor for low-income housing, but I'm too wealthy for food stamps and medical. There needs to be more very low-income housing being created for people who are disabled, SSI, SSD, as well as public assistance, because they're the most at-risk in need and they're ineligible. Just to go along with some of these other things, the medical community to be able to be involved. I know the COVID vans that they were using would be a beautiful thing to be able to use to triage people. Persons like myself with mental and substance shouldn't then have to get to the point where they want to harm themselves or someone else before they're able to seek treatment. So that's something that would be very useful in community, involving the medical staff in these things, training and retraining.
Your time has
All
expired.
employees. Okay, I'm going to shut up in a second. De-escalation, trauma-based services, paid for all staff, mental health, empowering persons with lived experience. As far as a consulting fee, let them turn their trials and triumphs into tribulations. Resources and opportunities for communities deemed necessary that are also overlooked, and into agency for city and state for things that have a crossroad.
Thank you, Sarah.
Empowering,
Thank you.
directly impact people. And that's it. I'll shut up. God bless.
Thank you.
Matthew, are you on? Matthew Bernardo? Okay. MJ Okma?
Good evening. My name is MJ Okma with SAGE. SAGE has been serving LGBTQ plus elders and older New Yorkers living with HIV for over 4 decades, providing comprehensive social services and community building programming, services for homebound elders, mental health support, and running the state's only program focused on the unique needs of LGBTQ plus older veterans. Because of thin support networks, LGBTQ plus older people and older New Yorkers living with HIV tend to rely more heavily on community service providers for care, yet they're often distrustful providers after a long history of compounding discrimination and stigma. For many of these elders in New York, SAGE is their lifeline. I want to thank Chair Brannon, Councilmember Hudson, and members of the council for championing social services and highlighting the underfunding of the aging sector throughout the budget process. Services for elders are more critical than ever as the population of New Yorkers aged 60 and older is growing 5 times faster than those under 18, with LGBTQ plus elders making up a significant part of this rapidly growing population. Last year, this council made history with the first ever enhancement to the LGBTQ Senior Services in Every Borough initiative since its creation in fiscal year 15. This helped meet the growing demand for these services by supporting the new Sage Center Brooklyn at Stonewall House and directly funding Griot Circle, New York City's only community-based organization specifically serving LGBTQ plus elders of color. It is vital for this initiative to be restored at the new fiscal year 23 levels to maintain the important work being done by both organizations. This year, SAGE is seeking a renewal of our funding from last fiscal year with no enhancement requests. This includes funding for programming at our network of older adult centers, mental health services, and the only veteran services in New York specifically serving LGBTQ plus older veterans through our SAGE Vets program. More information can be found in my submit and written testimony. Thank you so much for your support.
Now we'll hear from Matthew Bernardo.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Bernardo. I am the president of Housing Works and a healing community of people living with and affected by HIV. Housing Works is a founding member of End AIDS New York Community Coalition. I will highlight a few of our critical concerns and solutions identified in more detailed written testimony. They are increased funding for ETE initiative from $9.5 million in 23 to at least $11 million in FY24. sustaining City Council funding of at least $2.3 million for New York City Council's viral hepatitis initiative, continuing $1.4 million in funding for 4 existing harm reduction providers, addressing our tragic epidemic of avoidable overdoses, in addition to the 2 programs currently operating with 1.5 each annually in opioid settlement funding. We call for 1.5 in additional funding for 5 additional OPCs to include at least 1 OPC operating in each New York City borough, for a total of $7.5 million annually to support expansion of this life-saving initiative. Supporting greater wage equity for human services workers, we call for a $21 an hour wage floor for all New York City funded human service workers and an automatic annual cost of living adjustment. Baselining of a $3.5 million of past funding for Check Hep C and Check Hep B patient navigation programs. Providing $10 million in baseline funding for finally reopening New York sexual health clinics closed to the due to the COVID-19 crisis. Supporting a cannabis workforce training by licensed nonprofit dispensaries like Housing Works. We believe in enabling members of the impacted community to be participants in New York City's and New York State's cannabis market is essential in order to fulfill and realize their restorative justice goals. Housing Works seeks an addition at least $560,000 per year.
Time is expired.
60 justice involved clients per year in retail and general vocational readiness. And then lastly, we are urging the council to fight the homeless epidemic and increase the pilots of the stabilization centers across the city. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Patricia Glover, Karim Walker, Francis Sims, Vanetta Wells, Aishima Harris, Sean Kennedy, and Pamela Koch. Is there anyone else coming forward? For this particular panel, so I'm going to call the names again. Patricia Glover, Karim Walker, Francis Sims, Vanetta Wells, Aishima Harris, Sean Kennedy, and Pamela Koch. You can begin.
My name is Aishima Harris Widrego, Policy Manager for Equity Advocates. Thank you to the council members for holding today's budget hearing and the opportunity to submit this testimony. Equity Advocates work with New York-based organizations to address the underlying causes of food inequity through policy and system change. We convene the New York City Food Policy Alliance. We advocate for public policies and funding that responds to our economic and hunger crisis while addressing the ongoing vulnerabilities and injustices of the food system, with a focus on benefiting communities of color and under-resourced communities. Today, I want to highlight several crucial recommendations for advancing a sustainable and equitable food system in New York City. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to have profound economic, social, and public health impacts on our city. We are still grappling with the high unemployment rates and increased household expenses. In light of these challenges, it is essential that we prioritize funding and support for community gardeners, youth development programs, and food scrap collection initiatives. Therefore, our policy recommendations are as follows. Firstly, we urge the increase for funding for the new Office of Urban Agriculture to ensure appropriate staffing levels and enhance transparency regarding the office's goals and activities. Specifically, we propose the creation of dedicated position for ongoing community engagement. This will facilitate the development of recommendations by the Urban Agriculture Advisory as mandated by the local law 123. We emphasize the need to invest in training programs that cultivate the next generations of farmers and strengthen viable urban agriculture career pathways with a particular focus on youth. We propose expanding the Department of Education's Career and Technical Education program to enhance its agriculture, food, and natural resources curriculum. Furthermore, we commend the council and the mayor for their increased investment in SYEP and the Work, Learn, Grow program. However, we urge the Department of Youth and Community Development to reassess current regulations that create barriers for urban agriculture work sites. These reassessments should include increasing baseline funding for employer placement, supporting community-based organizations, working with DYCD, reallocate program funding to out-of-school programs, and ensuring youth interns are placed at their selected work site based on their interests. To support community gardeners and maximize the impact of Green Thumb program, we recommend investing $4.8 million in Green Thumb. This funding would enable the hiring of additional community engagement coordinators, the creation of permanent full-time youth engagement coordinator position, and capital funding for repairing or purchasing Green Thumb delivery vehicles. These resources are crucial for providing community gardeners with the necessary tools and resources to thrive. In conclusion, I urge the city to prioritize urban agriculture, youth development programs, and community engagement by supporting these recommendations. By doing so, we can build a more sustainable and equitable food system that benefits all New Yorkers.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for your continued efforts through this budget cycle, and to all the community members who have spoken today. I've learned so much from the collective wisdom in the room and appreciate the opportunity to be a part of these conversations. My name is Sean Kennedy. I'm the Director of Food Programs and Advocacy at the Urban Outreach Center of New York and a member of the New York City Food Policy Alliance, a group of over 80 food system organizations citywide, each serving tens of thousands of New Yorkers. Ayashima mentioned them as well. I will provide written testimony myself after this, but I also handed you written testimony from Jerome Nathaniel, who is the Policy Director of City Harvest. He's also a member of our coalition. The Urban Outreach Center is a small nonprofit situated between the Upper East Side and East Harlem. According to a recent report, close to 25% of our neighbors, that's 1 in 4 people, are struggling to feed themselves and their families. We operate a food pantry, soup kitchen, and wraparound services that serve over 750 families every week, most of whom are seniors and working families. That number continues to grow with recent migrants arriving to the city. Echoing voices of others here today, our most vulnerable neighbors have not regained footing after the destabilization highlighted by the pandemic. If anything, more and more folks who never thought they would find themselves at pantries are walking through our doors. Our seniors, students, families, and asylum seekers are struggling to make ends meet. Food is just the tip of the iceberg. New Yorkers are being forced to choose between food, housing, and other needs. The Community Food Connection program has been particularly helpful to us as a pantry in providing healthy produce, meat, and staple pantry items, and SNAP benefits are a huge support to our guests. The New York City Food Policy Alliance has a full list of recommendations that will be included in my written testimony, but in the interest of time, I'll highlight just a few of them here. I ask that you all consider increasing the funding for the Community Food Connection program, formerly EFAP, to $59 million, and increase HRA's budget baseline to ensure it can engage community-based organizations in benefits outreach and applications such as SNAP, and to ensure any cuts in HRA headcount vacancy do not impact benefits enrollment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out. My name is Karim Walker. I'm an organizing and outreach activist, specialist with the Safety Net Project at the Urban Justice Center. And I want to talk about 2 things today, dignity and compassion. These are 2 things that have been sorely lacking in budgets past, and it's clear it's sorely lacking in this upcoming one. especially in light of what happened with the tragedy of our unhoused brother, Jordan Neely. Neely was on that F train on an F train on May 1st, 2023, stating that he was hungry, he was thirsty, and paid for those complaints with his life. City Hall's proposal to slash funding to HRA is a terrible move that will devastate the most dispossessed and marginalized of our New York residents, especially given the record delays the unit is already having in terms of processing applications for SNAP and housing benefits. And these are well documented already and so imagine, if you will, a low-income parent in East New York or Soundview who's already struggling to put food on the table and now must wait an additional 3 to 4 months just to get their application processed or approved, or a widowed individual in Red Hook trying to wait 5 or 6 months to get their city voucher processed. This is intolerable. This is not how we treat New Yorkers. This is not what we do. Meanwhile, our unhoused neighbors and friends are facing sweeps on almost weekly basis by the NYPD and sanitation workers, and when they could easily be put in any of the vacant apartments that are out there for the city. We're asking that the city expand the vouchers and ensure that there's proper funding and timely renewals for expiring vouchers. That includes maintaining a well-staffed unit to renew vouchers, which some 55,000 New Yorkers depend upon, and ensuring that the vouchers go out on time. We also urge the council to vote to eliminate the current 90-day rule and to increase the income limits for potential recipients of vouchers. There'll be more of this in my testimony, but this is what we want the city to focus on as we fiscal year 2024. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I want to start out by saying that I am a frontline worker, I am an essential worker, and I am proud of it. My name is Frances Sims. I'm the current program director for the Renaissance Men's Shelter. It is a MICA shelter, mentally ill, chemically addicted. That is what that means. It is a shelter that is under Services for the Underserved, SUS. We are a 200-bed men's MICA shelter located in Crown House, Brooklyn. Budget cuts would be catastrophic for our shelter population. Any cuts would greatly impact the programming and services shelters are able to provide our clients. The population we serve have greater needs and require additional one-on-one assistance and attention in order to encourage them to participate in treatment, obtain permanent housing, and offer services needed to integrate them into society. It also affects our ability to efficiently staff our program. Staffing shortages causes caseloads to increase, and staff are no longer able to provide one-on-one attention to the clients as needed. This will also affect our ability to meet and maintain mental health, substance use, and housing referral numbers required by the Department of Homeless Services, which are measured through our Thrive metric and SBS reports. With this being said, it should be noted that adequate clinical staffing is required for our population who benefits from the clinical approach and treatment referrals. Retaining mental health staff increases the probability of patients' access to treatment on-site as well as from off-site providers. These are additional ways in which budget cuts can impact our service delivery to our clients. Referring clients in a timely manner to alternate treatment and support services, lack of mental health and substance misuse individual and group treatment, inability to provide treatment planning and engagement, delay in HRA 2010E submission for housing, inability to provide on-site medication management or treatment planning for challenging clients, lack of psychotherapeutic group facilitation. It is also important to note that budget cuts drastically affect retention. Our inability to properly pay staff leads to high turnover. It is no secret that social services and homeless services are extremely underpaid. We are also asked to do more with less. Pay increases and a recurring COLA would be beneficial and boost morale and improve staff performance. We are essential workers. Please hear us.
Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you. Councilwoman.
Sorry. Sorry. I can't, I don't have a question. Well, one, I just want to thank you all for your service, but I couldn't let it go. The opportunity to go by without just saying thank you for everybody, but a special thank you to Ayashima, who I've known for over a decade, since before graduating high school. And I just think that your leadership is such a testament to why we need youth services, to why we need summer youth job opportunities. And it just, every time I see you in these roles, it just makes my heart sing. I'm proud of you, and I think that everything you are is why we really need this budget to work for young people. So just thank you for being here.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, next we'll hear from Rabah Belkar, James Kushner, Adam Jamilo, Dondi McKella, and Joe Bella.
If your name was called, please come up. If you have copies of your statements, just have them ready. We'll take it from you now.
Peter Kemper, please come up to the dais.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Testing, okay. Okay, my name is James Kushner. I'm a disabled American veteran, U.S. Marine Corps. A lot of our guys had to go home because they're older and they were feeling sick. As everybody knows, this is Fleet Week, and if you don't know it, I'm not going to explain it now. Anyway, in 1893, the state legislature enacted General Business Law 35, allowing vets with service-connected disabilities to sell anywhere in New York State without restriction. That's restriction to location. In 1988, Mr. Joseph Kazwan, an Army Air Force vet, shot down in this last mission over Germany, wounded, was taken prisoner of war for 9 months. Joe tested this law, and it was upheld in state Supreme Court. He won pro se. The state legislature, pardon me, I'm partially blind, so I'm having a little problems reading. The state legislature annulled the law within a year. This is after Joe won the case. Joe, Beezer Pittiger, and myself wrote a new law, General Business Law 35A. Joe, during all this process, passed away. When this new law was voted on at 2 a.m. in the morning, the roll call was taken, and we had won by 7 votes. However, Assembly Speaker Sheldon Silver, I'm sure you all know who he is, called a recess and sent Assemblyman Bragman and other hatchet men to knock on the hotel doors of the assemblymen who voted for the vets to come back and change their votes, or they would never breathe the air of Albany again. And I have the front page article in the New York Times about that. This was horrendous. This was disgraceful, and it was allowed to happen. You talk about people being locked up. He should have been. Well, he eventually was. Not long enough, as far as I'm concerned. When they came back, some of these assemblymen were crying. When Silver was ahead by one vote, he closed the vote. In other words, they came back. Some of them came back crying. It went from 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When it went one back the other way, he closed the vote and we lost. It took us another 3 years, but we worked at it. And we had to make a compromise with the Democrats in the Assembly to pass General Business Law 35A, which is the one that I and Bisa Pittiger wrote. This restored the veterans' rights. An election was held amongst the veterans. I and 5 others were elected to the Disabled Veteran Vendors Advisory Board. And this election was overseen by the New York State Department of Labor. We worked in conjunction for many years with the Bureau of Consumer Affairs. During the de Blasio administration, various schemes to take over vending, which included food as well, and this was, one of it was done by City Speaker Viverito and also Councilman Vitoli, who tried to privatize this vending. It was political chicanery at its best. Let me say that over the years, the New York City Council, the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs, and the current Veterans Advisory Board have never served the needs of the disabled veteran vendors. They worked for the city of New York, not for the veterans. They carried out the will of the mayor. But we beat them anyway because we stuck to it. We wouldn't give up. And that's why we're here today. The City Council has chosen to support and even to finance the Street Vendor Project, giving them an office and money through the Urban Justice League. These people are fakes and frauds. One of the people on their board who represents, they say, the veterans, is not part of our organization. This was put together by the City Council, and where they thought they got the right to do this, I'll never know. The one who was a veteran on this street vendor project worked for years as a disabled veteran in Midtown, New York, with a yellow license. We threw him out at least 5 or 6 times, and he's still serving as a representative of disabled veterans, and it does not represent us in any way. This organization does not represent us in any way, and it's a disgrace that you keep on financing and keep promoting these people who testified this morning. I'm almost finished. The Legitimate Disabled Veterans Vending Advisory Board denounces the street vending project as illegitimate and calls for the City Council to break all association with it. Furthermore, We will not negotiate with any director of vending that, who is appointed by the City Council. We are autonomous and guided by General Business Law 35A, a state law, and we are relying on protection from the courts of the state and not the city. The city has no jurisdiction over us according to this law. Yet they go around promoting these unauthorized groups, and also under Mayor de Blasio, Operational Order Number 6, stop police from enforcing vending laws, shifting this duty to the DCWP. Law 1116B should be repealed immediately. We do not recognize its authority. The enforcement of General Business Law 35A, as enforced by the NYPD, will clear Midtown of illegal vendors and congestion and assure the veterans of their rights. And we will no longer come to the City Council and beg to be heard, send letters, or anything else. We will take it to court. We will bring in, we'll use all the actions in state court, because this is finished now. We're tired of the political chicanery. That's it.
Is everyone testifying? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I was slow, but I can't.
My name is Robert Belkebir. I'm a street vendor too. I'm a disabled veteran. Here because this morning we heard that street vending project were here for funding. We just want to let you know that this street vending project were asking for fund because they are pretending that they are defending disabled veterans, which is not true. They are, you know what? They are destroying us, by the way. So
through the Urban Justice League, they're being financed by the Urban Justice League, and it was the Urban Justice League that.
So it must be an investigation, because, like I said, they're pretending they are defending disabled veterans, which is not. And we are here to request a hearing for. I think we earned that for disabled veterans, street vendors, because we are going through a lot of problems these days in the city. We have a state right, but the city council.
We get quiet in the chamber, please.
But the city council and city agency doesn't recognize these rights that we earn through the state legislature. I'm going to give you just an example before the city took out power from NYPD concerning the street vending. They give it to DCWP. DCWP, they don't have enough inspectors. They have only 22. How come you take a power from 35,000 police officers and you give it? Police officers are there 24 hours, 7 days a week. And DCW, 5 o'clock, they have to go home. So we need to have a hearing about this. NYPD should to get back the power to be on the street. That's what.
Thank you.
We're the only people today that are here not to ask for any money.
Jimmy, give me my glasses. Jimmy, give me my glasses. Jimmy.
Yeah.
Jimmy, give me my glasses. Take my glasses. I want to speak.
He's going to talk.
I need to speak. Yeah.
One at a time.
Yes.
Sure.
Hello, sir. My name is Abdel Jamila, United States Army retired, an Iraq War veteran with an Arkham middle device Valor, a New York City street vendor, and a member of the Disabled Veteran Vendor Advisory Committee, Article 35A. We are recognized by the New York State Department of Labor and the DCWP in New York City. I'm writing to you today with frustration and anger about the way the New York City Council and the New York City Mayoral Office trying to undermine and discredit and destroy the veterans community in New York City, particularly the disabled veteran street vendors. We want to work in the city with dignity and honor everywhere and anywhere, and with no destruction, and then with no discrimination, and then with no restrictions. Because the law of 35A is our Bill of Rights, and we don't want crumbs from anybody. From you guys in the City Hall, you gotta show us some more, because you've been showing us less. Everybody in the City Council is preferring illegal immigrant nowadays vendors to the New York City veterans who served honorably in the United States of American wars. And as a war veteran, and I'm a theater, and I'm injured in war, we will make sure that we are getting our rights. The NYPD, the lack of enforcement by the NYPD and the loss of work and wages that we are struggling from. We all have families and kids, and we are trying to feed our families in this city. The street vendor project is taking over us, and they're not representing us at all. The street vendor project is a sham, is a scam, and is not representing me as a disabled veteran. New York has to recognize the veteran community, and he has to recognize the street vendor licensee by enforcing the street vendor law by the NYPD only. Only the NYPD can do the job. The city looks confused today by switching enforcement from the DCWP to the sanitation department. The city council was very short-sighted, thinking about the ramification and the damages they have done to the disabled veteran street vendor licensees and to the business community all over New York City. They created a public safety crisis all over New York. The Street Vendor Modernization Act, Introduction 1116, has to be eliminated and dismantled immediately. It's not favoring any poor New York City vendors, particularly disabled veterans who are working in the streets of New York. We want SVP to stop speaking about veterans street vendor, period. They're not representing us.
Okay, thank you.
SVP cannot determine our destiny, and the city should stop funding them and giving them money and giving them office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Who wants to go next?
Good evening. My name is Peter Kempner. I'm the legal director at Volunteers of Legal Service. We're a free nonprofit legal services office that serves low-income New Yorkers to help fill the justice gap. Our Veterans Initiative focuses on older veterans and helping them plan for the future by drafting and executing life planning documents for them, which include last wills and testaments, powers of attorney, healthcare proxies, and other advanced directives. These documents are extremely important for the veterans of our city because we have an aging veteran population. And these documents ensure that they're able to make their wishes clear, that they're able to pick the people that they love and trust the most to act in their behalfs. And it allows them to stay in the community for as long as possible. In addition to my job at Volunteers of Legal Service, I'm also a professor at New York Law School, where I co-founded and teach the Veterans Justice Clinic for the last 8 years. For the penultimate class of our semester, I always focus on state and local responses to veterans in need and highlight actually the history of what New York State and New York City has done to help our veteran community. I actually speak about the vending license laws that go back to the 1890s, but also highlight preferences in Mitchell-Lama housing, preferences on civil service exams, the blind annuity program, protections against discrimination for uniform service that's found in the New York City and New York State human rights laws, and the Restoration of Honor Act that helps our LGBT veterans gain back some access to benefits. But we also focus on the services that are provided by the nonprofit sector funded through the New York City Council. This funding ensures that veterans and their families have access to free legal services, social services, cultural enrichment, mental health services, job placement services, and veteran-focused community development. The through line here is that we don't rely on the federal government alone to provide for our veterans. It's extremely important that we, as a local community, as New Yorkers, also provide that support as well. The New York City Department of Veteran Services is already the smallest city agency, and it is imperative that the size and the scope of the services that it provides is at a minimum maintained. The proposed budget, the proposed executive plan seeks to cut the size and the scope of the services provided by DVS. And there can be no doubt that if DVS's funding is cut, that an agency that already struggles to reach its target constituency will only harm New York City's veteran community. Thank you for having this hearing. I have more details in my testimony, but we must ensure that New York City is a place where veterans feel welcomed and at home and have the services that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Brennan, members of the Finance Committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Joe Bello, and I was the former Citywide Veterans Director here at the Council. I'd like to begin by thanking Speaker Adams and everyone who advocated for the Council to hold the May 8th executive budget hearing on the Department of Veteran Services. Having attended that hearing in person, it was disappointing that the Commissioner testified it was an opportunity to look back on previous accomplishments, yet never explained what those accomplishments were. The Commissioner also stated that DVS stands committed to continuing and improving our successful programs and services while continuing to produce effective and positive outcomes for our city's veterans. However, from the hearing, it was clear to all who watched that DVS did not produce any context to its programs and services from the numbers it provided. Additionally, since no current council member served in the military or has a specialty on veteran issues, they listened to what the agency said with little pushback. For example, the committee heard a former council member who now works for the Department of Veteran Services say they help veteran vendors every day while watching the same veteran vendors sitting right across from him in this very chamber shaking their head no. If we agree that the city's budget is a statement of values, then I would say it's difficult to add that value when you lack communication and transparency. Therefore, based on the May 8th hearing, I would like to make some recommendations for this committee and the B&T members for consideration. Some council members have publicly stated that the agency is underfunded, but when told that the city's budget has increased DVS's budget every year from FY17 through FY22, they are surprised. Because of the lack of communication, data, or context to numbers from the agency, the committee and the B&T members should not take any action on increasing DVS's FY24 budget. Additionally, while I always support increased funding for veteran services, this committee and the B&T members should not fund the little-known initiative that we first heard about at the May 8th hearing, which would give each council member between $25,000 and $50,000 for veteran issues in their districts. There has been no conversations in the community, no devil in the details from either DVS or the committee chair to the committee or even the city's Veterans Advisory Board. And so this initiative seemingly appears to be geared towards funding veteran service organizations. I personally want to thank Councilmember Narcisse for asking several pertinent questions on this that the Commissioner nor his assistant really couldn't answer. Finally, regarding the Council's Veterans Initiative, for FY21, as a result of the pandemic, the Council gave all initiatives a funding cut. However, in fiscal year 22, the Council increased citywide initiatives from $331 million to $426 million. This allowed the Council to restore many initiatives to pre-pandemic levels and increase support for key programs, except for the Veterans Initiative. The Council's Veteran Initiative from fiscal year 21 through 23 has stayed at the same level, $2.7 million in discretionary expense funding. To be fair and equitable, I am asking this committee and the BNT members to increase that funding to the Council's Veteran Initiative to at least somewhere between $3 to $3.2 million, if not more. In conclusion, as this committee and the BNT members begin the fiscal year 24 budget negotiations with the mayor, it is my hope that you will all act and provide resources towards those nonprofits that are doing the tireless work in the community, helping veterans and their families with much-needed legal, housing, education, mental health, and community services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Councilman Brannan and Financial Committee members, my name is Don D. McKellar. I'm a proud LGBTQIA+ United States Navy service disabled veteran and a homeowner from South Bronx. I became a street vendor on the advice of my military sexual trauma therapist at the Holland Vet Center in 2004, continuing a long tradition of street vendors who are military veterans, a class New York State has given special rights to since 1894. Today, there are as many as 20,000 street vendors in New York City. There are small business people struggling to make ends meet. Many are also immigrants and people of color, BIPOC. They work long hours under harsh conditions, asking for nothing more than a chance to sell their goods in safe public spaces. I am a medical cannabis patient. I was diagnosed in 2015 with a recurring glioblastoma tumor cancer in my lungs. I also suffer from chronic post-traumatic stress syndrome, chronic post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. I discovered that the healing properties of the cannabis helps me with my medical situation. My anxiety doesn't get the best of me like before. Objects and sounds that used to trigger my PTSD happens less by using medical cannabis. I credit my physicians in medical cannabis for stopping the spread of my cancer cells, rendering them undetectable. This enabled me to live a more productive and serene life. As such, I believe that more veterans would experience similar outcomes. To share more light on the topic, I offer a 2-minute video link by Dr. Sanjay Gupta. So, unless you have a life or death medical need, how can a veteran in NYC navigate and seek a physician's referral letter to become part of the medical cannabis program? Most veterans are on a fixed income and face financial challenges towards the necessary step to get a New York State medical cannabis card. At the federal level, cannabis is viewed as a Schedule I controlled substance. Acknowledging this is vital for veterans in this emerging socially equitable industry within New York City. For those veterans seeking cannabis support, we need to ensure that these concerns are discussed and addressed as the rollout commences. Veterans have incredible opportunity to heal themselves and thrive with the cannabis plant. New York State wrote service-disabled veterans into the cannabis regulations with no representation. At this moment, we see the absence of veterans' representation being normalized. If this continues, New York State laws would threaten to diminish veterans' needs and concerns because of other groups' interests. This is similar to the current situation of the veteran street vending community is finding itself in today. I'll offer the following 4 suggestions for your consideration. Number 1, establish Veterans Cannabis Representation Liaison or administrative board that includes both service-disabled and non-service disabled veterans. Include budgetary resources to ensure that veterans' concerns are appropriately raised and addressed by the Cannabis NYC, NYC Department of Small Business Services, SBS, and other city officials. Number 2, establish a practice or policies of providing equal access and opportunities and budgetary resources for veteran street vendors, especially those who may otherwise be excluded, marginalized, including veterans with physical or mental disabilities or belonging to other minority groups such as veteran widows, LGBTQIA+, etc. Number 3, establish Department of Health and Mental Hygiene to set aside space and services in the city's commissaries, including budgetary resources for the NYC veteran street vendor community. The Department of Health and Mental Hygiene permits 74 commissaries citywide in a city of 8.8 million people. Local Law 18 of 2021 has 4,000 new food permits heading to the city streets. Additional commissaries will be needed. to perform daily public health requirements of cleaning carts as the food permit rollout commence. Number 4, establish a public safe vending
Please
space.
conclude your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your service. Thanks for waiting around. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Jackie Duvall, Elizabeth Byrd, Bruce Rosen,
Sorry, ass.
Helen Kaplow, Jesse Spellman,
I can't.
Julie Bowen, and Jay Alker.
What did we do? All right.
Jackie Duvall, Elizabeth Byrd, Bruce Rosen, Helen Kaplow, Jesse Spellman, Julie Bowen, Jay Alker, and Mike Kinhead. Sure. Elizabeth Byrd, Jackie Duvall, Bruce Rosen, Helen Kaplow, Jesse Spellman, Julie Bowen, Jay Alker, and Mick Kinhead. Kincaid. Thank you. Oh.
Start with the panel.
Okay, so we can start and we'll move on to the next panel.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks so much. My name is actually Paula Siegel. I'm here for my colleague, Jackie DeValle. We both work at Take Root Justice, and we are here to thank you for holding this hearing, for making an opportunity for the public to give feedback on the fiscal 24 executive budget. I've learned a lot this afternoon, so I think we all have, and thank you. As I think folks on the committee and in the council know, Take Root provides legal, participatory research and policy support to strengthen the work of grassroots and community-based groups in New York City that themselves dismantle racial, economic, and social oppression. Take Root has a 20-year history of partnering with those grassroots and community-based organizations that build leadership and power within our neighborhood's low-income communities, particularly communities of color, immigrants, and others typically excluded from policymaking. We're here to think about the budget, so I just want to put on the record that we've been working together with members of this council, with Councilmember Nurse, who's patiently been here all day and is in the corner, and other members to make sure that our budget isn't balanced on the backs of the most vulnerable homeowners and tenants, and that we're not counting on a lien sale to a securitized trust for bringing revenue into the city. And on behalf of Take Root, which is a founder, coordinator, and participant in a number of city council initiatives, we're here actually to thank you for the stable foundation that those initiatives have in this budget, and to point out a couple of key enhancements that will make our work much more powerful and will make sure that it reaches more neighborhoods. Stabilizing New York City is a coalition of grassroots organizations that combines tenant organizing with legal representation and combats the loss of affordable housing at the hands of predatory equity companies. It defends low-income tenants from harassment and eviction. We're looking for, across the coalition, an enhancement of $300,000 that will let us protect more homes, win more building improvements, and strengthen community organizing around the city. May I finish?
Yes, just conclude.
Thanks so much. The other two initiatives where we're looking for enhancements are the Community Land Trust Initiative, which has made huge strides reaching neighborhoods across New York City, and we're actually looking for the initiative to be doubled since we kind of made it through our first 3 years as a pilot project, and it's a $1 million initiative. We're hoping for $3 million. It'll let us reach neighborhoods we're not reaching now, or groups are standing by to start organizing. And finally, we work as a member of the citywide Immigrant Legal Empowerment Collaborative to provide crucial legal services for immigrant workers through the Low-Wage Worker Support Initiative. We make sure that folks don't have their wages stolen, and that's an important initiative, and we're looking for an enhancement of $827,000 across the initiative that will allow an expansion to communities we're not reaching now. And finally, I just want to echo what I heard lots of our colleagues say earlier today, that the City Council must stand firm on funding cost of living adjustments for all of the agencies that do the work that the city sees as important. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. As a New York City resident, I'm here again to urge the City Council to permanently disband the NYPD's Strategic Response Group, aka the Goon Squad or Hats and Bats, and remove its funding from the already really over-bloated NYPD annual budget. The only way the SRG is used, despite what the mayor or police commissioner may say, is to violate the rights of protesters and other undesirables in the most heavy-handed, discriminatory, and violent manner. Why do we need a group that is trained to view ordinary citizens as enemy combatants? Are we living in a war zone? If you happen to be black, brown, poor, homeless, a migrant, an asylum seeker, someone experiencing untreated physical and mental health issues, and God forbid any combination of the above, apparently the answer is an overwhelming yes. This is not acceptable. We do not need a paramilitary force in our city, full stop. What we do need is to have robustly funded social services for people who are living in a constant and stressful state of not having enough access to food, shelter, clothing, education, and most importantly, free health care for all. Why give 500 or more? No one seems to know except the NYPD, and they have demonstrated that they are not receptive to answering questions. SRG officers military training and set them loose to harass, intimidate, beat, kill people at will. We do know that the SRG unit has the highest number of racist complaints and allegations of abuse. Again, this is not acceptable. The lowball figure of the $133 million budget for the SRG could be used to help people in our communities rather than harm them. We need that money and much, much more taken away from the NYPD budget and used to make people's lives better, not worse. We need fully funded libraries with after-school programs for kids, as one young girl gave heartbreaking testimony previously that the library is the only place she can go to avoid bullies. We need public parks and playgrounds that can provide needed activities for kids after school. In my neighborhood, the kids play in the street because there's nowhere else for them to go. But what we really don't need is the NYPD and the SRG working hand in glove with the Christo-fascists from the Catholic Church, effectively giving the anti-abortion clinic invaders and harassers their own private armed security service to escort the people who want to break the law while harassing and make abortion illegal, while harassing and arresting those of us who want to uphold the law in this state. Access to all abortion services and health care. Do cops not know the law? Sadly, it appears not. And what's worse, there are no consequences or repercussions for ignorant cops, particularly in the SRG, who violate our rights every day.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Hi. Hi. Can you? Hello.
Miss.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Julie Bowen.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. So next we'll call Clea.
No questions?
No questions. Next we'll call Clea Hazij, Christina Rodriguez Hart. And we'll call on, we have two folks on the remote that we'll call as well. So we'll let the remote folks go first. You can have a seat. Mike, you can go first, and then Jesse, and then we'll take the folks on the panel. He's waiting to be unmuted. Mike, go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. My name is Mick Kincaid, and I appreciate you all sticking around to hear all of us. So as I said, my name is Mick Kincaid. I'm a transgender man, and I'm a volunteer within the New York City jails. I want to speak today on the importance of keeping third-party providers in the New York City jails and not slashing the budget for these vital programs. I go weekly to AMKC and RMSC to provide LGBT-specific programming, And until today, I was the only volunteer provider for LGBT-specific programming. I just heard someone else has been approved. But just to emphasize why that's not sufficient is as volunteer programmers, not people who are third-party organizers, it took me 2 years to get my volunteer pass approved. Even after my volunteer pass was approved, it took 4 months to make contact with the DOC staff in order to figure out which units I should be going to and how to get to those units. When you talk about places like Osborne, Fortune Society, FEPS, those places have highly competent, well-trained staff, and they have the networks and support for those workers so that when they have difficult days in the jails, when they face transphobia, when they face racism, when they face any other kind of aggression or oppression within their work, they have a community of other staff members to turn to, and that they make sure that they never go into the jails alone, that there's always someone who can witness some kind of DOC misbehavior. Those of us who are volunteers and are not supported by any particular community organizing go in alone. And there are days when it's just simply unsafe to go in alone. I think there was an amazing visual piece in the New Yorker recently by a Rikers librarian. This person illustrated sketches of what it was like for them to be in within Rikers providing library services. I also wanted to say that DOC cannot at this point in time, for whatever reason that they would like to say, bring people to their medical appointments. We know that from the Agnew settlement or ongoing.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Ongoing crisis, and they cannot bring people to their video courts. I also work as an attorney, and so my clients are constantly not being brought to their video court production. It's impossible to think that DOC can do an additional thing on top of these two primary functions that they're failing to do. They cannot provide program services.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I'm going to say one more thing, which is that in January 2023, I testified before the City Council on how DOC has completely stripped their LGBTQIA initiatives department from a team of 4 people to 1 person. It is still just 1 person. So there's absolutely no way that DOC can provide these life-altering, culturally competent services.
Thank you.
So you must fund Osborne, Fortune, FEPS, and the other providers.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Jesse Spellman, and then we'll call more folks up to the dais to try to get you all out of here. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jessie Spellman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a 4th-generation New Yorker. I've spent time working in public schools and community organizing, but I've spent the majority of my career working in business, developing and implementing multi-million-dollar budgets. I have an MBA from the University of Pennsylvania's Morton School of Business. I'm here to talk to you about 2 things. Number 1, the current use of funds for the SRG is violent, racist, and harmful to New York and the entire community. Second, there is a transformative way that we can use the funds that are allocated to the SRG to instead strengthen our community. And you've heard this already today. We need librarians, teachers, social workers, and parks. The SRG herded my coworker like cattle during a queer liberation and Black Lives Matter march, using batons to give him bruises all over his ribs and bodies, and he had to attend meetings with clients with a black eye. The SRG grabbed my other friend by her ponytail, threw her to the ground while she defended New York City women seeking abortions. The SRG twisted my friend's arm behind his back so violently that they dislocated his shoulder in Fort Greene Park. Just today, the SRG has illegally arrested people outside of City Hall for no reason other than exercising their First Amendment rights. It is critical to understand the harm the SRG has caused, the violence they have perpetrated, but I don't want to spend any more time reliving trauma in our community. We must disband and defund the SRG and use these precious resources on our neighbors, on our community. As an experienced business person creating and managing multi-million-dollar budgets across industries, I am shocked and appalled that there is no clarity or accountability as to how this $133.7 million is spent. New Yorkers want affordable housing, we want reduced homelessness, and we want trained mental health first responders. Mayor Adams himself commissioned a survey in June that proved this out. You can read it in the Gothamist. A citizen said here today herself, why is there always money for violence and terror, but not for our communities? Miriam Kaba tells us that hope is a discipline. So here's what I hope we can use the $133.7 million to do instead. I'm not even going to read what I wrote down because you heard it from my neighbors and my community members today. The SRG has demonstrated how it terrorizes, intimidates, and harms New Yorkers since its founding in 2015. By disbanding and defunding the SRG and reinvesting those funds into New York communities and services, we can provide thousands of New Yorkers what they need. This is my third time testifying before the City Council about the SRG this year. This is the third time that I've been pushed until after 6 p.m. to speak. The SRG illegally arrested protesters during this hearing, and I heard you allow several white men to go over their time. We are counting on you. You are a reflection of our values. We have the chance to make a better community for all of us, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so. Okay. Hello.
Please.
Hi, may I please have Clea come to the dais? Christina, come to the dais. Christina Hart. We also have Greg Barnes, remote. Hannah Carleen. Natasha Servant. Juan Mimes, or Memes. Michelle Keller. Brianna Soto. Kendra Humphrey. Griffin Jones. Naraz Medelia. Please state your name for the record before you begin. You can start.
Hi, my name is Christina Rodriguez Hart. I live in Queens, and I'm part of the Democratic Socialists of America's Racial Justice Working Group. I've been part of many peaceful protests and have experienced the NYPD's brutality, especially that of the Strategic Response Group, the SRG. When thinking back over the SRG's typical behavior, I am reminded of the first week of June 2020 as one example. The city's curfew was utilized as an excuse to attack protesters. On the night of June 3rd, we marched down Lexington Avenue, and as we neared 50th Street, it started to rain. The police closed in from the back of the march. People started panicking and running, and I thought I might be trampled. We raised our hands, chanting, "Hands up, don't shoot." The SRG in riot gear formed a line in front of us. I was 4 rows from the front. We got down on our knees with our hands up and kept chanting. Then we laid down on the street with our hands behind our backs while it poured rain on us. The police then moved into us with their bodies, causing people to scream while they tried to get on their feet in order not to be stepped on. The police started grabbing people and hitting them. I saw one girl in front of me be thrown to the ground with the police officer lying on top of her and her glasses smashed. Another young guy was thrown to the ground while on his bike. The following night, the police descended on a peaceful protest I was at as well. Again, people fell to the ground, batons swung, people went running, and the police ran after them and arrested them for protesting. This was on Central Park West and 109th. I went up to the square at 110th Street to watch. We then heard a loud noise, and SRG officers on motorcycles drove up onto the square from behind us, nearly running us over. I ran to the subway, and into my car came several protesters that had just been kettled, some of them bleeding, so we offered them first aid. I could go on. By enabling a grotesquely bloated police budget to continuously increase every year, by allowing our police to militarize themselves so they can treat New Yorkers as enemies, the City Council has not done its job. The City Council must put an end to the SRG's abuse by disbanding the unit and reinvesting those monies directly into our communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Hazizai, and I'm from the Bronx. I'm a New Yorker, and I'm gonna start this off with, I was actually just outside at the rally a few minutes ago, and I saw the SRG's brutality firsthand. One of them tried to run me and my friend over with a motorbike outside, and another time when we were marching through the arch over there were 5-year-old kids inside, and they attempted to kettle us in there, but they stopped. And as we continued, every moment they kept coming, and actually they tried to run us over twice with their motor cars, and one of them even tried to bring it on the sidewalk. I witnessed when they started entering the crowd, they tackled 4 people. One of them was actually put into the back of an ambulance, and the others were arrested. right outside City Hall. I have been waiting here of these others, so the other speaker mentioned that we've been waiting here all day, like they push us back here on purpose to be the last people to speak. They did that. I came back from that protest to speak because I was literally almost murdered by them, and this is not the first time. I have been kettled before. I have had one of my friends who's had 14 of his arrests by the SRG brutalized. I've seen SRG at other protests slam a man so hard to the ground that they cracked his head open and he was bleeding over the ground. And then they started chasing us and I had to run and call my friend who hadn't come there yet while looking over my shoulder begging him not to come down there. This council needs to listen. I know that most of them have left, and I hope that they listen to these recordings, because while they left, people were out there being brutalized. I saw them here. I don't know what they're doing, but some of them looked like they were not paying attention. They were not giving a damn about what was happening. This city council needs to start doing that, because they're literally keep funding the SRG. They're defunding everything else. Like, I had colleagues here before. I'm in CUNY soon. They spoke. They're defunding us. We have ceilings falling on top of us. I had to go because my school has asbestos in there, and I had to go. 10 years from now, I'm going to have cancer. We're all going to have cancer. They're funding the SRG. They're brutalizing communities of color, and they stand here. They make us the last. This council needs to listen, and they need to listen now. And whoever tried to make us last on purpose, fuck you. Fuck you now. And we will not stop. I will keep protesting. We will all keep protesting every single goddamn time to freaking Mayor Eric Adams and to everybody. Fuck all of them.
Okay.
Fuck them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who's next?
Hello. My name is Maurice Medina, and originally I came out here to talk about the need for affordable housing and housing units for those who are houseless. As we know, the state criminalizes poverty, and it criminalizes houselessness, and it criminalizes mental health, but the majority of that comes from the NYPD and the SRG. So we are coming here as a collective to ask that you allocate their funding and move it towards affordable housing, move it towards libraries, parks, the schools. We ask that you take the NYPD and the SRG out of our communities and out of our streets and put the money back into our communities for community gardens, for mental health help and awareness, and stop asking the people to pay to be terrorized, to pay to be publicly shamed and defaced, to be booked and be denied food, water, and personal hygiene items. The conditions that people are put under when they're convicted or they're arrested or they're booked is our tax dollars, and they can't be fed, they can't be clothed, they can't shower, they can't use the bathroom properly, and we're asking people to continue to pay our tax dollars towards the NYPD and towards the SRG when all they do is terrorize Black and brown communities and people with mental health problems and the houseless.
Thank you.
Now, I want to take a moment to thank all of those who came out here to speak, all of those who gave their testimony, and all of those who they had us here waiting all day.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to those who on the council who have listened.
Check. Good evening. My name is Michelle Keller. I'm from the District Council 37. I'm from the Retirees Association. I'm also the president of the New York City's Coalition of Labor Union Women, AFL-CIO, the only national women's organization in the union. It's regarding the erosion of the retirees' Medicare and senior care service. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, City Council members, for all that you do. I am retired after 43 years of my calling public service. That's been the theme here today. Whether organizing for labor worth on the shop floor or active as an officer in the Union Hall, the message has remained the same. Always protect the worker. Galatians 6:9 of the Bible says to us not to grow weary of doing good, for in due time we shall reap our harvest if we do not give up. Shame on all those responsible here. where whatever their political stature, the mayor, the union, New York City's labor relations, and even you, if you're silent and you're complacent. Government is responsible to protect all workers, the pioneers, the trailblazers, the sheroes, the heroes, retirees, and their dependents, not a sellout for profit and gain. A budget is a moral document, we've heard that. And we know that there is much to do in this big town, in this city, now inclusive of migrant population, that will never be fulfilled. But why choose to destabilize, sacrifice, and bear harm on civil service retirees, the very foundation of our city's labor? This for-profit over patient mentality is a sure destruction of the doctor-to-patient relationship, so critical in the healing process. Our patients will become liable for additional fees on account for upfront costs as well as after services on default. There is the concern for diminished or limited types of service that can disrupt or impede the healing process. We are concerned about the lack of empathy and knowledge of those trying to negotiate in our interests who are moving to settle on costs greater than the members' former labor can even hope to cover in their fixed incomes. Such poor credibility and unreliability of negotiating without the review and research of the actual contract leaves us in peril. Our concerns continue for Aetna, the profits connected to the slave movement, the review status or oversight for questionable reporting, and the use of, as the federal government funds and the CMR program. We have a further concern for the absence of any services in some states. This is not traditional Medicare, the health care that we all labored to be able to enjoy. Who's listening? Who cares? Is your message not, why is this message not resonating? Is it all for profit of the Wall Street and the insurance companies? At the end of the day, it's get out from the trap. Waive your rights to maintain your due service, your sanity, and your safety. But who gets screwed? The labor retired, left to search for financial source to fund the very service entitled to us that we were promised, further leaving our dependents at risk and snatching away our annual deductible. City Council, we have put before you a bill in this matter. It has been forwarded to you back in December of the year. When can we expect you to deliberate and offer us support so that retirees can regain their respect and their dignity? There is nothing new to see here. We will keep fighting. We will vote our interests using all we have. We will stay organized. We will deliberate for justice and the security of our good health. What's disgusting? Union busting. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you.
I want to start this off by saying I was born and raised in Brooklyn. As a member of the community in Sunset Park for the last 3 years, the NYPD did nothing when there was an active shooter at the platform I take every morning. They were not there. They were texting upstairs. I can tell you, I saw the footage. And it wasn't the NYPD who caught that shooter, was it? It was a citizen. I'm hearing a lot of talk about pride. I heard that a lot in earlier statements about education and the system in place here in New York City. As someone who wanted to go into early education in the UPK system and couldn't afford to live off the salary offered to me if I chose to do that, I'm not really seeing that pride right now.
Okay.
I think we need to fundamentally rethink funding for education and for salary levels for educators versus the administrators who run these schools. Also, as a student who attended BMCC and was a BMCC scholar recipient, we need to rethink the support and funding that we give our teens and young adults as they make the difficult transition from high school into college. Many of these students are first-generation college graduates, just like me. And without the proper funding and resources, who do we expect to help these youth make that transition? If CUNY cannot afford counselors and admission staff, who will help these kids? Who will keep them from becoming overwhelmed and dropping out, as we saw people speaking about for CUNY representatives and students earlier? I saw it happen in my siblings when they tried to pursue higher education
but felt so unsupported, so lost, and it was so damn expensive that they had no choice but to drop out. Y'all could prevent that if you choose to vote and budget properly. I also grew up in Los Sudes housing in Brooklyn, New York from 2000 to 2020, and on EBT and Medicaid to this day. I was eternally grateful to have a unit that was rent stabilized during some of the most violent gentrification of Brooklyn, which started in 2007 in Williamsburg and continues to this day. I have been working since 14 and I still have no savings. Why? My abuela, who moved to New York City in '73 and worked in the Domino Sugar Factory that is currently being renovated for condos, is currently facing homelessness because her building is partially privatized. Her unit at Bedford Avenue has been $500 since I was born, and it's been in contention since 2009. Her landlord has attempted to make numerous false claims against her, refused to do maintenance on her apartment, let the roof fall down over her head, and he's been brought to court for these matters and been found in grievous error as a landlord. She has been proven innocent in all of this, but to this day, right now, she is facing the threat of homelessness because her landlord wants to add renters' insurance fees on top of her rent-stabilized apartment, which is illegal. Do you know why she faced these issues? Because her unit has a direct view of the Williamsburg Bridge. Her landlord could be making 6 times that, what she's paying right now if he removed the stabilized protection status on her unit. It keeps a roof over her head at the age of 82, and he is still threatening to evict her. What if this was your mother? What if this was your grandmother facing the threat of homelessness since 2007? How would you feel after being made to wait 10 hours to give testimony about this, about real issues that are affecting people like me who are born and bred in Brooklyn? And these issues don't stop at housing. We see these worries echoed in single-parent households, losing SNAP funds. We see children's quality of education being compromised. We see mental health institutions being defunded. All of these are real fears that New Yorkers like me have. We are coming to you today to implore you to think about the real people who will be impacted by your decisions and your voting on this budget. I implore you to think of the elderly, think of the disabled, think of the mentally unwell people who are forced into the streets because they cannot afford basic life necessities like food and housing anymore. Do you really want to contribute to New York City's already rising homeless population? Do you want to overburden these courts and hospitals than they already are? Do you want to contribute to the overpopulation in psych wards, drug programs because of corporate greed? This is not the New York I know. This is not the New York I was raised in. And I fear for the day that capital becomes the driving force in our political spheres. And I fear that that's already happening right now.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna hold y'all. I had like a list of things to say, and I'm gonna really just cut to the point because y'all had us here for like the last 10 hours, right? Y'all hate us. Yes. That's just what it is, right? Like, I've been waiting for somebody to say it, and nobody gonna say it, so I'm gonna say it, right? Y'all hate us. Y'all hate us, y'all hate this country, y'all hate the communities, and the only reason why you guys continue to give the NYPD funding, ridiculous amount of funding, the fact that they make $29 million at effing day is ridiculous. And the only reason why you guys do it is because half of you are fucking crooked yourselves. Oh, excuse my language, because we can't curse. I wouldn't want the gentleman in the back with the glasses to throw me out again like he did last month after you guys left from the panels. You guys subject us to these long meetings. You make us sit here, relive our traumas, right? And you guys, New York City has a policy that says when you see something, say something. You guys see the same shit that we see. And if you don't see the same thing that we see, then maybe you guys need to stop taking Ubers, stop taking Lyfts, and get on regular public transportation, all right? I literally live at one of the worst stations, which is East 125th and Lex. It is deployed with with nothing but police, and that is the #1 station where there's mental health problems, it's a drug issue, it's homelessness, houselessness, and none of you do anything about it. All right, you've sat here and watched kids literally tell you guys that they need food. You hate us. Nobody's protecting the kids. Nobody's protecting anybody with mental health issues. Nobody's protecting houselessness, those on the verge of being houseless or homeless. Nothing. And the only reason also is too because half of you are crooked. Half of you get a pension and you don't deserve to get a pension or a paycheck because you guys don't properly do your jobs to receive the payment that you're getting. And so you have to give the NYPD their funky little $29 million a day because you know damn well that the minute that you guys decide to defund them, they're gonna be petty because they're petty little piggies, all right? And they're gonna out your stuff. They're gonna let everybody know who you guys are and what you guys actually represent that you don't want anybody else to know. So it's one hand that washes another. Because at what point do you want it to stop? Like if you want this to be a dictatorship in a communist country, then be honest and say it. But don't subject us to sit here 10 hours a day when we have lives. We don't get to sit on our asses and get a paycheck. We actually have to work to survive because houselessness and homelessness and mental health issues and hunger is a real thing. Jordan Neely was a black man who was hungry. He lost his life because he was frustrated because he couldn't have food to eat. And what happened? Daniel Neely, not even a police officer, right? Daniel Penny, whatever his damn name is, right? The murderer, right? NYPD let a murderer go. Why do they get a check? At what point do we sit here and say people need to get paid for not doing the job that they're getting paid for? Why do you guys are literally defunding citizens. Our tax dollars go to these people. If you defund us anymore, we're all gonna be out in the street, and then what's gonna happen? You're gonna criminalize us even more? You're gonna throw us in jail? Is that how you guys are gonna get your money? Because we all know that you guys make your money off of black and brown people when we are involved in this system. That's why you guys criminalize us the most. You guys love to sit here and hear our trauma, knowing damn well at the end of the day, you guys are gonna go back to your cozy little homes and sit here and still give NYPD the funding. I sat here for damn near 10 hours, watch you, right? Young lady, I don't even know your name.
Okay,
but
thank you.
No, hold on
Thank
a
you.
second, because you let
You
the
gotta-
little,
you
you
have to
let the,
con-
oh, I'm
we
gonna
still have
finish.
50 people
I
that have to
understand that,
testify.
right? Well, let me just
You don't
say this.
understand that.
No,
You
I
gotta
do
conclude.
understand. No, let me explain this
You
before
have
I
to conclude.
let me do you a favor. I'm gonna say this, excuse me a second. I'm gonna say this before I excuse myself, because I already know what's happened, because I've been thrown out this meeting
No one's
once
throwing
already.
you out. I'm
No,
asking
I'm
you to
throwing
conclude.
myself out. Excuse me a second. Don't tell me that I don't understand, because I do understand. I've had my black ass beat up and down by SRG on Black Lives Matter Boulevard, okay? The only thing that we sat here and asked for is that you guys don't keep giving the NYPD the millions and billions of dollars that you're giving them. We are asking you guys to help us. We are asking you guys to save the fucking kids. We guys are asking you to fix mental health crisis, to actually utilize that money and do something that you need to do. How many more of us need to die before you guys decide that we're not gonna give NYPD any more funding? How many kids need to be out here skipping school, right, to tell you that they're hungry and don't have the proper hunger? I watched you on your phone. I watched the young lady here with AirPods. I watched you two speaking. I watched the 3 black brothers. I watched the brothers and sisters in the corner snickling. I watched this sister tell me, oh God. No, don't tell me
Could you give
thank
us your name for the record?
I gave you my name, and if you didn't
didn't
catch,
hear it.
well then you should have been fucking paying attention.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
And for the
Thank you
record,
so much.
one last
Go ahead.
thing, don't tell me thank you and don't patronize me.
Thank you so
Because you
much.
don't fucking care.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir. Okay, good night. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. The clock is on for you now. Go ahead.
Sorry, I need a moment just to, whenever...
We still have 50 people that have to testify.
I understand whenever people in uniform start getting up, acting, threatening, I have panic attacks now.
No one's threatening it.
And when they start acting like that,
No,
yes.
they're not. No one's
because
threatening anybody.
when they... Sir, with all due respect...
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
With all due respect, I am having a panic attack because of that, and you don't get to tell me that I am not.
Take as much time as you need.
Thank you. My name is Griffin Jones. I'm a Phi Beta Kappa graduate of Columbia and a veteran of the BLM protests of 2020 and 21. MLK Day 21 here at City Hall, I saw SRG brutality so horrible I remain traumatized. I saw a child brutally thrown to the ground. I saw a trans woman's wig torn from her scalp, and when she said that as a woman she needed it, she was laughed at. Dude, no you're not. Come on, bro, get up. That's all New York's finest had to say as they dragged her along the road, the asphalt ripping apart her flesh. We were peacefully assembled in a public park on the sidewalk. We violated no laws, but the SRG did not care. To justify their attacks, they pulled us into the street and then charged us with obstructing traffic. They wanted us gone and so manufactured charges. 2 people were hospitalized by the NYPD that night and many more were injured. When I had a taser pulled at me at a protest by a third party and pressed against my head at a distance that would have killed me had my attacker pulled the trigger, the NYPD stood by and watched. When I was beaten with the handle, the NYPD watched. I was seconds from death and the NYPD stood by and watched. They did not care if I died because I am a BLM protester and my assailant was not. The SRG's brutality had stolen so much from me. For months after these incidents, I was numb. The SRG stole the last semester of my college life, lost to trauma. The SRG stole the joy of my graduation day. They stole my ability to enjoy a summer day because of the PTSD I get seeing any officer of the NYPD, the flashbacks I get to the bodies in the street. The SRG stole however many thousands I will have to pay for therapy to fix what they broke inside of me. When I pass this building, I get panic attacks. City Hall, which should represent justice and love for my city, now only represents horror. Supporters say there is a new SRG. That is impossible. How can that be when the officers that did this are still employed and continue to roam our streets, inflicting violence on our communities? How can the joyous faces of the officers as they beat children and unleash transphobic violence be reformed? There is no possibility of reform. A budget is a reflection of a city's values, as you've heard many times today. Does this city value racism and transphobia? If it does, by all means, continue with this proposed budget. We can melt down the Statue of Liberty and sell her for parts. But if this is a city of liberty and justice for all, it is beyond time. The SRG must be disbanded. You can refer to my written testimony for more details on what they have done.
Thanks.
Next panel will be Nalikan Masego, Derek Ingram, Kimberly Bernard, Hennessy Garcia, Hannah Tager, Charlotte Lopez, and Wendy Brandes.
Folks, if your name was called, come up. If you have copies of your statements, we'll take them now. Take a seat. You can start off by identifying yourself.
Are we?
Okay, whoever wants to start, maybe go right to left, whatever you want. Just make sure you say your name just for the record before you begin.
Hello? My name is Kimberly Bernard. I am a co-founder of Black Women's March, and I am also a co-founder of May Days. The safest communities in America do not have the most police. The safest communities in this country have the most resources. I'm going to say that again. The safest communities in this country do not have the most police. The safest communities have the most resources. I'm not going to sit here and go through all the different ways that I've seen the NYPD and the SRG brutalize protesters and brutalize regular citizens in the Bronx and in Harlem and in Brooklyn, arrest them for no reason, right? Because that is information that you guys already have. You've all seen it. You've seen the viral videos, you've heard testimonies, you know what the NYPD do, you know what the NYPD is about, you know that the SRG is violent. We are tired of coming here and sitting before you and asking you over and over and over again to do something to protect the very people that voted to put you in office. We are not going to sit here and ask you or beg you to do your job. We are demanding that you do what is right. We are in the middle of an emergency. This is an emergency. People are dying. People's lives are in danger. The NYPD is extremely violent. But you already know this. There is no excuse and no reason why you should not act. We have been screaming. We sat out there in City Hall for months in 2020, occupying that area, demanding that you defund the NYPD and divest from the NYPD and invest in our communities. You did not do what we asked. And I think that you guys are missing the fact that you work for us. You work for us, and the people are demanding that you do what we ask. We need you to divest from the NYPD, from the SRG, and invest in our communities.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Derek Ingram, co-founder of Warriors in the Garden and Maydays. I'm here to state our demands. Housing for all. We demand safe, sustainable, secure housing for the shelter of all human beings. There should be a swift end to all real estate monopolies, predatory housing practices, gentrification, and unsustainable rent increases. And until this stolen land is justly returned to natives and indigenous people, we demand an emphasis on localized communitarian housing with shared ownership, where living structures and land is made into green spaces and cooperatives, so our community, with additional funding and resources, can finalize alternative housing solutions. Number 2, free public transit. We demand safe, sustainable, secure public transportation access for all. Public transportation is a civic space, a space of the citizens, and now the NYPD and the SRG has transformed that space into a racialized place of control and violence. We demand new initiatives. We demand more social workers and mental health professionals at public transit stations. We demand free access to public transit, as well as the elimination of armed police on public transit, with the addition of social workers, government employees, and other non-governmental organizations committed to community affairs, drug abuse, rehabilitation, and de-escalation. We demand the decriminalization of performers and public transit vendors who cannot afford permit. We demand the MTA end the carceral mentalities and the utilization of dystopian technologies on all public transit. We demand the transparency in these technologies. This includes the release of information and technologies used on public transit to surveil the working class citizens, including facial recognition technology, tracking technologies, and the personal data being stored with the use of newer technologies like Omni. Reimagining public safety. We keep us safe. The people in this room keep us safe. The SRG does not keep us safe. We demand an immediate end to all police brutality. We demand the dissolution of the SRG. We demand a new radical approach, a reimagining of public safety and a community investment. We are determined to break the shackles of oppression made by the governing bodies and enforced by violent police. We refuse to allow one another of our brothers and sisters to become victim of the corrupt, militarized police that are everywhere in our communities. Universal basic income. We demand a universal basic income. Now, as the country emerges from the pandemic, the guaranteed income movement sits at a crossroads, and a growing body of research based on the experiment show that guaranteed income works, that it pulls people out of poverty, improves health outcomes, and makes it easier for people to find jobs and take care of their children. If empirical evidence ruled the world, guaranteed income would be available to every poor person in America, and many of these people would no longer be poor. We look at past mistakes and we look at our elders for solutions. As the Black Panther stated in 1996, we believe that if white capitalists will not give us full employment, then the means of production should be taken from the businessman and placed in the community, so that the people of the community can organize and employ all its people and give a high standard of living. And we, the Maydays, agree.
Thank you.
My name is Nalekan Masego. I am chairperson of For Our Liberation and co-founder of Maydays. I will continue the rest of the demands. Number 5, drop charges on all nonviolent protesters from 2020 until 2023. We demand freedom. We demand autonomy. Local protesters have the right to demonstrate outside and to express themselves and speak as the country's economy crumbles and police surveil and attack our community without any regard for our lives. The charges against all the nonviolent protesters from George Floyd's murder until now must be dropped, as they were detained solely for participating in nonviolent civil disobedience and exercising their human rights. Excessive use of force, intimidation, and unlawful arrest seem to be a pattern in which the authorities respond to dissent and nonviolent assembly. These repressive actions clearly do not meet New York's obligations under international human rights law. Our comrades have been harassed, sexually assaulted, and intimidated by the NYPD while receiving trumped-up, racially biased charges, merely demonstrating, and we refuse to live under such a violent regime led by Eric Adams and enforced with your budget. Number 6, reparations. We demand reparations. In 1860, over $3 billion was the value assigned to the physical bodies of enslaved Black Americans to be used as free labor and production. This was more money than was invested in factories and railroads combined. In 1861, the value placed on cotton produced by enslaved Black people was $250 million. Slavery enriched white slave owners and their descendants, and it fueled the country's economy while suppressing wealth building for the enslaved. The United States has yet to compensate descendants of enslaved Black Americans for their labor. We believe that this racist government has robbed us and continues to rob Black communities with racist biased budgets. Now we are demanding the overdue debt of 40 acres and 2 mules. 40 acres and 2 mules. Number 7, free access to green spaces and locally grown food. We demand access to all green spaces. We must democratize our green spaces. We demand an end to food insecurity. We demand an overhaul and increase in community gardens for nourishment. New York City's Black and brown neighborhoods are home to New York's power plants, wastewater treatment facilities, and major highways. Mont Haven neighborhood, 97% Latinx and Black residents are collectively exposed to about 60% more pollution than is caused by their own consumption. Mont Haven is nicknamed Asthma Alley because it has some of the worst air pollution levels in the United States. They don't care about anything above 96th Street. New York's Green Amendment is not enough. We are living in red line spaces that have strategically put in place to block our communities from resources. Our communities must be nourished, and we demand it be reflected in the upcoming budget. The governing body of New York is failing the people. We have just laid out tangible solutions to the problems affecting the driving force of New York City. Use these demands as a basis for your work moving forward, and if you do not, then it is safe to say that you are complicit in the oppression of New Yorkers. Thank you.
My name
Hello.
is. My
Sorry.
name is. Oh.
Hi. Sorry. I just wanted to know if you guys could give the hard copy of the demands that you just gave us. Guess not. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming.
My name is Wendy Brandis. My late cousin, Robert Brandis, was an NYPD police officer and then detective from 1970 to 1992. I was in elementary school in the 1970s. I didn't get to see Bobby very often, and when I did, I thought he was a little scary because he was a very big guy who always had his service weapon on him. Maybe that's why, out of all the interesting cop stories he shared with us, what I remember most is what contrasted with his appearance. It was how proud he was when he de-escalated a situation. If he didn't have to draw his weapon, and for that matter, if no one got arrested and everyone just went home, that was his most successful day. That is not what I have seen from this era's NYPD, and especially from the Strategic Response Group, who I've personally witnessed escalating multiple situations that could have been handled calmly. The most recent incident I personally saw was on May 8th at the candlelight vigil for Jordan Neely. There were masses of officers near Lafayette and Houston long before the event organizers made their appearance. I couldn't even get them all in one photo when I crossed the street to try to do it. When the vigil began, the cops immediately started interfering with the speakers to such an extent that I kept my phone camera on the cops for an Instagram Live, which I never do, because I correctly predicted to my viewers out loud that the police would find an excuse to start violent arrests. I would like the city to audit the costs of this kind of one-day police activity that involves perhaps hundreds of officers. It would explain why, as the comptroller said in March, that the police regularly blow through their overtime budget and have done so for this fiscal year. It's obscene to me that Mayor Adams is willing to defund already underfunded social and cultural services that make life decent for New Yorkers in order to pour money into the type of policing that I know my late cousin, NYPD Detective Robert Brandis, would be disappointed by. Start by disbanding the SRG and reallocating its budget outside of the NYPD, and that is a good first step.
Thank you.
Thank you to Chair Brennan and to the esteemed members of the City Council Committee on Finance for the opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Charlotte Lopez, and I am a program director here in New York City, working at WIN. WIN is the nation's largest provider of shelter and services to families with children experiencing homelessness. I am here just as one representative of thousands of human service professionals in our city, many who, like me, are women, many who, like me, are immigrants, many who, like me, are people of color and are part of marginalized communities who in every space of our lives endure racism, gender equality, health inequities, and the weight of the many structurally violent ways that leaders in the government and nonprofit sector seek to get our maximum effort with compensation and reward that is as minimum as possible. My colleagues and I working at nonprofits across the city often endure the harsh work culture and personal safety risks associated with well-known incidents in our city's transitional housing facilities. So as a start to help us restore and remain motivated to do our vital work in the midst of the psychological and physically weathering effects of carrying out our important duties, I, Charlotte Lopez, am here to support the #JustPay campaign and advocate for a full 6.5% cost of living adjustment COLA at an estimated $200 million in the fiscal budget. Additionally, I'm opposed to the mayor's cuts to the DHS HRA services and the programs to eliminate the gaps that include a 2.5% net reduction to shelter provider contract rates. Inflation overall is a known factor, and we see it in our daily lives as healthcare, housing, childcare, food, transportation, and all other costs continue to exponentially rise. Frankly, by not giving human service workers this needed COLA, city government is actually simultaneously giving human service workers a crass and disrespectful pay cut. Because of the lack of COLA, I have seen a steady rate of attrition of human service workers in the few positions I have held in that time in my career track. I have seen low to mid-level human service professionals resign from their position to stay home and care for their children because childcare costs more than the salaries they were provided for. Many others at various staff levels leave and pursue work in retail, food and grocery services because jobs at companies like Trader Joe's, Wegmans, as well as delivery-based work with services like Uber and DoorDash can have a higher income for an individual than them providing key services to assist families on their journey to permanent housing. For example, families feel abandoned each time they lose a worker whom they have built a relationship with. This is unacceptable. I have even seen a shelter staff who make $17 an hour having to live in our shelter facilities while serving other unhoused families. Poor wages is just one aspect of the burnout experienced across the board by human service colleagues across the city. Implementing the COLA is a start, but I am hopeful for many others in other initiatives that will increase the value and resources granted to human service workers like myself and those I lead by city and the state government and nonprofit organizations as budgets are created and allocated. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'm Hennessy. I'm part of a lot of things, so I won't get into it. I missed my final to be here today. I waited 10 hours. I find it so interesting how this committee left. A chunk of it left. If your constituents can stay in this place for 10 hours, so can you. I don't know how people sleep at night knowing you constantly fail the citizens of New York. My friends have already mentioned about 2 sets of arrests that literally happened within proximity of this area. Is this protecting and serving? Again, there were children at the march. How is intimidating protesters who are exercising their First Amendment rights okay? SRG keeps mentioning get a permit for protesting. I'm sorry, but the point of protesting is to disrupt and call attention to important issues. We, the people, do not need permission to protest. What we believe in, we don't need permission for. Screw your permit, screw your respectability politics. The city council needs to disband and divest from NYPD's strategic response group. My peers and I have been traumatized and brutalized again and again. And we should not have to keep reliving our trauma to convince you that the SRG has to go. Also, please explain to us why this violent group is being deployed in neighborhoods like the South Bronx. My colleague who was here earlier mentioned the Mont Haven. That's in the South Bronx. The South Bronx is already heavily policed and neglected. This is my home and my community. You can't come to the boogie down Bronx if you never boogie down with the people of the Bronx. You want to know what the Bronx needs? The Bronx needs resources and funding for said resources. We want better building infrastructure. And we want our mayor to not blame us when our buildings are on fire because we used a space heater because our heat is not working. We want more green space and clean air, especially when 4 highways, the Sheridan, Bruckner, Cross Bronx, and Major Dejan, go through the South Bronx. Along with having the highest asthma rates in the nation, we also have the highest fine particulate matter across New York City. The South Bronx gets called unsafe, dirty, but guess what? When you address the racial, economic, housing, environmental injustices, there will be less crime, and it will improve the quality of life. We deserve better.
We do not want or need more police in our neighborhoods, especially a unit that is notorious for brutalizing protesters and protecting actual white supremacists. Like a younger colleague said, this budget is a budget of morals. Imagine what the $133 million that go to the SRG could do for the South Bronx. We have been here for hours today and hearing the amount of cuts to so many programs that could have actually benefited the people of the Bronx is so nauseating. But guess what? You have a solution right here. You can listen to the people and do the right thing.
Hi, good evening. Thank you to Chair Brandon and the rest of the members of the Council Finance Committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Hannah Tager, and I'm a policy analyst at WIN, which is the city and the nation's largest provider of shelter to families with children. But before this role, I actually worked for 2 years as an income building specialist in a shelter in the South Bronx, where I worked directly with families to connect them to employment opportunities so that they could move out of shelter. Specifically, I promoted the economic advancement of the mothers I worked with, emphasizing abilities to ask for promotions and encouraging them to seek higher salaries whenever possible. However, at the same time, in my own role, I was stuck in a job with a stagnant salary and zero opportunity for a pay increase as inflation soared. That's because, as many have mentioned, WIN, like other organizations, is funded by city contracts that determine these very low salaries, often called poverty wages, for human services workers. So I'm here today to support the Just Pay campaign and demanding that the city provide a 6.5% cost of living adjustment, or COLA, at an estimated $200 million in this year's budget. I'm also here to oppose the mayor's proposed cuts or PEGs to provider contract rates, which are written in as 2.5%. You know, we come to work, WIN comes to work every day to end homelessness, and at the same time, some of our staff are housing insecure themselves because of our low pay. I'll just speak personally. When I was a direct service worker at shelter, I myself was rent burdened while living in a very humble apartment with multiple roommates, struggling to make ends meet. However, I have had a relatively privileged position compared to many of my colleagues who often have to support families and pay back student loans while living on shelter salaries. Ultimately, it goes without saying that the group that suffers the most from these city contracts, these low wages, are the families we serve. That's because there's insanely high turnover, understaffing. This is very costly because it takes longer to link families to permanent housing. Shelter is extremely costly compared to paying for vouchers. And it's also dangerous because prolonged stays in shelter, as we know, result in worse health and mental health outcomes. So please include a 6.5% COLA in your budget, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Malot Sansosa, Candido Aider. I apologize, the handwriting's a little bad. Nikki Basudin, Bex Goolsby, Myla Beach, Alvin San, and Amalia Vito. Sure. Names were Malot Sansosa, Cananetto Aider, Nikki Basudin, Bex Goolsby, Myla Beach, Alvin San, or Sao, and Amalia Vito.
Let's start from the left. Just say your name before you begin, please.
My name is Nikki Basudin. The NYPD Strategic Response Group, the NYPD Strategic Response Group is a violent gang of thugs specifically tasked with violating the rights, liberties, and humanity of protesters in New York City. Since the uprising in 2020 following the murder of George Floyd, I've had dozens and dozens of interactions with the SRG. Not only have I witnessed them abuse their power and position, by violently beating and arresting protesters expressing their First Amendment right. I've personally been arrested, assaulted, and kidnapped by the SRG on at least 7 occasions, including when they broke my arm in the summer of 2020 with a baton as I was helping someone up off the ground after an NYPD cruiser nearly ran them over. The SRG notoriously targets my queer and trans siblings for arrest, making a point to taunt, harass, and dehumanize them, hoping to quell and quash the momentum led by Black, trans, and queer folks, especially women and femmes. City Council allowing the SRG to continue operating is an investment in violence, white supremacy, and the continued systemic oppression of our Black and brown community members. By continuing to allot increased budgets to the NYPD and SRG, City Council is saying, we approve of the SRG's unhinged, unchecked, all-encompassing power to abuse New Yorkers, and we refuse to protect and ensure the safety and liberty of our citizens. I'm here today to ask that you abolish, not defund, abolish the SRG and reallocate their $100 million plus budget to addressing the root causes of inequity in our city: housing, food, education, and mental health services, because the safest communities have the most resources, not the most cops. This is just one step City Council can take now on the path to imagining a better New York City, one that doesn't endorse a systemically oppressive force of power-hungry monsters, especially one that is actively at odds with its citizens. Abolish the SRG, abolish the NYPD, and fuck Eric Adams.
I'm not gonna thank any of you for the chance to speak today. It's my right to be here today. I was one of the first 15 people in the door this morning. I've been here for, how long has it been? 10 hours now, and it is ridiculous that you continue to put us at the very end of all of these hearings. So I'm not thanking you for the opportunity to speak here today. I am here. It is my right to be here, and I'm going to tell you what I think about the fact that you are continuing to prioritize the NYPD over everything else in this city, while we heard children beg for food from you today. My name is Bex, and I'm a community organizer here in New York City, and I'm here, I could speak about a multitude of things, but I'm here to talk about the NYPD and about the SRG. The sight of an NYPD officer anywhere in this city does not make me feel safe. It immediately rips me out of the present and sends me back in time. I know that in this feeling I am not alone. When I see an officer, I do not only see one, I see them all. I see the one who threatened to cut my hand off with a buzzsaw. I see the one who fastened zip ties around my wrists so hard I nearly bled. I see the one who turned off his body camera in the middle of the road and leaned in close to me, whispering in my ear about how he could do whatever he wanted to me. I see the faces of every officer who has ever enacted violence against me and who I have watched do the same to others. There are millions of New Yorkers who, just like me, have been brutalized by the NYPD and live in a constant state of remembering. Mayor Adams has claimed that he wants to unite the city, but the city is already united. We are united in the violence we have and continue to experience at the hands of the NYPD. A big amount of the violence is perpetrated by the SRG, the violent unit which has threatened and brutalized many of us here, including myself. The SRG does not illustrate the worst of the NYPD. Rather, it is the department's shining star, the unit it deploys to epitomize the violence that so many officers wish they could inflict. They volunteer for the SRG. They volunteer to be there and to beat us on the street. It's the unit which violates constitutional rights and which beats New Yorkers within an inch of their life when they try to exercise such rights. The NYPD and the SRG enact violence against the people of this city each and every day, and you and this budget enable them to do so. It has been said so many times today that what a society spends money on is a reflection of what it prioritizes the most. $29 million is spent every single day on the police in this city. So what does the city of New York prioritize? What do you, the city council members, prioritize? Disbanding the SRG is about much more than getting rid of one police unit. It is about showing New Yorkers what the city government's priority is. Is the city's priority keeping people safe? Is it providing food for our children, or housing and help for our aging family members, or for our houseless neighbors? Or is the city's priority and your priority stripping every budget of every single city service down to the bone and directing it all to the NYPD and resigning us to a life in a police state of your deliberate design? I'm here today and tonight to demand that the SRG be disbanded and that the $133 million it receives be redirected to actual community resources that will enable all New Yorkers to live a life of hope and safety, not one dominated by fear. That is not a life that we should have to ask for nicely. It is the life that we deserve.
Amalia Vito, for the record. In 2021, the public high school I attend more than doubled our guidance team and finally hired our first social worker. Some of this money came from $135 million, please keep that figure in mind, in federal funding that was used to hire social workers and nurses. I'm asking this body not to reverse this progress. Not in the middle of next year, not in the next fiscal year, and not ever. Just one day, Chair Brannon asked the DOE about their plans to save programs that are relying on federal stimulus dollar. The response was that there is no plan. Conveniently, the SRG costs $133 million annually. Don't approve a budget that does not give more funding to the School Construction Authority for them to increase our capacity in schools. And then I, along with many of my peers, would appreciate if we can then stick to the capacity. My school got a new building last year. It is our first year in our new building, yet we're already 200 students over the capacity authorized by the School Construction Authority. Our education system is in dire need of investment, and meanwhile, our system of policing is broken beyond repair. The deaths of Jordan Neely, the 26 New Yorkers killed by the police since 2007 while in a mental health crisis, and the 37 people who died at Rikers in the last 2 years illustrate a city that is utterly failing to protect those most vulnerable and instead focusing on brutalizing those who question these systems. Though the SRG was formed as a counter-terror unit, it has rapidly evolved into an unaccountable violent unit, often violating the First Amendment rights of so many New Yorkers. And to be clear, we want a disbandment. We do not want a rebranding. Increases in funding for police come at the expense of our civil liberties, our communities, and our schools. And so I just spent my time pretending everything is normal, or as normal as it can be. It's not normal. We've been here for over 10 hours, and it's disheartening to sit here and feel hopeless, and that this body will likely make decisions behind closed doors that make no sense. Why are we even considering cutting CUNY? There's no way I can testify in good faith without addressing the fact that in this room, there are just 4 council members left. Folks, there are a combined 24 council members on the B&T, the budget negotiating team, and on the finance committee. And all the council members should be here. And let's not vote on another bad budget again, saying that the cuts were a surprise. The cuts are not a surprise this year. And one of the 4 people left is the chair and has listened to people talk to empty rooms 3 times, testifying about their trauma, and yet is not on Councilmember Osei's bill to disband the SRG. Chair Brannon, are you listening? What I don't understand is how you can sit through these hearings time after time and not have it stick. We've been here for 11 hours. I haven't gone to school. I have a test for a college class tomorrow morning. So that is all for today. But thank you. Or not thank you.
Hello, my name is Alvin Dan, and I'm. One sec. All right. Hello, my name is Alvin Dan, and I'm a social work student at Hunter College. I'm here today representing myself as someone who's experienced police brutality the past 3 years, as well as a member of the Crown Heights Care Collective, a hyper-local abolitionist collective organizing against police violence and police intervention in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, where Sahid Vessel, a black man who was experiencing a mental health crisis, was murdered by the NYPD Strategic Response Group back in 2018 for mistaking the shower pipe he was holding for a firearm. Since then, the SRG has ballooned in size and budget, going from $15 million to $90 million in 1 year, from a 350 police officer unit to a 700 police officer unit. We now know they have $133 million in their budget. I think we've heard enough facts today for the past 10 hours about how abysmal the NYPD has conducted their department over the past 3 years, especially this year. They purposely refused to testify the first two meetings, right? But they came in with shiny shoes to come grovel at the budget meeting back in April, where Chief of Police Jeffrey Madry was lying to you, and y'all sat there and listened to it. And it's kind of crazy, because like I'm going off cuff at this point, because like I've said this speech like at the past 2 meetings, you know. But here I'm going to update with what the SRG has done since then. 2 weeks ago, the SRG attacked protesters who couldn't even have the dignity to mourn the murder of a black man who was screaming for food and water, who was murdered by Daniel Penny, who was just exonerated. 2 hours they took for them to process. We were trying to get people out at a jail for 15, it was like 2 days straight. 15 people. We have leaked audio footage of officers scrambling around, scratching their heads, trying to figure out what to charge all the people they just brutalized and arrested, who were just there to mourn the death of a black man who is begging for food and water. It's hard to find trust in a city council that's getting funding from the same super PAC, right? The same super PAC. Common Sense New York, talk about it. Why is Joanne Areola, a Republican council member from Queens, sharing the same seat as Kamala Hanks, a Democrat councilwoman from Staten Island, one talking about refunding the police, the other one's talking about disbanding it, but y'all are part of the same team. I've been here for 10 hours. I've been brutally arrested by the SRG 5 times in the span of 3 months. I got batons to my face. I got batons to my throat. I had my hair ripped out. I had my face smashed into the concrete on Black Lives Matter Boulevard. Talk about irony, right? When you have a mayor that runs this city like a cop running a police department, then everything else is just fodder. $6 million has been cut from libraries. 250 cut from Board of Ed. All the people who showed up today didn't come saying, we need more cops. They said they need more funding. They need a council that doesn't want to share the same legacy, the same governing body that let the Nazis run the show. Right? I implore you to look deeper within you in your role as council members and think about the fact that you guys are funding and allowing the same authoritarian body that ran Nazi Germany. The same badges, same uniform, same regalia, same judge, jury, executioner. I think it's apparent where the priorities are for this city. You know, $133 million. Y'all cut $6 million from libraries, bro. You think kids want to watch a cop beat the shit out of a homeless person rather than read a book in the park? Are you out of your minds, dude? You know what I mean? You can't call this city a sanctuary city when you deploy the same police officers to beat up abortion rights activists and trans rights activists and migrants. And you know what I mean? You don't get to call it a sanctuary city. Calling this city a sanctuary city is like saying a pizza is a vegetable because it has tomatoes, bro. It's a joke. This is a joke. Please, do not share the same legacy as people who let the Nazis run their show. This is your one chance. The whole city's watching. Human Rights Watch is watching, literally. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear in 20 years, man, that was a bad idea. We probably should have done something about it. I want to hear that in 20 years. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. These are real New Yorkers telling you that they got beat, the shit kicked out of them. They were sexually harassed by the same officers that you think is a good idea to deploy to 20 other precincts in the city. They're not gonna stop at protesters, bro. If y'all take off your suits and wear hoodies, they're gonna come for you next, bro. If you stand 5 inches next to a demonstration, they're gonna come for you. Just like that's happened to so many people. So many people. Y'all don't have any idea how many people you've radicalized in this city? You have no idea. The city is watching. Generations of New Yorkers are watching. We're gonna be coming to your addresses soon, not City Hall.
Thank you.
My name is Alvin Dan, disband the SRG.
My name is Mayla. I am a concerned citizen of New York. I have personally seen SRG attack, kettle, and severely hurt people that were peaceful and not resisting, that were exercising their right to protest and their right to freedom of speech. I have seen where a far-right fascist physically attacked a black activist and the SRG violently arrested the peaceful black activist that was getting attacked. I have personally seen Joseph Cuervo, who worked at the 6th Precinct, push a 14-year-old black boy, we're not gonna call him a man because he's a boy, he's a child, down on the ground and tell him to stay down inward. I had that on video. Once Joseph Cuervo saw that I was recording and I screamed at him to let him go, I got body slammed down on the ground and arrested. And they said that I attacked a police officer. While I was at 6th Precinct, they brought in an activist who went into a seizure. They didn't know how to handle that seizure. They were just gonna let him lay there on the ground and seize until I finally convinced them to let me help him because I used to be a nurse. But I had to help him while handcuffed to a bench. When I put his head in my lap to stop him from banging his head against the ground, they said I couldn't do that. Instead, they gave me an empty tissue box and said that can be his pillow. By the time I made it to Central Bookings, and I asked them several times for Fenneman products, and I told them it was in my backpack, and they refused to go get them. By the time I went to Central Bookings, I already had blood all the way down my legs. They refused to give me water for almost 48 hours. They refused to let me sleep. Every time I tried to sleep, because they had me in isolation, every time I tried to sleep, they would come and bang on the cell door, telling me to wake up. They refused to give me food. I asked for at least a sandwich, and they refused to give me a food. By the time I got out of there, I had dried blood all the way down to my shoes. I had to throw away my leggings, my panties, my shoes, because they refused to give me a pad. That's what NYPD does. And instead of Joseph Cuervo being fired or demoted, he was promoted. Of course, we know that's a common trend because he was found back several years ago beating a gay man 3 different times, sent him to the hospital and back for having a sex toy in his pants and calling him very homophobic names. But they promoted him to a sergeant. So we already know they're gonna promote him. I have personally experienced SRG using intimidation and threats of violence during a sweep of an encampment at the Thompson Square Park. 12 SRG members surrounded 4 people and yelling at us that we weren't working fast enough. Meanwhile, they were supposed to be looking for the subway mass shooter, who, by the way, was found blocks away by a community member, not even the NYPD. This was not the first time nor the last time that they have targeted encampments or an unhoused neighbor. This misuse of NYPD and SRG is still happening today. The SRG is not here to keep us safe. The NYPD is not here to keep us safe. Even after they have gotten told repeatedly not to cuddle protesters by the city, they still continue to not only cuddle protesters, but also cause panic and chaos into peaceful protest. The only ones that are not peaceful at protests is the NYPD and the SRG. Who pays the NYPD and the SRG more money when they can't even follow the law or their code of conduct themselves? Use the funding to get the people in actual apartments and actually pay for the apartments. Actually pay when they say that they're going to pay the electric bill instead of 2 months later, because you've given them 6 months to get a job and they haven't found a job in 2 months, and $103 electric bill is too much money. So now someone has a $500 electric bill and already about to be evicted within 2 months of being in an apartment after being in a domestic violence shelter for over a year. That's what I'm personally going through. But instead of going to HRA today to try to get that taken care of, I'm down here for over 10 hours trying to get you guys to listen. We don't need more cops or more SRG or more shelters like Eric Adams lies and says we need. We don't need abusive shelters that are basically mini jails with a day pass. Let's be real, that's what they are. They're mini jails with a day pass. You get a day to go out and have a little fun, but you gotta be back by 10 p.m. Our teachers are unpaid and are supposed to teach our youth. Our nurses are being unpaid but supposed to save lives. Our unhoused is not given a fair shot due to voucher amounts, food stamps, and cash benefits not being enough, but you're continuing to cut the budget.
Can I ask you to conclude, please?
Huh?
I'm trying to ask you to conclude your testimony.
Okay, I will. We need community resources and truly affordable housing, especially for our Black and brown communities, because they're the ones that suffered the most. But instead, you guys keep giving more money to the NYPD to make sure that their lives are comfortable and get new shiny toys to play with and get praised for arrest and beating unhoused neighbors and targeting and abusing Black and brown communities, the LGBTQ, and anyone else that perceives as a threat to their white supremacy lifestyle. Thank you for putting us last and showing us that at best the council does not want to see the faces or hear the voices of their people or of their citizens who the SRG traumatized, or at worst, they do not care. We have been sitting here for hours watching council leave and coming back, but when it's finally our turn, of course they don't come back, except for just a few. Thank you for showing the same respect as everyone else was shown by being on your phone and sleeping and not paying attention to what we have to say. You let your own council sit here and argue with you for over an hour and a half, which they brought up very good points. How are we supposed to have you guys take care of us when your own employees are talking about how much of a shitty and horrible employers you guys are?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, fuck you.
Okay. Go ahead. Just say your name for the record.
My name is Valeria Augusta Milat Sansosa. I am representing the Uptown Free Store in Harlem. We are a mutual aid network that has been in operation since early 2020 during the pandemic, when the city was, as per usual, missing in action. In the past 3 years within my network, we have fed more than 1,000 families, elderly, the disabled, those with mentally illnesses. We have been able to pay jail support. We have been able to pay immigration fees, and all of this community organizing has come from our community. For the past 3 years, we have been doing the job of this city within our own community. So I won't repeat what everyone has said here all day today. You know what's happening within our communities. You do not care. But I'm here to let you know that you're not yanking all of us. It might be only a few of us, but you're not yanking all of us. June 19th of 2023 will be my 7th year of not paying rent, and I won't pay rent again in this city. I do not pay taxes, and I won't pay taxes again in this city. I have housed undocumented people within my dwelling, and I will continue to do that. I have housed houseless people within my dwelling, and I will continue to do that. I do not pay for groceries because as a human, I will not pay for groceries because this city continues to yank from all of us. So I'm here to let you know you're not the only ones getting over. You're not the only ones getting over. And for the record, for our ancestors and for every woman that fell in the Black Panther Party, and for Malcolm, and for Biko, and for Lumumba, and for Marielle, and for all of our resistance fighters within our ancestral strain, you aren't the only ones getting over.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Sidar Sklar-Lures, Roque Rodriguez, Sophia Costanzi, Walter Masterson, Callan Dittmeyer, Christopher Leon Johnson, and Isabel Leyva.
Okay, you can begin, please. Say your name before you begin.
My name is Cedar Sklar-Lures. I'm a resident of New York City. I'm a student, and I'm here to urge the New York City Council to disband and abolish the NYPD Strategic Response Group in all its forms. I'd like to begin by mentioning something that a bunch of people have mentioned before, which is that I think most people thanked you before they started this, but you guys are paid to be here. Like, you got paid for this entire 10-hour ordeal. I'd like to thank all of the community who has shown up today to demand what you are hired to do, what you're being paid right now to do that you're refusing to do because Councilman Brennan is on his computer. Turn down your laptop. I'm a student. I know when the professor tells you laptops away, please.
I'm trying to tee up the next speakers.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
People get scared when they hear the phrase abolition, and on some level, I get that. But you have heard hours of testimony today asking for funding for social services of all kinds. Nurses, care workers, students, teachers, all of the people who have come here can get the funds that they need. So when you get together after this hearing and wonder how on earth will we fund all these programs, well, why not take that money from the NYPD? That's what we mean when we talk about defunding. I originally wrote this testimony last year. I was planning to talk about my experience with the SRG, being brutalized by them, watching as an SRG officer walk down a line of protesters on the Brooklyn Bridge, pepper spraying each of us with malice, knowing that there was nothing I could do but wait for the burns of that chemical weapon to hit my face, or what it feels like to be hit with a bike as it is used as a weapon by SRG officers after they fell off their own bikes and got embarrassed. But I can't, because since last year, the SRG has only continued its practice of brutality and lawlessness, and it is only getting worse. In theory, the SRG exists to prevent and respond to terrorism. However, unless they've been keeping their valiant anti-terrorism work a secret over the past few years, I haven't heard of a single instance of the SRG actually doing the work they purport to exist because of. In fact, the one instance of terrorism that has actually occurred in this city recently, the Brooklyn subway shooting, was not only not stopped by the SRG, but the SRG failed to even attempt to respond to the violence. When the shooter attempted to turn himself into the police, but then was found by community members, where was the SRG? Were they perhaps responding to a different instance of terrorism? No, they were violently clearing a homeless encampment less than 5 blocks from where the shooter was apprehended. Instead of doing their job, the only reason the unit ostensibly exists, they were wasting thousands of dollars in taxpayer money to arrest people whose only crime was existing as a person unable to afford housing in this city. Now, the SRG did not kill Jordan Neely, but make no mistake, the SRG and the NYPD as a whole is responsible for Jordan Neely's murder. 2 years ago, Eric Adams began his crusade against the city's most vulnerable population, whether it is the sweeps of makeshift shelters, something that has been ruled unconstitutional by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, forced hospitalizations of people without clear access to care-based treatment, or flooding the subway with thousands more cops to arrest people for everything from panhandling to taking a nap. The NYPD and the SRG are this city's violent arm that is being directed at our city's most vulnerable population. Doesn't it seem odd that there was literally a rally happening today in defense of Daniel Penny where one of your council members was speaking? Isn't it odd that this murderer is being treated like a cop who killed someone on duty? And the NYPD even knows that. Daniel Penny may not be an SRG officer, but he was doing their job that day. Please listen to the words of hundreds of others who spoke before me today. If you need help funding our communities, why not take it from the NYPD? Disband the SRG, abolish the NYPD, and fuck Eric Adams.
Hi. I'm here to speak for the NYPD and our plans for the Strategic Response Group.
Please say your name.
My name is Walter Masterson. I'm here to speak for the NYPD and our plans for the Strategic Response Group. I currently run one of the largest police charities in America. You can learn more about it by Googling 40% Cops. For those of you who don't know, the Strategic Response Group is a unit trained in counterterrorism. Now you might ask yourself, what is terrorism? Well, according to our own training manual, it's Black Lives Matter, Occupy Wall Street, and anti-Trump protesters. Now, people are constantly asking us why we don't list neo-Nazis or other white supremacist groups in our training manual, and there's a reason for that.
Sounds like a bit.
I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to sit here and disparage the the police by insulting the Proud Boys of the Patriot Front. Okay. Now, the SRG has done an amazing job dealing with nonviolent protesters, the homeless, and helping forced birthers block access to Planned Parenthood. Now, the Strategic Response Group has been such a huge success that we are now planning on deploying them to every police precinct in New York City. Yes, the officers responsible for hundreds of civil suits during peaceful protests are now going to be on patrol everywhere you go. So Mayor Eric Adams is making huge cuts to every department in New York City except the NYPD. So thank you everyone else for your sacrifice. 4% cuts across the board to each department. NYPD, they're getting raises. So thank you, Mayor Eric Adams. Lastly, I just want to give a shout out to all of the Democrat council members that have made this possible. All the Democrat council members who marched with Black Lives Matter, who marched for women's reproductive rights, then turned around and supported the SRG being deployed in their district. Gail Brewer, Mercedes Narcisse, Oswald Felice, Raphael Salamanca, Salvina Brooks Powers, Diana Alaya, Darlene Neely, Julie Menon, Justin Brennan, thank you very much, sir, Camilla Hanks, Keith Powers, Linda Lee, Marjorie Velasquez, Amanda Farias. Thank you for everyone in the Democratic Party that has helped fund the NYPD and the SRG. We got a little nervous when we saw you marching with Black Lives Matter, but we're glad you pulled through in the end. All right, thank you.
My name's Sophia Costanzi, and I would like to state for the record that we're now down to 3 council members. For the 3rd time in a row, we who support disbanding the SRG have been pushed to the end of the day so that we can testify to an empty room. Tell your fellow council members that they should be ashamed of themselves. There should be nothing more important to this body than hearing the public. Once again, a budget is a reflection of our values, and we spend most of our money on cops. That means our #1 priority is cops. Not education, not infrastructure, not libraries, housing, parks, the arts, healthcare, elder care, foster care, any care. And if you're sitting there thinking that police spending is for public safety, here's why you're wrong. Once again, research has shown, time and time again, that the safest communities are the ones with the best services, not the ones with the most cops. True public safety is access to resources. It's pretty simple. If people have what they need, they won't have to resort to crime. How can we, one of the richest cities in the world, allocate away our own resources? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. You cannot continue to throw more cops at a problem they cannot solve. It's literally insane. After deploying thousands of extra cops into the subway, Jordan Neely was murdered by Daniel Penny on the train. Cops did not stop this crime. They actually inspired this crime. We are so desensitized to police brutality that our so-called Good Samaritans are mimicking the same behavior that killed Eric Garner, George Floyd, Elijah McClain, Manuel Ellis, Christopher Lowe, Derek Scott, Byron Williams, John Elliott Neville, and I could keep saying names. We cannot continue to sponsor the public health crisis that is the NYPD. Jordan Neely was a product of a system so full of cracks he fell through every single one. He was literally begging for help in the moments leading up to his death. If he had gotten it, he would be alive today. Likewise, if Daniel Penny had access to the mental health care our veterans so desperately need, Jordan Neely would be alive today. So, first on the chopping block, SRG. You have heard what they do, and you know good and goddamn well that it's all true. With the least transparency and the most civil suits, seems like a no-brainer. Over $133 million that could actually help people. Think of the parade of agencies you have seen today and all budget season long and what that money could do for them. Think of the high schoolers who literally in this room just asked you for food, sitting here calmly explaining to you why they need food. Our city is bleeding. This is not robot dog science. This is a test of your humanity. Try not to fail.
Hi, my name is Isabel Leva. I run the NYCOU's protest monitoring program, through which we've documented police conduct at protests for 3 years. Before I start, I just want to talk about why people in this room are so angry right now. And the reason for that is that more than 100 people signed up today, took time off work to testify about the SRG specifically. In terms of comparison to how many people signed up for other issues, by far more people signed up to talk about SRG than anything else. So the fact that it's almost 10 p.m. and we are all now testifying to a room that is empty except for us is incredibly frustrating. That is after an oversight hearing where the NYPD did not show up, and then we testified to an empty room. This is after a budget hearing where we again testified to an empty room because we were again pushed to the end of the day. So the anger that is felt in this room is righteous anger, and I just want to say that. And now I want to talk about the SRG, but I have testified to this council so many times about why this unit has to be disbanded. I've talked about the facts and the figures, all the reasons why the SRG is a threat to the safety and the First Amendment rights of New Yorkers. So today I'm just going to talk about some of the things that I have seen during the more than 200 protests that I have documented at since 2020 myself with my 2 eyes. I have seen the SRG use barricades to break limbs. I have seen the SRG kettle protesters and pummel trapped people with batons and fists. I have seen the SRG hold a taser to the head of an unhoused man while clearing Washington Square Park after curfew. I have seen the SRG use their bicycles like baseball bats, swinging them at people's heads. I have seen the SRG stand on top of cars and swing their batons at the crowd below. I have seen the SRG pile on top of protesters as they scream, "I can't breathe." I have seen the SRG pick up a protester by her hair and slam her head first into the sidewalk. I have seen the SRG stand by as white supremacists attack counter-protesters and then escort them to the subway. I have seen the SRG arrest journalists 2 weeks ago. I have seen the SRG beat photographers with batons. I have seen the SRG pepper spray elected officials. I have seen the SRG rip unhoused community members from their tents and violently arrest them. I have seen the SRG throw someone so hard into a light pole that it looked like every bone in their face was broken. I have seen countless beatings, dog piles, broken bones, and open wounds. I have seen enough. New Yorkers have seen and lived through enough. And they come here and they re-traumatize themselves again. What we haven't seen is a semblance of accountability. The NYPD refused to show up to their own oversight hearing and continues to refuse to answer any questions about a unit that is currently being deployed to Black and brown neighborhoods. But New Yorkers did show up. We keep showing up. We keep sitting here and telling you that the SRG does not keep us safe. Anything less than the full disbandment of this unit is unacceptable. We keep showing up and we are asking that you do the same. Disband the SRG and reinvest its funds into our communities.
I'm sorry, it's just, I'm not sorry, but it's why I haven't been coming to these hearings, I have not been coming to these fucking hearings because I can't stand listening to the replay of people who I love and cared about, because you start talking about it and I can see it and I can feel it in my body, and I had the fucking SRG on me and I couldn't breathe, and I said I couldn't breathe. I was in a fucking protest, we finished the protest, we come onto the sidewalk, we're on the sidewalk, and on November 4th, or Wednesday, November 4th, 2020, because I know, you know what I mean? And I watched the SRG come onto the sidewalk and punch this woman in her face. She couldn't have been 120 pounds. I was shocked. I just stood shocked, and because I stood shocked and I wasn't moving, then they started to pummel me from the back. I got hit in the back of the head. I got hit in the ribs. They get on top of me. There's 4 people on top of me. They're punching me. It's a dog pile. I play football. I know about the dog pile. They get in the dog pile. They hit you in the balls. They hit you in the back. They hit you in the ribs. And y'all know that. So I don't even care about your shocked look. Oh, wow, they hurt you. You know. I know you know. I know you don't care. I know you don't care because of how you vote. I know you don't care because you want the SRG in your district. I know you don't care because you also marched Julie Wan with people with Black Lives Matter protesters, promised to not increase the New York City budget, and then turned around and increased it. So no, I don't fuck with you. You know what I mean? Because you're a liar, and I know you don't care about me, because if you cared about me, you would follow through and stop these people who are trying to harm me, who brutalize me. So I'm gonna read my actual thoughts. I have lost all faith in this institution. I don't know if I ever had it, but I lost it, but I couldn't sleep tonight with a clear conscience without sharing my experiences with the SRG. On September 19th at a protest against ICE, I watched the SRG attack people on bicycles. They took a femme individual who couldn't weigh 100 pounds soaking wet and slammed them off their bike directly on their face. Afterwards, we got very angry that day. We was at an ICE protest, so we said, no, we can't stand that. We marched into the street in Times Square. We sat our asses down and let them arrest 90 people. You could look it up. They arrested 90 people. Did any of those charges stick? No. How much overtime did they charge? You know how long it takes to process 90 people? It took me 15 hours to get out of there. You know what I mean? They did that. On December 11th, 2020, the SRG marched behind us as we marched in solidarity with folks who were on hunger strike in ICE detention. The SRG formed a line behind us for an hour and then broke that line just long enough to allow Kathleen Casillo to drive her car through the crowd, injuring 9 people, including me, who broke my fucking leg, and my friends who still have spinal injuries and cognitive issues as a result of this attack. And immediately after this attack, do you know what the SRG did? They arrested protesters. They beat on protesters. They brutalized us in the street after a car ran us over. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you get it? Is it sinking in? Y'all are villains. Not you, Sandy, because you actually didn't vote to increase the police budget. But everybody else who voted to increase the police budget, after watching everybody here get their motherfucking ass whooped for a year, y'all are villains. I am done. I'm so sick of this shit.
Ready?
Say your name for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Christopher Leon Johnson. On the record, I'm a member of Brooklyn Community Board 8. I'm a member of the press, and I'm a member of the New York Press Photography Association. Now, I had a lot of things I wanted to say about defunding Vocal New York because of the fact that they are real corrupt. They got a lot of these council members under their thumb with the threats of a primary and funding against them, and most likely they'll get voted out, and especially inserting the more like progressively in districts. And I'm not here to disrespect you, Councilman Sandy Nurse, but you stand next to Douglas Powell, a level 3 sex offender who's here in December. We were going against Intro 632, and he had the audacity to call out, to disparage Susan Lee, who's running the city council, against your comrade in the Progressive Caucus, Christopher Marte, and he had the audacity to disparage Mrs. Yatin Chu, who is the leader of the Asian Wave Alliance. And you had the nerve to defend it and throw them and try to throw Yatin Chu and Susan Lee to the wolves. And you never apologized for that, even when it was on video that this guy was disparaging the Asian people. And then you had the nerve to stand next to Douglas Powell just a few weeks ago. Rest in peace to Jordan Neely. And you stood next to the guy and you tried to be real slick. And you only ran that one photo of you just standing, kneeling down, holding flowers, etc. on Twitter. But you went on Instagram, and instead of, I don't know who do your editing, but whoever gives you the wrong edit video, it should be fired in your office. You had a little slick shot of Douglas Powell standing next to you, acting like it's all good. Now, I know you won't apologize for that, but you need to apologize because it's disgusting that you stood next to this guy, even this guy being a racist. And I know you hate the New York GOP. I know you hate Republicans. You don't want to stand next to Republicans, but you have no issue of standing next to Douglas Powell, who's a level 3 sex offender. Now, what else I need to talk about is like you blocked Sam Antar. Shout out to Sam Antar.
Do you have a budget question?
Yeah, I'm at a budget. Yeah, I'm here. I'm calling for the defunding of Vocal New York.
Okay.
I'm calling for the funding of Vocal New York, and that's all I'm calling for. And I'm gonna tell you this right now. I know that a lot of you guys are running with minimal opposition in 2023, but 2025, because we know Mayor Adams is running for mayor, and I know you might run for public advocate or mayor yourself. But if you dare fund Vocal New York this time, 2025, you guys will not be voted to the higher office, and all you got to be voted out. And that's why I need to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Callan Dittmeyer, and I'm currently, I'm going to be honest, it's definitely been hard hearing what everyone's had to say. I mean, personally, I can't say I've had any experience being hurt or attacked or anything by the SRG, but I definitely have seen it. I've seen what's happened to all my allies that are here today, and I wanted to commend all of you for everyone who's spoken today. I'm like, you're really out here doing the work that's needed, and like, yeah, I'm a bit of lack of words right now, but I just wanted to thank, because you're all really doing the good work that's needed here. And yeah, just like as it's been pointed out multiple times, like people, as I've been here like basically 12 hours, people have pointed out about CUNY being defunded. As a current CUNY student myself at Brooklyn College, I know that for all these resources that can, instead of going to a unit that's known for brutalizing and attacking people, it could be going to actually making people's lives better. And I don't have too much else to say after that because I'm a bit tired like most people here are, but that's just one of the, and to close out, I just wanted to say, I think what we can do, I do believe, I know there's been a lot of tension, I do have the belief that people can change and make themselves better. And what I say is if everyone here wants to show that that's the case, that we're open to improving, making the lives of everyone here better, we can disband the group, the SRG, and we can use the funds allocated to it to actually making the lives of everyone better. Thank you.
Next panel will be Chanel Bueno, Amy Wagner, Aya Aziz, Ciara Kozior, Brittany Spalding, and Margot Barrett.
Folks, if your name was called, please come up. If you have copies of statements, we'll take them now.
Okay, that's how they work.
You can begin. Just say your name before you begin.
My name is Kira Kozior. I'm here to ask you to disband the SRG, defund the SRG. I'm an artist. I'm a designer. I wrote you a letter on that whatever forum that you have to put in. I'm going to use my time instead to just look at you guys. I want you to think. I want you to think about what it feels like to be like these people. I want you to think about what it feels like to go home into your bed and have the experience that they've had. I want you to feel the broken arm, the broken leg, the smashed in ribs, the days off work, the time in the hospital that they had to experience. I didn't experience that, but I want you to feel it because you have this ability to change it. You do. You do. You do. The rest of the council members who fucked off, they do. I don't. I'm a little ass artist. I don't have fucking anything right now. But these people, they need your help. So what are we going to do for the next 36 seconds? I'm not giving up my time. You know, it's fucking a shame. We could have beautiful parks, we could have beautiful cities, we could have elevators in the subway, we could have food for our kids, and instead we have these people fucking brutalizing people. Think about it, feel it in your bones.
Hi, I'm Chanel. I'm here to talk about the school budget because
Just put the mic a little bit closer. Thank you.
Wasn't be afraid. I'm Chanel. I'm here to talk about the school budget and about you guys not cutting more because you cutting out the school budget is students missing out on resources. It took 4 months ago, I just got physics textbooks for my physics class when we should have gotten them in the beginning of the school year. So my teachers were not working out of the textbook and we missed out on crucial work in physics. Not only that, we don't have books in our library. Our library is empty. There's probably 10 or 5 shelves filled with books. We need more money for teachers for the school because the school system is crumbling. Not only that, some schools don't have teachers for English and math. Some students don't get the subjects that they need to because the schools don't have money. The schools don't have money for pencils, papers, to buy a new printer because their printers don't work anymore. They don't have money to buy toilet papers for the bathroom, soap, to buy janitors, to repair the bathrooms when they break because they don't have money. Taking away money affects the school system, and then when you take away money from the school system, it affects the whole system, but you already know that.
This on? Good evening. My name is Amy Wagner, and I am the director of the Yaya Network, Youth Activists, Youth Allies. We were intended to be part of a panel of folks coming to you from a group of our collegial police free schools organizations. I don't know if they're still waiting to be heard or if they've just given up. So I'm going to say my piece at least. Before founding the Yaya Network, I was a clinical social worker for more than 10 years in what were considered to be last chance transfer schools. We had no metal detectors and only one school safety agent, and despite the fact that many of our students had been pushed out of their previous high schools for fighting, we had no fights. Zero. The schools created supportive and safe community by maintaining a high student-to-adult ratio, including counselors, social workers, paras, and community members. All teachers worked with small family groups of students. Students knew that they had adult allies and peer mediators who would help them manage any conflicts before they turned into fights, and students trusted us to support them, and we trusted students to come to us when they needed help. This is what school safety looks like. Students who begin each school day being searched, scanned, and wanded by police do not feel safe. They feel criminalized. After 3 years of COVID, students have lost traction in their education progress. The rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation have skyrocketed. Schools are still reeling from last year's draconian cuts. While Chancellor Banks has announced no new cuts for the beginning of this school year, he has also made no promises that the DOE will not claw back the funding later in the school year. In the light of this, you must reject the mayor's plan to deeply cut the education budget again and to hire 500 new school police. Instead, redirect the $475 million to hiring restorative justice counselors, social workers, community support staff, to provide students with the services they need and the school communities that they deserve.
Thank you. My name is Aya. I'm here with, as an adult ally with the Yaya Network. I just want to reiterate that we have waited 6 hours. Chanel, a high school student, has waited 6 hours on a school night to tell you that she has only just gotten physics textbooks at her school. It is May. It is almost June. It is almost the end of the school year. We are Yaya Network, an organization with a 25-year history of supporting young people in impacting the policies that impact their lives. Yaya's young people were out here being brutalized by the SRG today as we waited hours and hours to give testimony. I am here to implore you to look at the violence the NYPD is enacting on our youth and do something about it, because it is your responsibility, because that is why we elected you. Our schools need social workers, counselors, restorative justice coordinators. We need resource schools and arts programs and academic enrichment programs. We do not need NYPD. I went to an NYC public school without metal detectors where I felt safe, not because the students there were any different from the Black and Latinx student bodies racially profiled and targeted and brutalized by the NYPD. I felt safe because I knew everyone, because my class sizes were small and kept me in relationship with everyone, because I had relationships with my teachers, because I had people to support me if ever I had a problem. When I began teaching in NYC after schools, I was shocked by the disparity between the school I attended and the schools I worked in. I met students violated and traumatized by metal detectors. I met a student whose college essay was about how transformed she was by the mentorship of her choir teacher and how heartbroken she was when she lost her choir and her mentor in her junior year, when her school's art program was gutted suddenly and her teacher was abruptly fired. New York City has the most segregated school system in this country, and this council has presided over a systemic racialized inequity that robs our young people of education and takes all that money that could be invested in their development and instead invests in their brutalization. You have the power to stop this, so do it. Do something. The month I joined Yaya, I witnessed youth on a middle school dance team in Bed-Stuy dragged across the ground in handcuffs by the NYPD. Again, they were in middle school, 12, 13, 14 years old, crying and bloody and brutalized, and I couldn't do anything because what? There's no reason to do that to young people. As you negotiate this budget, I ask that you do everything in your power to get $75 million to hire restorative justice coordinators in 500 schools, get another $75 million to hire community members into positions that build safety and support young people to learn and grow. And please reject the mayor's plan to recruit 560 new school cops. More police will only serve to cause more harm and undermine the restorative practices we know make schools safer and keeps students learning.
I'm going to go before the person next to me just because they said that they wanted me to. I'm here today to demand City Council fully disband the NYPD Strategic Response Group and reallocate its funds to services that actually serve us instead of brutalizing us. Over the past 3 years, I've personally seen the SRG beat, shove, drag, pepper spray, tase, and kettle New Yorkers, including medics and legal observers. Under Eric Adams' increasingly violent police state, the SRG has participated in the city's cruel encampment sweeps, arrested clinic defenders, and intimidated abortion patients, and threatened to play the LRAD, a military weapon, in front of children at drag story hour. In 2021, I was myself arrested by SRG officers. 4 of them slammed me to the ground, and I could have injured my head if I hadn't been carrying a backpack which cushioned my fall. Despite being compliant and yelling that I wasn't resisting, 4 officers insisted on carrying me by each of my limbs with my legs spread apart in the air. I left the precinct over 8 hours later with broken blood vessels and bruising on my arms that lasted for weeks. All my charges were dropped. NYPD leadership has repeatedly lied under oath in this very room, claiming a gag order that prevents them from discussing the SRG. However, both the Attorney General and lawyers involved in these suits have confirmed there is no such gag order. The NYPD refuses to respond to questions about the SRG because they know the unit is indefensibly racist, transphobic, queerphobic, biased, brutal, and that its officers get off on each other's sadism. For months now, hundreds of New Yorkers have taken time out of their lives to tell you our firsthand experiences being brutalized, traumatized, and repressed by this specific unit. Continuing to fund the Strategic Response Group would be the antithesis of safety. Council members, stop funding your own constituents' brutalization. City Council must fully disband the SRG and prevent it from ever being recreated in any form. I want to see its $133 million reinvested into our libraries, into our education, and into the many things that many speakers have mentioned before me today over 12 hours. These things would actually make our communities happier and safer.
Don't do it. Hello. Hello, everyone in the room. My name is Brittany Spalding. Thank you for listening. I'm here to represent the 68,000 little guys of the shelter system. As a kid, I wanted to be accepted and, you know, all of that good stuff, just being something to someone. My adolescence was spent like an Orphan Annie and a Child Called It mixed in with the color purple. Due to my mother's ongoing crack addiction and poor treatment of her mental health, you can only imagine what a child sees and encounters living in over 40 different households by the time I was 17 years old. I was a kid who was raised by this same system. And the programs and the people, let me put this down for a second. The programs and the people of the generation, the general welfare system helped me, okay? 4 years ago, I decided to leave from a family abusive situation that had been occurring my whole life, okay? Once I had left, which is what brought me into this situation, my safety has been compromised over and over, and I'm not knowing why. This journey started with me looking for my biological father, my paternal family, and for whatever reason, my adoptive family is not. They have been trying to do everything. I have moved 3 different states because I have been afraid because I don't know what's going on. My children have been removed from my custody, not by any type of legality that I've done, neglect, or anything like that, but just because my family, they have money. They're able to do things back in Kentucky that I'm not. I came here for help. And unfortunately, I have not been able to get that help. I have not been able to get any assistance with employment and being able to sustain myself so that I can move forward with my life and with my children. Every time I talk to one or complain or make a grievance at the shelter, because I am now homeless, at the shelter, they say DHS, go to DHS, make a complaint. After listening and being here time after time, listening to these budget meetings and these different issues that I am hearing, I'm not understanding how they could say that they would like a 2.5 budget cut when there are so many issues. That makes me question, and I would think that maybe you all would like to join on the just looking at a different perspective of who needs to be held accountable for what is not being done. I don't know if it's more money or if it's more training. I do agree that the people that are servicing us as caseworkers, I mean, if they're in the same situation as us, how much help can they really offer in a process where they're not even able to process themselves out of? And like I said, once again, it brings us back. Let DHS know, let DHS know. Well, they're not doing anything and they're proposing budget cuts. How? I just don't understand. So I'm afraid. I don't know what's going on. I can't even call my children. I have no support. I have unfortunately I've witnessed the SRG myself because I was going to different federal buildings asking for help. I have no criminal record. I am not mentally unstable. Do I have a mental sickness right now? Absolutely. Because I am poor, I am without my children, and I am trying my best to do everything that I can, and I'm not getting the help, y'all. I'm not getting it. I wanna work, I wanna live, but I can't. I'm running from my family, and I'm in a system that is not helping. And all they keep saying is going to the same people that I now have learned that are proposing things that it's not even of integrity. It doesn't even make sense. When they know how much help that we need just in the facility that I am in. I can only imagine the other facilities. And I won't even speak on what I heard and all of that. I'm only gonna go based on what I've witnessed and what I have taken in my own hands and been a reasonable person, okay? And I am not getting the help and I am afraid. So this is my last resort because I have been from here from Texas from Florida to Kentucky. Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
So I'll give you my card and we could set up a meeting and speak, figure out what we can do.
Yes, I emailed you. I wasn't gonna tell nobody. Okay. But you might have didn't get it, or they might have replied, but my email, I wasn't able to get back in it because I don't have a phone.
Okay. Before you leave, I'll give you my information.
Yes, sir.
Chanel, can you tell me what school you go to?
I go to Mecca. It's right down the block.
I'm sorry.
I go to Mecca. It's right down the block.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony.
We're going to call forward Kaneen Holder and Braden Holliday, and then we're going to go to remote testimony, Anuj Bondary, Laura Wigg, Madeline Borelli, and Martin Urbach.
Good evening. It is a good evening to be here in the room that says a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Hopefully it is a good evening because we are here to represent the voices of those that are unheard, the voices of those who are ignored, the voices of those who can't speak. And I'm speaking for them. I'm Kanani Holder. I'm an award-winning educator and diversity expert here to amplify Black issues. Black issues, 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 on and on from 400 years and on into infinity without intervention and disruption from you all. Can we agree that systemic racism exists? If you agree, please say yes. You all can as well, or you're nodding your heads, affirmative. Okay, then that means that we are actually literally funding our oppression. I'll say that again. You all agreed that systemic racism exists, and this is a budget, and we're all taxpayers. So we're literally funding our oppression, minute by minute, day by day, with every transaction on a micro level like a bag of chips to a macro level like a condo. We're literally funding our own oppression. And I would like my intelligence to be respected, because I'm thinking about this out loud, and all of you all intelligent people, whatever that even means, right? So like, literally break that down. We agree to this, yes. And we pay our taxes, yes. So we literally are, all of us are complicit in a system that is racist and homophobic and everything else. But I'm all of those things too, but I'm specifically here to talk about Black issues. There are 83 different streets in Brooklyn named after slaveholding families. I learned that after my second National Endowment for the Humanities Fellowship. Teachers were flying in from all over the country, one of 36 that I was. And I'm from Brooklyn, and I'm holding a bill of sale with the names of Vanderbilt, the Bergens, and the Lotz family. The new Lotz train station, by the way, the 3 train, last stop. So again, we are funding our own systemic racist system. We're doing it. We're complicit in it. Now, I'm here to talk about blurgent, Black and urgent issues, right? This is taxation without representation, and I would like an audit. What is my money funding? Okay. Seems like there's some issues that are urgent, and there's news cameras, and there's funding, right? That comes real quick. But when it's intersected, the urgent issue is intersected with Blackness, meaning blurgent, Black and urgent. There's a lot of excuses, there's a lot of patronizing, there's a lot of well, and a lot of crumbs, if anything. Again, the crumbs are also what? Our tax dollars, because we're funding our systemic racial oppression, right? So one, I would like to talk about one issue, which is Black maternal health. I went on the Department of Health's website in New York City. Black women in this city are 9 times as likely to die in childbirth or their children within 2 years. And I then scroll through all the different Department of Health statistics. Black people over-index in everything that is deadly except for, yes, opioid overdose. The whites own that one. What? So again, I am Black in this country. I'm 43 years old, forever 21 if you're wondering. And I would like to have a baby, but again, the statistics would tell me, don't do that, even though taxes are coming out of my paycheck. So again, I'm trying to understand and justify, or at least get an audit, right? You're talking about budgets, maybe I need an audit. I want to know how bad my taxes fund in terms of the discrimination and the racism, right? Because that's what my tax dollars, that's what all your tax dollars are doing. I want to know how many babies are dying. I want to know how many Black women are dying. I want to know, because I'm really confused, because I pay of the people, for the people, I pay my taxes. I'm one of these people. I'm going to move on. Housing violations. HPD, DOB, a joke. I live in a building on 125th Street, 421A tax abatement, 18 floors. I was in the elevator. It fell several floors. Terrifying. The lights started flickering. I have been calling HPD, DOB for years. I win awards in writing curriculum and programming and curating for children. I do not have the mental, physical capacity to be on the phone all the time with DOB and HPD. That is not the potentiality of who I am. That's not why I went to college. That's not why I have multiple degrees. I have a fellowship with Colin Powell Center for Policy Study. The St. CUNY kids, I know some of them. I was at CUNY yesterday with the Racial Justice Division of Colin Powell School. Because again, it's racial. And that's what I want to do with my time. I don't want to be sitting there, and again, useless. You get 40 days, the landlords do, to repair the elevators. What? There are dozens of people in my building that have been trapped in the elevator. Some of them had to crawl out from under the shaft. Again, that's my tax dollars funding people being trapped, including myself, in that elevator, and HPD and the DOB, paying patsy with the landlords. Now, how does that also impact me as an educator? When children are in rooms and in homes that are, have housing violations, rats, roaches, mold, ceilings falling apart, no hot water, no heat, how do they show up in the classroom? I know. That's why I got awards in it, because I was so keen to their needs and their issues that I was able to intervene. But most teachers don't know how to do that because it's a lot to juggle, right? So again, these issues aren't segmented. They are holistic. When the DOB and the HPD don't do their jobs, you know what goes up? Child abuse and domestic violence, because people are frustrated and then they take it out on the people that are most vulnerable in their own household. So all of this matters. And I've seen it. I've seen it as a tenant. I've seen it as a teacher. I've seen it as a transit rider. I see it. So when we look at all these people who are flipping out, whatever that even means, when we talk about mental health issues, how much of these mental health issues are exacerbated because we pay our taxes and we don't get services in return? I'm really confused. From simple things like potholes to major things like HPD, DOB, can you please hold these landlords accountable? Can you make sure that they provide heat? That building in the Bronx that had 17 people die, that wasn't because of some frayed space heater cord, and that became what Eric Adams and everybody else wanted to say, we're gonna regulate the space heaters. No, regulate the landlords that are too cheap and wanna profit off of not providing heat for people. And then the children, when they come in class and they're walking around, like, that's what happens. You cannot expect a 12-year-old or a 9-year-old or a 5-year-old to be able to process landlords profiting off of not providing heat and water. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I've been teaching for 20 years. I was a teaching fellow. And I grew up in Brooklyn. I'm a public school baby. You all should be damn proud of me. Do you know how many awards I have? From public school. From public school. I figured it out. And I can't guarantee that for all these other children languishing in these bullshit ass schools right now. I can't guarantee that they're gonna get a quality public school education and a stable enough home so that they can be able to rise and thrive and get published. My theories are quoted. I have lectured at Columbia University several times. I can't guarantee that, and I've actually had little 12-year-olds, little 11-year-olds, I've had them do stuff like this. I had them go talk at Columbia about issues. Sure did. But again, when we think about HPD in a silo, and then we think about transit in a silo, no child is thinking to themselves, well, that's just a transit budget. They're not thinking that's the housing budget. No, they're a child. And to be honest with you, adults, when we're navigating all of these potholes, literal and figurative potholes in our lives, we're not parsing through what part of the budget wasn't addressed. It's all of it. Now, I would add this to the budget, because y'all be adding all kinds of stuff to the budget. If restaurants can get an A, B, C, D rating, why not buildings? For people who are actually blessed to be able to live in a home, because again, other people have already addressed homelessness. People have already addressed police brutality. So I am here to deal with other issues. So if you all can put A, B, C, D on restaurants, do you know how many times these schmooze operator realtors, right? Wine and dine tenants, look at the rooftop, this. And it happened to me. And now I'm in a building with the landlord that is harassing me. They moved the super next door to me on the 11th floor. Have you ever heard a super living on the 11th floor, sharing a balcony with a tenant association president? Y'all are laughing because it's insane, right? Right? Playing music 2 o'clock in the morning, loud as can be, disrupting my ability to be brilliant, to be of service as an educator. That's what you all allow landlords to do. Because I have been filing report after report. If you pull up my name, Kanani Holder, and 311, you will see it. I've talked to Mark Levine, I've talked to so many people, and it's always, okay, and nothing's done. So the landlord gets to profit, right? Off of not being held accountable. So maybe an ABCD rating could let people know, you know what? Don't put your $4,000 or $8,000 security deposit plus the first month's rent and everything else that you need to do into that building. Because that's what these developers are doing. They build up my building was built in 9 months. It's 60 West 125th Street. It is a death trap. If you walk there right now, you can smell the gas because they're trying to slap together some Ponte Bistro restaurant. You can smell the gas right in front. I'm telling you, if something happens in that building, I'm gonna say this now, don't be surprised because I've been telling DOB and HPD for years, you can smell the gas. So when the explosion happens or someone's trapped in the elevator or whatever else is going on in my janky building that looks luxury with our tax dollars because it's a 421A abatement, don't say that Kanani Holder didn't say so. Here, a government of the people, by the people, for the people. I'm gonna put it on record. 60 West 125th Street. And then what they do is they sold the building in a year and then they change the address so that when you go to court, there's no record of what building you're talking about. So again, where is the government in this? They have the address down as 52 to 64, but then our address and our rent receipts say 60 West. So then the lease doesn't match, and so then when you go to court or you go and say anything, they go, oh, there's no building by that name. I've done this. I've done it to a DHCR. Again, I should be publishing my theories about education and how to get kids to thrive under ridiculous circumstances because we are literally funding our own systemic racism, right? That's what I do best. And instead, I'm spending too much of my time, right, running around, right, with multiple agencies that I fund that don't do anything and allow these landlords to do what they do. Now, the last point that I will make, and thank you so much, because there are a lot of blurgent issues, right? But I'm being very selective in curating in terms of my issues, okay? So the last one is, can you smell what The Rock is cooking? Can you not see that this is gonna be worse than, I know I'm funny, this is gonna be worse than 1970. We're on the precipice of a wave, a surge, and then another surge, and then another surge of people who have been disenfranchised, who are delusional, who don't trust anything, who have not been educated, who know that HPD is not going to do anything about the building, who know that they're not going to get health care, who know that the teachers, are too exhausted, who know that if they go into the shelter that they're going to be raped or that stuff is going to be stolen. They know these things. Do you not understand what's about to happen? I wrote about it. I'm published. I call it the trauma class. There's the upper class, there's the middle class, and then there's what I call the trauma class that trumps race. At least 40% of society is in trauma, from school shootings to mass shootings to crime in the streets to mental health issues and vicarious trauma. That's what everyone is under right now. And so mental health is going to exacerbate and become normalized because so many more people who could be dealing with things are not going to be able to deal with the tsunami of trauma that is constantly going to be in other people's faces, and then they're going to vicariously also then carry their trauma, and then they're going to be passive aggressive and all kind of other defense mechanisms. I'm telling you, I published this.
Okay, I have to
trauma
ask you
class.
to conclude your testimony.
I love you, Black. It's Kanani Holder, 60 West 125th Street. Who here can help me?
I'll give you my card. I'll help.
Thank you. And again, what are we doing to make sure? Oh, last thing, Racial Justice Commission. I interviewed the executive director, and no offense to him, but I'm curious as to, there's a charter in New York City right now. Do you all know this? That there's a charter in New York City that's nodding his head, yes. There's a charter in New York City stating that New York City is going to prevent racial harm in the future and heal the racial harms of the past. Hello? Do y'all know this? It passed. It was on the budget. It was on the budget. It was on the ballot in November.
Thank you.
And so I'm just, again, like, if this is the first budget with the Racial Justice Commission, how will this budget be impacted from a racial lens? How will that lens actually be real? Last thing, George Floyd's anniversary, 5/25, is tomorrow. So is New York City performative and painting BLM, yellow on streets, or are we actually going to enact the blurgent, the black and urgent, the urgency of the millions of people in the streets and around the world that we said that we were going to do? Shout out to security because, y'all didn't escort me. I love you all black.
Thank you. We still have about 45 people on Zoom that are testifying.
God bless them.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Bray Holiday. I'm here to say that the NYPD budget needs to be cut significantly by at least 75% and transferred to community resources. NYPD has failed to intercept illegal firearms that would be used in crimes for 30 years despite the increased funding and spy technology. New York City laid off a lot of city workers in the past before. NYPD is able to lay off officers to meet the new budget requirements. We need real solutions such as real affordable housing, extensive medical and mental health services. We need to fix the root problems in crimes. There are those who say if we have more cops, there will be less crime. There are 200 civilians per officer. This is a numbers game, and NYPD cannot be everywhere. The city needs to eliminate the attraction of black markets that are selling illegal firearms by fixing social issues so there are less gun crimes. NYPD in the March budget hearing says that everyone has a part in public safety. That's equivalent to MD1 say everyone has a part of taking out fire. NYPD admit that they're not responsible for an individual's safety, even though they're supposed to be the sole public safety department of New York City by having military weapons, arresting powers, and qualified immunity. In the case of Lozito versus New York City 2013, 2 NYPD officers in the front train car, one-man cabin, refused to bring harm to Mr. Lozito even though they were more than capable to do so. The court dismissed the lawsuit because NYPD officers are not obligated to protect individuals. Of course, we told about like have cops in the subway. You about to get stabbed, they're not obligated to protect you. So what's the point of paying them? The case of Warren versus District of Columbia, 1981, made law enforcement obsolete by saying that police are not obligated to protect individuals from harm or death unless they're under custody. This is 1981. 3 women called 911 for an intruder and cops responded in 5 minutes. They were raped for 14 hours. The Supreme Court said they're not obligated to protect anyone from harm or death unless they're under custody. The tactic and strategy for the past 30 years are a definition of sanity of doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. Politicians need to stop thinking like politicians, think like business people by eliminating the attraction of black markets. I just want to say one more thing. People blame bail reform for high crime. That's not true. Bail reform passed months before the high crime. High crime happened because schools are shut down, parks are shut down, pools are shut down, libraries are shut down, and the school program is shut down. Can you imagine, right? We own this money, but you want to move the money out of the resources, which is even worse than COVID. We have white people getting shot up in white neighborhoods. We're talking about rich neighborhoods. People get pushed in subway tracks at 14th Street, Canal Street, Chambers Street. They talk about 14th Street, everything. They talk about some people start shooting people in the white neighborhoods. Can you imagine? This is gonna be worse than in the 80s. I want to say, for example, I'm a video game person, right? So say it again. I'm a video game person, right? So basically, I play Cyberpunk 2077. The crime in that game is so bad. The medics, like EMTs, everything, they carry assault rifles. So it's like, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be as bad, but if you don't fix this right now, pass this budget, put the budget all the way down to NYPD, boost everything out, it's going to be a lot worse.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Okay, we're now going to go to Zoom, beginning with Anuj Bandari.
Starting time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anuj Bandari. I am giving testimony alongside Teachers Unite, and I'm a community organizer and youth organizer with Restorative Justice Initiative. I am advocating for $75 million towards hiring restorative justice coordinators in schools across New York City, and $75 million in bringing on support staff that are from the neighborhoods that our young people represent across the city. This is in addition to a hiring freeze and a removal of the school safety agent positions that are in New York City schools. I used to be a restorative justice coordinator in New York City schools, and and I'm currently a restorative justice organizer working on multiple education justice coalitions. During just a 2-year window, when I was a restorative